Chapter 16 of the Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sir Herbert Templewood did not believe the evidence of the specialist, and he did not think the witness believed it himself. Sir Herbert did not think any the worse of the witness on that account. It was one of the recognised rules of the game to allow witnesses to stretch a point or two in favour of the defence, where the social honour of highly respectable families was involved. Sir Herbert saw in the present defence the fact that the hand of his venerable friend Mr. Oakham had not lost its cunning. Mr. Oakham was a very respectable solicitor, acting for a very respectable client, and he had called a very respectable Harley Street specialist, who, by a most fortuitous circumstance, had been staying at the same hotel as the accused shortly before the murder was committed, to convince the jury that the young man was insane, and that his form of insanity was epilepsy, a disease which had prolonged lucid intervals. A truly ingenious and eminently respectable defence, and one which, in his heart of hearts, perhaps, Sir Herbert might not have been sorry to see succeed, for he knew Sir James Penreath of Twelvetrees, and was sorry to see his son in such a position. But he had his duty to perform, and that duty was to discredit in the eyes of the jury the evidence of the witness in the box, because juries were prone to look upon specialists as men to whom all things had been revealed, and return a verdict accordingly. Sir Herbert made one mistake in his analysis of the defence. Sir Henry, at least, believed in his own evidence, and took himself very seriously as a specialist. Like most stupid men who have got somewhere in life, Sir Henry became self-assertive under the least semblance of contradiction, and he grew violent and red-faced under cross-examination. He would not hear of the possibility of a mistake in his diagnosis of the accused's symptoms, but insisted that the accused, when he saw him at the Durrington Hotel, was suffering from an epileptic seizure, combined with furor epilepticus, and was in a state of mind which made him a menace to his fellow creatures. It was true he qualified his statements with the words, "so far as my observation goes," but the qualification was given in a manner which suggested to the jury that 5 minutes of Sir Henry Durwood's observation were worth a month's of a dozen ordinary medical men. Sir Henry's vehement insistence on his infallibility struck Sir Herbert as a flagrant violation of the rules of the game. He did not accept the protestations as genuine. He thought Sir Henry was overdoing his part, and playing to the gallery. He grew nettled in his turn, and, with a sudden access of vigour in his tone, said, "You told my learned friend that it is quite consistent with the prisoner's malady that he could have committed the crime with which he stands charged, and remember nothing about it afterwards. Is that a fact?" "Certainly." "In that case, will you kindly explain how the prisoner came to leave the inn hurriedly, before anybody was up, the morning after the murder was committed? Why should he run away if he had no recollection of his act?" "I must object to my learned friend describing the accused's departure from the inn as running away," said Mr. Middleheath, with a bland smile of protest. "It is highly improper, as nobody knows better than the Crown Prosecutor, and calculated to convey an altogether erroneous impression on the minds of the jury. There is not the slightest evidence to support such a statement. The evidence is that he saw the servant and paid his bill before departure. That is not running away." "Very well. I will say hastened away," replied Sir Herbert impatiently. "Why should the accused hasten away from the inn if he retained no recollection of the events of the night?" "He may have had a hazy recollection," replied Sir Henry, "not all of the act itself, but of strange events happening to him in the night. Something like a bad dream, but more vivid. He may have found something unusual, such as wet clothes or muddy boots, for which he could not account. Then he would begin to wonder, and then perhaps there would come a hazy recollection of some trivial detail. Then, as he came to himself, he would begin to grow alarmed, and his impulse, as his normal mind returned to him, would be to leave the place where he was as soon as he could. This restlessness is a characteristic of epilepsy. In my opinion, it was this vague alarm, on finding himself in a position for which he could not account, which was the cause of the accused leaving the Durrington Hotel. His last recollection, as he told me at the time, was entering the breakfast-room. He came to his senses in his bedroom, with strangers in the room." "Does not recollection return completely in attacks of petit mal?" "Sometimes it does, sometimes not. I remember a case in my student days where an epileptic violently assaulted a man in the street. Almost murdered him, in fact.
then assaulted a man who tried to detain him, ran away, and remembered nothing about it afterwards."
"Is it consistent with petit mal, combined with furor epilepticus, for a man to commit murder, conceal the body of his victim, and remember nothing about it afterwards?"
"Quite consistent, though the probability is, as I said before, for him to have some hazy recollection when he came to his senses, which would lead to his leaving that place as quickly as he could."
"Would it be consistent with petit mal for a man to take a weapon away beforehand, and then, during a sudden fit of petit mal, use it upon the unfortunate victim?"
"If he took the weapon for another purpose, it is quite possible that he might use it afterwards." "I should like to have that a little clearer," said the judge, interposing. "Do you mean to get the weapon for another, possibly quite innocent purpose, and then use it for an act of violence?" "Yes, my lord," replied Sir Henry. "That is quite consistent with an attack of petit mal." "When a man has periodical attacks of petit mal, would it not be possible, by observation of him between the attacks, or when he was suffering from the attacks, to tell whether he had a tendency to them?" "No, only in a very few and exceptional cases." "In your opinion, epilepsy is an hereditary disease?" "Undoubtedly." "Are you aware that certain eminent French specialists, including Marie, are of the opinion that hereditary influences play a very small part in epilepsy?" "That may be." Sir Henry dismissed the views of the French specialists with a condescending wave of his fat white hand. "That does not alter your own opinion?" "Certainly not." "And do you say that because this man's mother suffered from epilepsy the chances are that he is suffering from it?" "Pardon me, I said nothing of the kind. I think the chances are that he would have a highly organised nervous system, and would probably suffer from some nervous disease. In the case of the prisoner, I should say that shell shock increased his predisposition to epilepsy." "Do you suggest that shell shock leads to epilepsy?" "In general, no. In this particular case, possibly. A man may have shell shock and injury to the brain, which is not necessarily epileptic." "Is it possible for shell shock alone to lead to a subsequent attack of insanity?" asked the judge. "It is possible, certainly."
"How often do these attacks of petit mal occur?" asked Sir Herbert.
"They vary considerably according to the patient, sometimes once a week, sometimes monthly, and there have been cases in which the attacks are separated by months."
"Are not 2 attacks in 24 hours unprecedented?"
"Unusual, but not unprecedented. The excitement of going from one place to another, and walking miles to get there, would be a predisposing factor. A prisoner would have been suffering from the effects of the first attack when he left the Durrington Hotel, and the excitement of the change, and the fatigue of walking all day, would have been very prejudicial to him, and account for the second and more violent attack."
"How long do the after effects last, of an attack of petit mal, I mean?"
"It depends on the violence of the attack. Sometimes as long as 5 or 6 hours. The recovery is generally attended with general lassitude."
"There is no evidence to show that the prisoner displayed any symptoms of epilepsy before the attack which you witnessed at the Durrington Hotel. Is it not unusual for a person to reach the age of 28 or thereabouts without showing any previous signs of a disease like epilepsy?"
"There must be a first attack. That goes without saying," interposed the judge testily.
That concluded the cross-examination. Mr. Middleheath, in re-examination, asked Sir Henry whether foam at the lips was a distinguishing mark of epilepsy.
"It generally indicates an epileptic tendency," replied Sir Henry Durwood.
At the conclusion of Sir Henry Durwood's evidence, Mr. Middleheath called an official from the War Office to prove formally that Lieutenant James Penreath had been discharged from His Majesty's forces, suffering from shell shock.
"I understand that, prior to the illness which terminated his military career, Lieutenant Penreath had won a reputation as an exceedingly gallant soldier, and had been awarded the D.S.O.," said Mr. Middleheath.
"That is so," replied the witness.
"Is that the case?" asked the judge.
"That, my lord, is the case," replied Mr. Middleheath.
Sir Herbert Templewood, on behalf of the Crown, proceeded to call rebutting medical evidence to support the Crown contention that the accused was sane and aware of the nature of his acts. The first witness was Dr. Henry Manton of Heathfield, who said he saw the accused when he was brought into the station from Flegne by Police Constable Queensmead. He seemed perfectly rational, though disinclined to talk.
"Did you find any symptom upon him which pointed to his having recently suffered from epilepsy of any kind?" asked Sir Herbert.
"No." "Do you agree with Sir Henry Durwood that between attacks of epilepsy the patient would exhibit no signs of the disease?" asked Mr. Middleheath.
"What do you mean by 'between the attacks'?"
"I mean when he had completely recovered from one fit and before the next came on," explained counsel.
"I quite agree with that," replied the witness.
"How long does it usually take for a man to recover from an attack of epilepsy?"
"It depends on the severity of the attack."
"Well, take an attack serious enough to cause a man to commit murder."
"It may take hours, 5 or 6 hours. He would certainly be drowsy and heavy for 3 or 4 hours afterwards."
"But not longer. He would not show symptoms for 36 hours."
"Certainly not."
"Then may I take it from you, Doctor, that after the 5 or 6 hours of recovery after a bad attack, an epileptic might show no signs of the disease, not even to medical eyes, till the next attack?"
"I should say so," replied the witness, "but I am not an authority on mental diseases."
"Thank you."
The next witness was Dr. Gilbert Horbury, who described himself as Medical Officer of His Majesty's Prison, Norwich, and formerly Medical Officer of the London Detention Prison. In reply to Sir Herbert Templewood, he said he had had much experience in cases of insanity and alleged insanity. He had had the accused in the present case under observation since the time he had been brought to the gaol. He was very taciturn, but he was quiet and gentlemanly in his behaviour. His temperature and pulse were normal, but he slept badly, and twice he complained of pains in his head. Witness attributed the pains in the head to the effect of shell shock. He had seen no signs which suggested to his mind that prisoner was an epileptic. In reply to a direct question by Sir Herbert Templewood, he expressed his deliberate professional opinion that the accused was not suffering from epilepsy in any form. Epilepsy did not start off with a bad attack ending in violence or murder. There were premonitory symptoms and slight attacks extending over a considerable period which must have manifested themselves, particularly in the case of a man who had been through an arduous military campaign. His illness might have had a bad effect on the brain, but if it had led to mental disease, he would have expected it to show itself before. From this point of view, the witness, a dour, grey figure of a man, refused to be driven by cross-examination. His many professional years within the sordid atmosphere of gaol walls had taught him that most criminals were malingerers by instinct, and that pretended insanity was the commonest form of their imposition to evade the consequence of their misdeeds. The number of false cases which had passed through his hands had led him to the very human conclusion that all such defences were merely efforts to defraud the law, and as a zealous officer of the law he took a righteous satisfaction in discomfiting them, particularly when, as in the present instance, the defence was used to shield an accused of some social standing. For Dr. Horbury's political tendencies were levelling and iconoclastic, and he had a deep contempt for caste, titles, and monarchs. He was too sophisticated as a witness to walk into Mr. Middleheath's trap and contradict Sir Henry's evidence directly, but he contrived to convey the impression that his own observation of accused, covering a period of 9 days, was a better guide for the jury in arriving at a conclusion as to the accused's state of mind than Sir Henry's opinion, formed after a single and limited opportunity of diagnosing the case. He also managed to infer, in a gentlemanly, professional way, that Sir Henry Durwood was deservedly eminent in the medical world as a nerve specialist, rather than as a mental specialist, whereas witness's own experience in mental cases had been very wide. He talked learnedly of the difficulty of diagnosing epilepsy, except after prolonged observation, and cited lengthily from big books which a court constable brought into court, one by one, on symptoms, reflex causes, auras, grand mal, petit mal, Jacksonian epilepsy, and the like. The only admission of any value that Mr. Middleheath could extract from Dr. Horbury was a statement that while he had seen no symptoms in the prisoner to suggest that he was an epileptic, epileptics did not as a rule show symptoms of the disease between the attack.
"Therefore, assuming the fact that Penreath is subject to epilepsy, you would not necessarily expect to find any symptoms of the disease during the time he was awaiting trial?" asked Mr. Middleheath, eagerly following up the opening. "Possibly nothing that one could swear to," rejoined the witness, in an exceedingly dry tone. Mr. Middleheath essayed no more questions, but got the witness out of the box as quickly as possible, trusting to his own address to remove the effect of the evidence on the mind of the jury. At the outset of that address he pointed out that the case for the Crown rested upon purely circumstantial evidence, and that nobody had seen the prisoner commit the murder with which he was charged. The main portion of his remarks was directed to convincing the jury that the prisoner was the unhappy victim of epileptic attacks, in which he was not responsible for his actions. He scouted the theory of motive as put forward by the Crown. It was not fair to suggest that the Treasury note which the accused paid to the servant at the inn was necessarily part of the dead man's money, which had disappeared on the night of the murder, and had not since been recovered. The fact that the accused had been turned out of the Grand Hotel for not paying his hotel bill was put forward by the Crown to show that he was in a penniless condition, but that assumption went too far. It might well be that a man in the accused's social standing would have £1 or 2 in his pocket, although he might not be able to meet an hotel bill of £30.
"Can you conceive this young man, this gallant soldier, this heir to an old and honourable name, with everything in life to look forward to, committing an atrocious murder for £300?" continued Mr. Middleheath. "The traditions of his name and race, his upbringing, his recent gallant career as a soldier, alike forbid the sordid possibility. Moreover, he had no need to commit a crime to obtain money. His father, his friends, or the woman who was to be his wife, would have instantly supplied him with the money he needed, if they had known he was in want. To a young man in his station of life, £300 is a comparatively small sum. Is it likely that he would have committed murder to obtain it? On the other hand, the prisoner's actions since returning to England strongly suggest that his mind had been giving way for some time past. He was invalided from the army, suffering from shell-shock, with the result that his constitution became weakened, and the fatal taint of inherited epilepsy, which was in his blood, began to manifest itself. His family doctor and his fiancée have told you that his behaviour was strange before he left for Norfolk. Since coming to Norfolk, it has been unmistakably that of a man who is no longer sane. Was it the conduct of a sane man to conceal his whereabouts from his friends and stay at an hotel without money till he was turned out, when he might have had plenty of money, or, at all events, saved himself the humiliation of being turned out of the hotel at the cost of a telegram? And why did he subsequently go miles across the country to a remote and wretched inn, where he had never been before, and beg for a bed for the night? Were these the acts of a sane man?
In his peroration, Mr. Middleheath laid particular emphasis on the evidence of Sir Henry Durwood, whose name was known throughout England as one of the most eminent specialists of his day. Sir Henry Durwood, Mr. Middleheath pointed out, had seen the prisoner in a fit at the Durrington Hotel, and he emphatically declared that the accused was an epileptic, with homicidal tendencies. Such an opinion, coming from such a quarter, was to Mr. Middleheath's mind incontrovertible proof of the prisoner's insanity, and he did not see how the jury could go behind it in coming to a decision. Sir Herbert Templewood's address consisted of a dry marshalling of the facts for and against the theory of insanity. Sir Herbert contended that the defence had failed to establish their contention that the accused man was not in his right mind. He impressed upon the jury the decided opinion of Dr. Horbury, who, as a doctor of the Metropolitan Receiving Gaol, had probably a wider experience of epilepsy and insanity than any specialist in the world. Dr. Horbury, after 9 days' close observation of the accused, had come to the conclusion that he was perfectly sane and responsible for his actions. The general opinion among the bunch of legal Whigs which gathered together at the barristers' table, as Sir Herbert Templewood resumed his seat, was that the issue had been very closely fought on both sides, and that the verdict would depend largely upon the way the judge summed up. His lordship commenced his summing up by informing the jury that in the first place they must be satisfied that the prisoner was the person who killed Mr. Glenthorpe. He did not think they would have much difficulty on that head because, although the evidence was purely circumstantial, it pointed strongly to the accused, and the defence had not seriously contested the charge. Therefore, if they were satisfied that the accused did in fact cause the death of Mr. Glenthorpe, The only question that remained for them to decide was the state of the prisoner's mind at the time. If they were satisfied that he was not insane at the time, they must find him guilty of murder. If, however, they came to the conclusion that he was insane at the time that he committed the act, they would return a verdict that he was guilty of the act charged against him, but that he was insane at the time. His lordship painstakingly defined the difference between sanity and insanity in the eyes of the law, but though his precise and legal definition called forth appreciative glances from the lawyers below him, it is doubtful whether the jury were much wiser for the explanation. After reviewing the evidence for the prosecution at considerable length, his lordship then proceeded with judicial impartiality to state the case for the defence. The case for the prisoner, he said, was that he had been strange or eccentric ever since he returned from the front, suffering from shell shock, that his eccentricity deepened into homicidal insanity, and that he committed the act of which he stood charged while suffering under an attack of epilepsy, which produced a state of mind that led the sufferer to commit an act of violence without understanding what he was doing. In view of the nature of this defence, the jury were bound to look into the prisoner's family and hereditary history, and into his own acts before the murder, before coming to a conclusion as to his state of mind. The defence, he thought, had proved sufficient to enable the jury to draw the conclusion that Lady Penreath, the mother of the prisoner, was an epileptic. The assertion that the prisoner was an epileptic rested upon the evidence of Sir Henry Durwood, for the evidence of Miss Willoughby and the family doctor went no further than to suggest a slight strangeness or departure from the prisoner's usual demeanour. Sir Henry Durwood, by reason of his professional standing, was entitled to be received with respect, but he had himself admitted that he had no previous opportunity of diagnosing the case of the accused, and that it was difficult to form an exact opinion in a disease like epilepsy. Dr. Horbury, on the other hand, had declared that the prisoner showed nothing symptomatic of epilepsy while awaiting remand. In Dr. Horbury's opinion, he was not an epileptic. Therefore the case resolved itself into a direct conflict of medical testimony, and it was for the jury to decide and form a conclusion as to the man's state of mind in conjunction with the other evidence.
"The contention for the defence," continued his lordship, leaning forward and punctuating his words with sharp taps of his fountain pen on the desk in front of him, "is this. Look at this case fairly and clearly, and you are bound to come to the conclusion that this man is not in a sound frame of mind. The prosecution, on the other hand, say the facts of this case do not point to insanity at all, but to deliberate murder for gain. The defence urge further, you have got to look at the probabilities. No man in prisoner's position, a gentleman by birth and upbringing, the heir of an old and proud name, with a hitherto unblemished reputation, and the prospects of a long and not inconspicuous career in front of him, would in his senses have murdered this old man. That is a matter for you to consider, because we do know that brutal crimes are committed by the most unlikely persons. But the prosecution also allege motive, and you must consider the question of motive. It is suggested, and it is for you to consider whether rightly or wrongly suggested, that there was a motive in killing this man, because the prisoner was absolutely penniless and wanted to get money. Gentlemen, you will first apply your minds to considering all the evidence, and you will next consider whether you are satisfied that the prisoner knew the difference between right and wrong so far as the act with which he is charged is concerned. You must decide whether he knew the nature and quality of the act, and whether he knew the difference between that act being right and that act being wrong. I have already pointed out to you that the law presumes him to be of sane mind, and able to distinguish between right and wrong, and it is for him to satisfy you, if he is to escape responsibility for this act, that he could not tell whether it was right or wrong. If you are satisfied of that, you ought to say that he is guilty of the act alleged, but insane at the time it was committed. If you are not satisfied on that point, then it is your duty to find him guilty of murder. Gentlemen, you will kindly retire and consider your verdict." The jury retired,
and there ensued a period of tension, which the lawyers employed in discussing the technicalities of the case and the probabilities of an acquittal. Mr. Oakham thought an acquittal was a certainty, but Mr. Middleheath, with a deeper knowledge of the ways of provincial juries, declared that the defence would have stood a better chance of success before a London jury, because Londoners had more imagination than other Englishmen.
"You never can tell how a damned muddle-headed country jury will decide on a highly technical case like this," said the K.C. peevishly. "I've lost stronger cases than this before a Norfolk jury. Norfolk men are clannish, and Horbury's evidence carried weight. He's a Norfolk man, though he has been in London. One never knows, of course. If the jury remain out over an hour, I think we will pull it off."
But the jury returned into court after an absence of 40 minutes. The judge, who was waiting in his private room, was informed, and he entered the court and resumed his seat. The jury answered to their names, and then the Clerk of Arraigns, in a sing-song voice, said, "Gentlemen, have you agreed upon your verdict? Do you find the prisoner guilty or not guilty of wilful murder?"
"Guilty,"
answered the foreman, in a loud, clear voice. "You say that he is guilty of murder. Is that the verdict of you all?"
"That is the verdict of us all," was the response.
"James Ronald Penreath," continued the clerk, turning to the accused man, and speaking in the same sing-song tones of one who repeated a formula by rote, "you stand convicted of the crime of wilful murder. Have you anything to say for yourself why the court should not give you judgment of death according to the law?" The man in the dock, who had turned very pale, merely shook his head. The judge, with expressionless face and in an expressionless voice, pronounced sentence of death. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn returned to Dorrington in a perplexed and dissatisfied frame of mind. The trial, which he had attended and followed closely, had failed to convince him that all the facts concerning the death of Roger Glenthorpe had been brought to light. Really, the trial had not been a trial at all, but merely a battle of lawyers about the state of Penreath's mind. If Penreath was really sane, and Colwyn, who had watched him closely during the trial, believed that he was, the Crown theory of the murder by no means accounted for all the amazing facts of the case. Should he have done more? Colwyn asked himself this question again and again. But that query always led to another one. Could he have done more? In his mental probings the detective could rarely get away from the point, and when he did get away from it he always returned to it, that Penreath, by his dogged silence, had been largely responsible for his own conviction. If a man charged with murder refused to account for actions which pointed to him as the murderer, how could anybody help him? Silence in certain circumstances was the strongest presumptive proof of guilt. A man was the best judge of his own actions, and, if he refused to speak when his own life might pay the forfeit for the silence, he must have the strongest possible reason for holding his tongue. What other reason could Penreath have except the consciousness of guilt, and the hope of escaping the consequences through a loophole of the law? Colwyn, however, was unable to accept this line of argument as conclusive, so he tried to put the case out of his mind. But the unsolved points of the mystery, the points that he himself had discovered during his visit to the inn, kept returning to his mind at all sorts of odd times, in the night and during his walks, and each recurrence was accompanied by the consciousness that he had not done his best in the case, but had allowed the silence of the accused man to influence his judgment and slacken his efforts to unravel the clues he had originally discovered. Thus he travelled back to his starting point, that the conviction of Penreath had not solved the mystery of the murder of Roger Glenthorpe. The hotel and its guests bored him. The season was over, and the few people who remained were elderly and commonplace, prone to overeating and to falling asleep round the lounge fire after dinner. The only topics of conversation were the weather, the war, and food. Sometimes the elderly clergyman, who still lingered, though the other golfers had gone, sought to turn the conversation to golf, but nobody listened to him except his wife, who sat opposite to him in the warmest part of the lounge, placidly knitting socks for the War Comforts Fund. The Flegne murder and its result were not discussed. By tacit mutual understanding, the guests never referred to the unpleasant fact that they had lived for some weeks under the same roof with a man who had since been declared a murderer by the laws of his country. Colwyn decided to return to London, although the month he had allowed himself for a holiday was not completed. He was restless and uneasy and bored, and he thought that immersion in work would help him to forget the Glenthorpe case. He came to this decision at breakfast one morning. Within an hour he had paid his bill, received the polite regrets of the proprietor at his departure, and was motoring leisurely southward along the cliff road towards its junction with the main London road. Important consequences frequently spring from trifling incidents. Colwyn, turning his car to the side of the road to avoid a flock of sheep, punctured a tyre on a sharp, jagged piece of rock concealed in the loose sand at the side of the road. He had not a spare tyre on the car, and the shepherd informed him that the nearest town where he could hope to get the tyre replaced was Faircroft, but even that was doubtful, because Faircroft was a small town without a garage, and the one tradesman who did motor car repairs was, just as likely as not, without the right kind of tyres, or equally likely to have none at all. As he had left Durrington barely 3 miles behind, Colwyn decided to return there, to have the car repaired, and defer his departure till the following day. He reached Durrington with a deflated tyre, took the car to the garage, and then went back to the hotel. It wanted nearly an hour to lunch-time, and on his way in he paused at the office window to inform the clerk that he had returned, and would stay till the following day. The proprietor was in the office checking some figures. The latter looked up as Colwyn informed the lady clerk of his altered plans, and informed him that a young lady had been at the hotel inquiring for him shortly after his departure. "What was her name?" asked the detective in some surprise. "She didn't give a name. She seemed very disappointed when she learned that you had departed for London, and went away at once." "What was she like?" The proprietor and the lady clerk described her at the same time. In the former's eyes the visitor had appeared pretty and young, with golden hair and a very clear complexion. The lady clerk, without the least departure from the standard of courtesy imposed upon her by her position, managed to indicate that the impression made upon her feminine mind was that of a white-faced girl with red hair. From both descriptions Colwyn had no difficulty in identifying the visitor as Peggy. Why had she come to Durrington to see him? Obviously the visit was connected with the murder at the inn. Colwyn recalled his last conversation with her, on the marshes, the day after he had seen her come out of the dead man's room. He hurried out in the hope of finding her. She had probably come by train from Leyland, and would go back the same way. Colwyn looked at his watch. It was 12:15, and there was no train back to Leyland till 1:30. So much Colwyn remembered from his study of the local timetable. Therefore, unless she had walked back to Flegne, she should not be difficult to find. Probably she was somewhere on the cliffs or near the sea. Somehow Peggy seemed to belong to the sea and nature. It was difficult to picture her in a conventional setting. It was by the sea that he found her, sitting in one of the shelters on the parade, with her hands clasped on her lap, looking listlessly at a fisher boat putting out from the yellow sands below. She glanced round at the sound of his footsteps, and seeing who it was, came out from the shelter and advanced to meet him. "They told me at the hotel somebody had been asking for me, and I guessed it was you. You wanted to see me?" "Yes." She did not express any surprise at his return, as another girl would, but stood with her hands still clasped in front of her, and a look of entreaty in her eyes. Colwyn noticed that her face had grown thinner, and that in the depths of her glance there lurked a troubled shadow. "Shall we walk a little, and you can tell me what you wish to say?" "It's very kind of you." He turned away from the front towards the cliffs, judging that the girl would feel more disposed to talk freely away from human habitation and people. They went on for some distance in silence, the girl walking with a light, quick step, looking straight in front of her as though immersed in thought. They reached the part of the cliffs where a low wall divided the foreland from an old churchyard which was fast crumbling into the sea. Peggy paused with her hand on the wall and looked seaward. The sun, piercing a rift in the dark clouds, lighted the sullen grey waters with patches of gold. Colwyn, in the hope of inducing his companion to talk, pointed out the beautiful effect of the light and shadow on the sea. "I hate the sea. I have never looked at it since the war started without seeing the many, many dead sailor boys at the bottom, staring out with their dead eyes through the weight of waters for a God of justice in the heavens, and looking in vain." She turned her eyes from the sea and looked at him passionately. "You do not care about the sea either. You are only trying to put me at my ease, to help me say what I want to say. It is kind of you, but it is not necessary. I feel I can trust you. I must trust you. I am only a girl, and there's nobody else in the world I dare trust. It's about him. Have you seen him? Have you spoken to him? Did he speak about me?"
"I saw him only at the trial," replied Colwyn, with his ready comprehension. "I had no opportunity of speaking to him alone."
"I read about the trial in the paper," she went on. "They said that he were mad in order to try to save him, but he is not mad. He was too good and kind to be mad. Oh, why did he kill Mr. Glenthorpe? Will they kill him for that? You are clever. Can you not save him? I have come to beg you to save him. Ever since they took him away, I have seen his eyes wherever I go, looking at me reproachfully as though calling upon me to save him. Last night, while I was in my grandmother's room, I thought I saw him standing there, and heard his voice just as he used to speak. And in the night I woke up and I thought I heard him whisper, 'Peggy, it is better to tell the truth.' This morning I could endure it no longer, and I came across to find you."
"You have known him before, then?"
"Yes." The girl met Colwyn's grave glance with clear, unafraid eyes. "I did not tell you before, not because I was afraid to trust you, for I liked you from the first, but I was afraid that if I told you all, you would think him guilty and not try to help him. And when you spoke to me on the marshes that day, you believed he might be innocent."
"How do you know that?"
"I heard you say so to that police officer, Superintendent Galloway, after dinner at the first night you were at Flegne. I was passing the bar parlour when you and he were talking about the murder, and I heard you say that you thought somebody else might have done it. The day after, when you saw me on the marshes, I was frightened to tell you the truth, because I thought if you knew it, you might go away and not try to save him."
"You had better tell the whole truth to me now. Nothing you can say now will make it worse for Penreath, and it may be possible to help him. When did you first meet him?"
"Nearly 3 weeks before it happened. I used to go out for long walks when I could get away from my grandmother, and this day I walked nearly as far as Leyland. He came walking along the sands a little while afterwards, and he looked at me as he passed. Presently he came back again, and stopped to ask me if there was a shorter way back to Durrington than by the coast road. I told him I didn't know, and he stopped to talk to me for a while. He told me he was in Norfolk for a holiday, and was spending the time in country rambles. I will tell you the whole truth. I returned to the headland next day in the hope that I might see him again. After I had been there a little while, I saw him walking along the sands. He waved his hand when he saw me, as though we had been old friends, and that afternoon we stayed talking much longer. I saw him nearly every afternoon after that. Whenever I could get away, I walked down to the headland, and he was always there. The spot where we used to meet was hidden from the road by some fir trees, and I do not think we were ever seen by anybody. He told me all about himself, but I did not tell him anything about myself or my home. I knew that he was a gentleman. I thought if I told him that my father kept an inn, he might not want to see me any more. I could not bear that. I told him my Christian name, and he liked it, and used to call me by it, but I would not tell him my other name. The night that he came to the inn, I met him in the afternoon at the headland as usual, and we stayed talking till it was time for me to go home. He was very troubled that day, and it grieved me to see him looking so white and ill. When I questioned him, he told me that he had been slightly ill that morning, and that he was very much worried about money matters. I felt very unhappy to think that he was troubled about money, and when he saw that, he said he was sorry he had told me. When I left him, it was later than usual. I was supposed to look after my grandmother every afternoon, and when I went to the headland, I usually got Anne to sit in her room till I returned. I was always careful to get back before my father came in from fishing on the marshes. He would have been very angry if he'd returned and found me absent, and I should not have been able to get out again. It was nearly 4 that afternoon when I left the headland, and I walked very quick so as to be back in time. It was getting on towards dusk when I reached home. I went straight up to my grandmother's room, so that Anne could go down and get dinner for Mr. Glenthorpe, who usually came in about dark. I sat with my grandmother till past 6 o'clock, and then, as Anne hadn't brought grandmother's tea, I went down to the kitchen to get it myself. Anne was very busy getting dinner, and she told me a young gentleman had arrived at the inn half an hour before, and he was going to dine upstairs with Mr. Glenthorpe and stay for the night. I was surprised, for we rarely had visitors in the inn. I asked Anne some questions about him, but she could tell me very little. Charles, the waiter, came into the kitchen to get the things ready to take upstairs, and he told me that the visitor was young, good-looking, and seemed a gentleman. I got grandmother's tea ready, and was carrying it along the passage from the kitchen, when I fancy I heard Mr. Penreath's voice in the bar parlour. I thought at first that I must be mistaken. Then the door of the parlour opened, and Mr. Glenthorpe and Mr. Penreath came out. I was so surprised and frightened I almost dropped the tray I was carrying. If they had looked down the side passage they would have seen me, but he and Mr. Glenthorpe turned the other way and went upstairs. Then Charles came along carrying a dinner tray and went upstairs also. I knew then that Mr. Penreath was the gentleman who was going to dine with Mr. Glenthorpe and stay the night. I did not know what to do. I took my grandmother's tea upstairs and crept past the room where they were having dinner, because I did not want him to see me till I had made up my mind what to do. The door was shut and they couldn't see me, though I could hear them talking inside. When I got to my grandmother's room, I tried to think what was best to do. My first thought was that he had found out who I was. Then it seemed to me that he might have come by accident, in some way that I didn't understand, because why should he dine with Mr. Glenthorpe and stay with him if he had come to see me? Then I wondered if it were possible that he knew Mr. Glenthorpe, who was a gentleman like himself, and had come to ask him to help him. I had never told him anything about Mr. Glenthorpe or myself. I determined to try to see him that night, to let him know that the inn was my home. If he had come to the inn by accident, it was better that he should not meet me in front of my father, because in his surprise he might say that he had met me before. My father would have been very angry if he knew I'd been meeting a stranger. So I went along the passage several times in the hope of seeing him as he came from dinner. But once my father was going into the room where they were having dinner, and he nearly saw me, so I dared not go again. A little after 10 o'clock my grandmother began to get restless, as she always does when a storm is coming on, and I had to stay with her to keep her quiet. I can do no more with her than anybody else when she is like that, and it is not safe to leave her. Sometimes my father goes and sits with her a while before he goes to bed, but this night he did not. She got very bad as the storm came on, and while it lasted I sat alongside of her holding her hand and soothing her. After about half an hour the rain ceased as suddenly as it had commenced, and grandmother fell asleep. I knew she was all right until the morning, so I left her for the night. As I turned to go to my room, I thought I saw a light in the other passage, and I went down to see what it was. I thought perhaps Mr. Penreath might be waiting up, reading before going to bed. I crept along to the bend of the passage and looked down it, thinking perhaps I might see him and speak to him. There was nobody in the passage, but the door of Mr. Glenthorpe's room was half open, and the light was streaming through it. I do not know really what took me to Mr. Glenthorpe's room. I have tried to think it out clearly since, but I cannot. I know I was distressed and troubled about Mr. Penreath's presence at the inn, and I was afraid he would be cross and angry with me for not having told him the truth about myself. And before that, when I was walking home after meeting him that afternoon, I had been unhappy about his wanting money, and wished that I could do something to help him. These thoughts kept going through my head as I sat with grandmother during the storm. When I saw the door of Mr. Glenthorpe's room open and the light burning, all these thoughts seemed to come back to my head together. I remembered how good and kind Mr. Glenthorpe had always been to me. I had heard my father tell Charles that morning that Mr. Glenthorpe had gone to the bank at Heathfield that day to draw out a large sum of money to buy Mr. Cranley's field. I think I had a confused idea that I would go and confide in Mr. Glenthorpe and ask him to help Mr. Penreath. Perhaps I have not made myself very clear about this, but I do not remember very clearly myself, for I acted on a sudden impulse, and ran along the passage quickly in case he should shut the door before he got there, because I knew if he did that I should not have the courage to knock. Through the half-open door I could see the inside of the room between the door and the window. It seemed to me to be empty. I gave a little tap at the door, but there was no reply. It was then that I noticed that the bedroom window was wide open, and that a current of air was blowing into the room and causing the light behind the door to cast flickering shadows across the room. That struck me as strange. I knew Mr. Glenthorpe always used a reading lamp, never a candle, and I knew that the reading lamp wouldn't cast shadows because of the lamp glass. I do not know what I feared, but I know a dreadful shiver of fear crept over me, and that some force stronger than myself seemed to compel me to step inside the room in spite of my fears. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He was lying on the bed, quite dead. There was blood on his breast, and his hands were held out, as though he had tried to push off the man who had killed him. On the table, by the head of the bed, was a lighted candle, and it was the light of the candle which had cast the flickering shadows I had seen before entering the room. On the bed near the pillow was a matchbox, and I remember picking it up and placing it in the candlestick mechanically, for I am sure I did not know what I was doing, and I did not recall the act till afterwards. I have a clearer recollection of touching something with my foot and stooping to pick it up. It was a knife, a white-handled knife, with blood on the blade, and as I stood there with it in my hand, there came to my mind clear and distinct the memory of having seen that knife on the dinner tray Charles had carried past me upstairs, as I stood in the passage near the kitchen, where I first discovered that Mr. Penreath was in the house. I do not know how long I stood there with the knife in my hand looking at the body. Perhaps it was not more than a moment. There seemed to be two individualities in me, one urging me to fly, the other keeping me rooted to the spot, petrified. Then I heard a sound downstairs. A wild panic came over me, and my head grew dizzy. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed full of mocking eyes, and I thought I heard stealthy steps creeping up the stairs. I dared not stay where I was, but I was too afraid to go out in the passage in the dark. Then my eyes fell on the candle, and I picked it up and was going to rush from the room when I remembered that I had the knife in my hand. I did not know what to do with it. I wanted to shield him, but some feeling within me would not let me carry it away. I looked round the room for somewhere to hide it, and my eye fell on a picture against the wall close to the door. Quick as a thought, I put the knife behind the picture as I ran from the room. There was nobody in the passage, and I gained my own room and locked the door. I think I must have fainted or become unconscious, for I remember nothing more after throwing myself on my bed, and when I came to my senses the dawn was creeping in through my bedroom window. I was very cold and dazed. I crept into bed without taking off my clothes and fell asleep. When I awoke it was broad daylight, and as I lay in bed I heard the kitchen clock chime 7. I got up and went into grandmother's room. A little while afterwards Anne came up with some tea, and she told me that Mr. Penreath had gone away early, without having any breakfast. She told me that she had found Mr. Glenthorpe's room empty, with the key in the outside of the door. She was afraid something had happened to him, so she had sent for Constable Queensmead. I did not tell her what I had seen in the night. I wanted to be alone to think. I could not understand how Mr. Glenthorpe's body had disappeared from his room. I think I hoped that I would presently wake up and find that what I had seen during the night was some terrible dream, but Anne came up a little later and told me that Mr. Glenthorpe's body had been discovered in the pit on the rise, and that Mr. Ronald, as she called Mr. Penreath, was suspected of having murdered him. When she told me that, I felt as though my blood turned to ice. I knew it was true. I knew that he had killed Mr. Glenthorpe because he wanted money, but I knew that in spite of all, I wanted to shield and help him. I kept in my grandmother's room all day, determined to keep silence and tell nobody about what I had seen during the night. The one thing that worried me was the knife which I had put behind the picture on the wall. I tried once to go into the room and get it, but the door was locked, and I dared not ask for the key. Then in the afternoon the police came from Durrington. I did not know who you were when you came with them into my grandmother's room, but as soon as I saw you I was afraid, though I tried hard not to let you see it. I knew you were cleverer than the others, but your eyes seemed to go right into mine and search my soul. I asked my father afterwards who you were, and he said your name was Mr. Colwyn, and that you were a London detective. I had read about you. I knew that you were famous and clever, and after seeing you I felt that you would be sure to discover my secret and put Mr. Penreath in prison. That night when I was downstairs I heard you and the police officer talking in the room where you had dined, and I listened at the door. When I heard you say you were not certain who had committed the murder, I was very much surprised, because up until then I felt quite certain that you would think Mr. Penreath was guilty. I believed if you found the knife you would alter your opinion, and having told me that the police knew that Mr. Glenthorpe had been murdered with a knife which Mr. Penreath had used at dinner, the idea came into my head that if I could get the knife before you found it, you might go on thinking that somebody else had committed the crime and perhaps persuade the police to think so as well. I made up my mind I would go into the room that night and get the knife. I knew that door was locked, and that the police officer had placed the key on the mantelpiece in the bar parlour. During the evening I kept downstairs at the back of the passage waiting for an opportunity to get it. You both stayed there so long I did not think I should get the chance. After you went upstairs to bed, Mr. Galloway called Charles to get him some brandy. Charles came out of his room to get it. Mr. Galloway followed him into the bar. While he was there, I slipped into the room and got the key, and left the key of my own room in its place. I did not think the police officer would notice the difference, but it was a risk I had to take. Then I ran up to my room. Although I had got the key, I was for some time afraid to use it. I could not bear the thought of going into that room, and to get there I had to go past your door. I did not like that. Then I crept out along the passage as quietly as I could, carrying my shoes, for I had made up my mind that after I got the knife I would take it across the marshes to the breakwater and throw it into the sea. That was the one place where I felt sure you would not find it. I carried a candle in my hand, but I dared not light it until I got past your door in case you were awake and saw the light. When I reached Mr. Glenthorpe's room, I lit the candle and unlocked the door, turning the key as gently as I could, but it made a noise, and as I stood listening I thought I heard a movement in your room. I blew out the candle, stepped inside the room, took the key out, and locked the door on the inside. I do not know how long I stood there listening in the dark, but I know that I was not frightened as I had expected to be, at first. I kept telling myself that Mr. Glenthorpe had always been kind to me while he was alive, and that he would not harm me now that he was dead. I did not look towards the bed, but kept close to the door, straining my ears to catch any sound of the passage outside. But after a while I began to get frightened in that dark room with the door locked, and dreadful thoughts came into my mind. I remembered a story I had read about a man who was locked up all night in a room with a dead body, and was found mad in the morning, and the position of the corpse had changed. It seemed to me as though Mr. Glenthorpe was sitting up in bed looking at me, but I dared not turn round to see. I knew that I must get out that room or scream. I lit the candle, felt for the knife behind the picture, and opened the door. As soon as the candle was alight, I felt braver, and I looked out the door before going down the passage. I could see nothing. All seemed quiet, so I came out the room and locked the door behind me and went downstairs. Once I was outside the house and could see the friendly stars, all my fears vanished. I know the marshes so well that I can find my way across them at any time, and in my heart I had the feeling that I had been brave and helped him. When I had thrown the knife into the sea from the breakwater, I felt almost light-hearted, and when I reached my room again, I fell asleep as soon as I got into bed. Until you spoke to me the next day, I had no idea that you had seen and followed me, but I knew it the moment you stopped me and said you wanted to speak to me. Then I realized you had watched me, and the story I told you to account for my visit to the room came into my head. I did not know whether you believed me or not, but I did not care much, because I knew you could not have seen what I threw into the sea. That secret was safe as long as I kept silence, and you couldn't make me speak against my will." Peggy, as she concluded, glanced up wistfully to see how her companion received her story, but she could learn nothing from the detective's inscrutable face. Colwyn, on his part, was thinking rapidly. He believed that the innkeeper's daughter, yielding to the strain of a secret too heavy to be borne alone, had this time told him the truth. But as he ran over the main points of her narrative in his mind, he could not see that it shed any additional light on the murder. The only new fact that she had revealed was that she and Penreath had been acquainted before. She had also, perhaps unconsciously, given away the fact that she and Penreath were in love with each other. At all events, her story proved that she was so deeply in love with Penreath that she had displayed unusual force of character in her efforts to shield him. But that knowledge did not carry them any further towards the solution of the mystery. It was with but a faint hope of eliciting anything of real value that he turned to her and said, "There is one point of your story on which I am not quite clear. You said that in the morning, when you heard of the recovery of Mr. Glenthorpe's body from the pit, you knew that Mr. Penreath was the murderer. Why were you so sure of that? Was it because you picked up the knife with which the murder was committed? The knife was a clue. The police theory, of course, is that Penreath secreted the knife at the dinner table for the purpose of committing the murder. but by itself it was hardly a convincing clue. Was there something else that made you feel sure he was guilty of this crime? Yes, there was something else, she repeated slowly. I thought as much, and that something else was the matchbox. Is that not so? Yes, it was the matchbox, she repeated again, this time almost in a whisper. What was there about the matchbox that made you feel so certain? Must I tell you that? She said, looking at him helplessly. Of course you must tell me. Colwyn's face was stern. As I told you before, nothing you can do or say can hurt him now, and the only hope of helping him is by telling the whole truth. It was his matchbox. It had his monogram on it. You have brought it with you? For answer she took something from the bosom of her dress and laid it, with a heartbroken look, in Colwyn's hand. The article was a small matchbox, with a regimental badge in enamel on one side, and on the other some initials in monogram. Colwyn examined it closely. I see the initials are J.R.P., he said. How did you know they were his initials? You knew his name? Yes. He used to light cigarettes with the matches from that matchbox when I was with him, and one day I asked him to show it to me. He did so, and I asked him what the initials were for, and he told me they stood for his own name, James Ronald Penreath. And then he told me much about himself and his family, and he said he cared for me, but he was not free. She gave out the last few words in a low tone, and stood looking at him like a girl who had exposed the most sacred secret of her heart in order to help her lover. But Colwyn was not looking at her. He had opened the matchbox and was shaking out the few matches which remained in the interior. They fell, half a dozen of them, into the palm of his hand. They were wax matches with blue heads. A sudden light leapt into the detective's eyes as he saw them, a look so strange and angry that the girl, who was watching him, recoiled a little. "What is it? What have you found?" she cried. "It is a pity you did not tell me the truth in the first instance, instead of deceiving me," he retorted harshly. "Listen to me. Does any one at the inn know of your visit to me today? I do not suppose they do, but I want to make sure." "Nobody. I told them I was going to Leyland to see the dressmaker." "So much the better." Colwyn looked at his watch. "You have just time to catch the 1:30 train back. You had better go at once. I will go to the inn some time this evening, but you must not let any one know that I am coming, or that you have seen me today. Do you understand? Can I depend on you?" "Yes," she replied. "I will do anything you tell me. But, oh, do tell me before I go whether you are going to save him." "I cannot say that," he replied in a gentler voice. "But I am going to try to help him. Go at once, or you will not catch the train." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn formed his plans on his way back to the hotel. He stopped at the office as he went in to lunch, and informed the lady clerk that he had changed his mind about leaving, and would keep on his room, but expected to be away in the country for 2 or 3 days. The lady clerk, who had mischievous eyes and wore her hair fluffed, asked the detective if he had been successful in finding the young lady who had called to see him. On Colwyn gravely informing her that he had, she smiled. It was obvious that she scented a romance in the guest's changed plans. As the detective wished to attract as little attention as possible in the renewed investigations he was about to make, he decided not to take his car to Flegne. After lunch he packed a few necessaries in a handbag, and caught the afternoon train to Heathfield. Arriving at the wayside station, he asked the elderly functionary who acted as station master, porter, and station cleaner, the nearest way across country to Flegne, and, receiving the most explicit instructions in a thick Norfolk dialect, set out with his handbag. The road journey to Flegne was 5 miles. By the footpath across the fields it was something less than 4, and Colwyn, walking briskly, reached the rise above the marshes in a little less than an hour. The village on the edge of the marshes looked grey and cheerless and deserted in the dull afternoon light, and the sighing wind brought from the North Sea the bitter foretaste of winter. The inn was cut off from the village by a new accession of marsh water, which had thrust a slimy tongue across the road, forming a pool in which frogs were vociferously astir. As Colwyn descended the rise, the front door of the inn opened, and the gaunt figure of the innkeeper emerged, carrying some fishing lines in his hands. He paused beneath the inn signboard, the rusty swinging anchor, and looked up at the sky, which was lowering and black. As he did so, he turned and saw Colwyn. He waited for him to approach, and left it to the visitor to speak first. He showed no surprise at Colwyn's appearance, but his bird-like face did not readily lend itself to the expression of human emotions. It would have been almost as easy for a toucan to display joy, grief, or surprise. "Good afternoon, Benson," said the detective cheerfully. "Going to be rather wet for a fishing excursion, isn't it?"
"That's just what I can't make up my mind, sir," replied the other. "Clouds like these do not always mean rain in this part of the world. The clouds seem to gather over the marshes more, and sometimes they hang like this for days without rain. But I do not think I'll go fishing tonight. The rain in these parts goes through you in no time, and there's no shelter on the marshes."
"In that case you'll be able to attend to me."
"I'd do that in any case, sir," replied the other quickly.
"I think of spending a few days here before returning to London. I am interested in archaeological research, and this part of the Norfolk coast is exceedingly rich in archaeological and prehistoric remains, as of course you are well aware."
"Yes, sir. Many scientific gentlemen used to visit the place at one time. We had one who stayed at the inn for a short time last year, Dr. Gardiner. Perhaps you have heard of him. He was very interested in the hut circles on the rise, and when he went back to London he wrote a book about them. Then there was poor Mr. Glenthorpe. He was never tired of talking of the ancient things which were under the earth hereabouts."
"Quite so. I should like to make a few investigations on my own account. That is why I have come over this afternoon. I have left my car and my luggage at Durrington, where I have been staying, thinking you might find it easier to put me up without them. I presume you can accommodate me, Benson?"
"Well, sir, you know the place is rough, and I haven't much to offer you, but if you do not mind that—"
"Not in the least. You need not go to any trouble on my account."
"Then, sir, I shall be pleased to do what I can to make you comfortable. Will you step inside? This way, sir. I must ask Anne about your room before I can take you upstairs."
The innkeeper opened the door of the bar parlour and asked Colwyn to excuse him while he consulted the servant. He returned in a few minutes with Anne lumbering in his wake. The stout countrywoman bobbed at the sight of the detective and proceeded to explain in apologetic tones, with sundry catches of the breath and jelly-like movements of her fat frame, that she was sorry being caught unawares and not expecting visitors, but the fact was that Mr. Colwyn couldn't have the room he slept in before, because she had given it a good turn out that day, and everything was upside down, to say nothing of it being as damp could be. There was only poor Mr. Glenthorpe's room, of course that wouldn't do, and the room next, which the poor young gentleman had slept in. Would Mr. Colwyn mind having that room? If he didn't mind, she could make it quite comfortable, and would have clean sheets aired in front of the kitchen fire in no time. Colwyn felt that he had reason to congratulate himself that he had been asked to occupy the very room which he desired to examine closely. The lucky accident of turning out the other room would save him a midnight prowl from the one room to the other, with a possible risk of detection. He told Anne that the room Mr. Penreath had slept in would do very well, and assured her that she was not to bother on his account. But Anne was determined to worry, and her mind was no sooner relieved about the bedroom than she propounded the problem of dinner. She had been taken unawares in that direction also. There was nothing in the house but a little cold mutton and some hare soup left over from the previous day. If she warmed up a plateful of soup, it was lovely soup, and had set into a perfect jelly, and made rissoles of the mutton, and sent them to the table with some vegetables, with a pudding to follow, would that do? Colwyn replied smilingly that that would do excellently, and Anne withdrew, promising to serve the meal within the hour. Colwyn passed that time in the bar parlour. The innkeeper, of his own accord, brought in some of the famous smuggled brandy, and willingly accepted the detective's invitation to drink a glass of it. With an old-fashioned, long-footed liqueur glass of the brown brandy in front of him, the innkeeper waxed more loquacious than Colwyn had yet found him, and related many strange tales of the old smuggling days of the inn, when cargoes of brandy were landed on the coast, and stowed away in the inn's subterranean passages, almost under the noses of the excise officers. According to local history, the inn had been built into the hillside to afford better lurking places for those who were continually at variance with His Majesty's excise officers. There was one local worthy named Cranley, the lawless ancestor of the yeoman who had sold the piece of land to Mr. Glenthorpe, who was reported to be the most brazen smuggler in Norfolk, which was saying something, considering the greater portion of the coastal population were engaged in smuggling in those days. Cranley was a local hero, with a hero's love for the brandy he smuggled so freely, and tradition declared of him that on one occasion he set light to some barns and hayricks in order to warn some of his smuggling companions who were running a cargo that a trap had been laid for them. The farmers who had suffered by the blaze had sought to carry Cranley before the justices, but he, with a few choice spirits, had barricaded himself in the inn, defying the countryside for months, subsisting on bread and brandy, and shooting from the circular windows on the south side of the house at the soldiers sent to take him. Local tradition varied as to the ultimate fate of Cranley and his desperate band. According to some authorities, they escaped through the marshes and put to sea, but another version of the story declared that they had been captured and tried in the inn, and then ingloriously hanged one after the other from the stanchion outside the door from which the anchor suspended. This version added the touch that Cranley's last request was for a bumper of the famous old brandy he had lost his life for, and when it was given him he quaffed it to the bottom, dashed the cup in the hangman's face, and swung himself off into eternity. Confirmatory evidence of the siege of Cranley and his merry men was to be seen in the outside wall, which was dinted with bullet marks made by the king's troops as they tried to hit the smugglers, firing through the circular windows. The innkeeper rambled on in this fashion until the entry of Charles with a tablecloth reminded him of the flight of time, and he withdrew with a halting apology for having sat there talking so long. The fat waiter saluted Colwyn with a grave bow and proceeded to lay the cloth. When he had done this, he left the room and returned with a bottle of claret, which he put down in front of the fire and proceeded to warm the wine, keeping his hand on the bottle as he did so. Then he lifted the bottle and held it to the light before setting it carefully on the table. "Your knowledge of wine is not much use to you in flaying, Charles," remarked Colwyn. "You do not belong to these parts, I fancy."
"No, sir. I'm a Londoner, born and bred," replied the waiter in his soft whisper.
"Why did you leave it? Londoners, as a rule, prefer their city to any other part of the world."
"I starve there now that my hearing is gone. London takes everything from you, but gives you nothing in return. I'm only too grateful to Mr. Benson for employing me here, considering the nature of my affliction. No London hotel would give me a job now, but though I do say it, sir, I think I make myself useful to Mr. Benson, and earn my keep and the few shillings he gives me. I save him all the trouble I can."
This was undoubtedly true, as Colwyn had observed during his former visit to the inn. The deaf waiter was, to all intents and purposes, the real manager of the inn, leaving the innkeeper free to pursue his solitary life while he attended to the bar and cellar, helped Anne with the work, and waited on infrequent travellers. Doubtless the arrangement suited both, though it could not have been profitable to either, for there was little more than a bare living for one in such a place. Looking up suddenly from his plate, Colwyn caught the waiter's black eyes fixed on him in a keen, penetrating gaze. Meeting the detective's eyes, Charles instantly lowered his own, but for the latter action Colwyn would have thought nothing of the incident, for he was aware that Charles, on account of his deafness, had to watch the lips of people he was serving in order to read their lips. But if Charles had been merely watching for him to speak, he would not have felt impelled to avert his gaze when detected. The sudden lowering of his eyes was the swift, unconscious action of a man taken by surprise. The detective realised that Charles did not accept the reason he had given to account for his second visit to the inn. Charles evidently suspected that the reason masked some ulterior motive. Colwyn finished his dinner and produced his cigar case. Selecting a cigar, he lit it with a match from the box Peggy had given him that day. "Have you ever seen this box before, Charles?" he said, placing the box on the table. The waiter picked up the little silver and enamel box and examined it attentively.
"I have, sir," he said, handing it back. "It is Mr. Penreath's."
"How do you recognise it?"
"By the letters in enamel, sir. I noticed them that night at the dinner table, when I was holding Mr. Penreath's candlestick while he lit it with a match from that box."
"Did he put it back in his pocket after lighting the candle?"
"Yes, sir, into his vest pocket."
"It was picked up in Mr. Glenthorpe's room after the murder was committed. A strong clue, Charles. Many a man has been hanged on less."
"No doubt, sir."
The waiter, balancing a tray on his deformed arm, proceeded to clear the table. When he had completed his task, he asked the detective if he needed him any more, because if he did not it was time for him to go into the bar. On Colwyn saying that he needed nothing further, he noiselessly withdrew, steadying the loaded tray with his sound hand. Colwyn spent the evening sitting by the fire smoking. It was fortunate he had plenty to think about, for the inn did not offer any resources in the way of reading to occupy the mind of the chance visitor to its roof. There were a few books in the recess by the fireplace, but they consisted of bound volumes of the Norfolk Sporting Gazette from 1860 to 1870, with an odd volume on Fishing on the Broads, and an obsolete Farmer's Annual. The past occupants of the inn had evidently been keen sportsmen, for there were specimens of stuffed fowl and fish ranged in glass cases around the walls, and 2 old rusty fowling pieces and a fishing rod hung suspended near the ceiling. Shortly after 9 o'clock the innkeeper entered the room with a candlestick which he placed on the table. He explained that it was his custom to go upstairs early, in order to sit with his mother for a little while before he retired. The poor soul looked for it, he said, and grew restless if he was late. "Who is sitting with her at present?" inquired the detective.
"My daughter, sir. She always waits till I go up."
"You never leave her alone, then?"
"Only at night time, sir. The doctor told me she could be safely left at night. She sleeps fairly well, considering, though when there's wild weather I always go into her. The sound of the wind shrieking across the marshes from the sea excites her, and we get a lot of that sort of weather on the Norfolk coast, particularly in the winter months. I wish I could afford to have her better looked after, but I cannot, and that's the long and short of it."
"Things are pretty bad with you, Benson?"
"Very bad indeed, sir. It keeps me awake at night, wondering where it's all going to end. However, I don't want to burden you with my troubles. I suppose we all have our own to bear. I merely came in to bring your candlestick and to ask you if there is anything you want before I go to bed. Charles is gone to his room, but Anne is still up."
"Tell Anne she need not sit up on my account. I need nothing further, and I can find my way to my room. Is it ready yet?"
"Quite, sir. Anne has just been up there putting on some fresh sheets. Perhaps you wouldn't mind turning off the gas at the meter as you go up. It is just underneath the stairs. If you would not mind the trouble, Anne could then go to bed. We keep early hours here as a rule. There is nothing to sit up for."
"I'll turn off the gas. I know where the meter is. How is it, Benson, that the gas is laid on in only 2 of the rooms upstairs, the rooms Mr. Glenthorpe used to occupy? It would have been an easy matter to lay it on to the adjoining rooms, once the pipes had been taken upstairs."
"That's quite true, sir, but the gas was taken upstairs on Mr. Glenthorpe's account, shortly after he came here. He thought you would like it, and he paid the bill for having it fixed. But after it was laid on, he rarely used it. He said he found the gaslight trying for his eyes when he wanted to read in bed, so he got a reading lamp."
"And yet the gas tap was partly turned on in his room the morning after the murder," remarked Colwyn meditatively.
"Perhaps the murderer turned it on,"
suggested the innkeeper in a low tone. But there was a slight tremor in his voice that did not escape the keen ears of the detective. "That is possible, but the point was not cleared up at the trial. It probably never will be now," he replied, eyeing the innkeeper attentively. "And the incandescent burner was broken too. Have you had a new burner attached, Benson?"
"No, sir. The room has never been used since."
"It's a queer thing about that broken burner. That's another point in this case that was not cleared up at the trial. Who do you think broke it?"
"How should I know, sir?"
His bird's eyes in their troubled shadow turned uneasily from the detective's glance. "Nevertheless, you can hazard an opinion. Why not? The case is over and done with now, and Penreath, or Ronald as he called himself, is condemned to death. So who do you think broke that burner, Benson?"
"Who else but the murderer, sir?"
"That's the police theory, I know, but I doubt whether Penreath was tall enough to strike it with his head. It's more than 6 feet from the ground." The detective threw a critical glance over the innkeeper's figure as though he were measuring his height with his eye. "You are well over 6 feet, Benson. You might have done it." It was a chance shot, but the effect was remarkable. The innkeeper swung his small head on top of his long neck in the direction of the detective, with a strange gesture, like a pinioned eagle twisting in a trap.
"What makes you say that?"
he cried, and his voice had a new and strident tone.
"I had nothing whatever to do with it."
"What do you mean?" replied the detective sternly. "What do you suppose I am suggesting?"
"I beg your pardon, sir," replied the other. "The fact is I have not been myself for some time past."
His voice broke off in an odd tremor, and Colwyn noticed that the long, thin hand he stretched out, as though to deprecate his previous violence, was shaking violently. "What's the matter with you, man?" The detective eyed him keenly. "Your nerve has gone."
"I know it has, sir. What happened in this house a fortnight ago upset me terribly, and I haven't got over it yet. I have other troubles as well, private troubles.
I've had to sit up with Mother a good deal lately."
"You'd better take a few doses of bromide," said the detective brusquely. "A man with your nerves should not live in a place like this. You'd better go to bed now. Good night."
"Good night, sir."
The innkeeper hurried out of the room without another word. Colwyn sat by the fire for some time longer, pondering over this unexpected incident, until the kitchen clock chiming 11 warned him to go to bed. He turned off the gas at the meter underneath the stairs as Benson had requested. When he reached the room in which Mr. Glenthorpe had been murdered, he paused outside the door and turned the handle. The door was locked. As he was about to enter the adjoining bedroom which had been allotted to him, a slender pencil of light pierced the darkness of the passage leading off the one in which he stood. As he watched, the gleam grew brighter and broader. Somebody was walking along the other passage. A moment later the innkeeper's daughter came into view, carrying a candle. She advanced quickly to where the detective was standing. "I heard you coming upstairs," she explained in a whisper. "I've been waiting and listening at my door. I wanted to see you, but it is difficult for me to do so without the others knowing, so I thought I would wait. I wanted to let you know that if you wish to see me at any time, if you need me to do anything, perhaps you would put a note on my door, and I could meet you down by the breakwater any time you appoint. Nobody would see us there." Colwyn nodded approvingly. Decidedly, this girl was not lacking in resource and intelligence. "I am so glad you are here," she went on earnestly. "I was afraid after I left you today you might change your mind. I waited at one of the upstairs windows all afternoon till I saw you coming. You will save him, won't you?" She looked up at him with a faint smile, which, slight as it was, gave her face a new rare beauty. "I will try," responded Colwyn gravely. "Can you tell me where the key of Mr. Glenthorpe's room is kept?" "It hangs in the kitchen. Do you want it? I'll get it for you. If Anne or Charles see me, they will not think it as strange as if they saw you." She was so eager to be of use to him that she did not wait for his reply, but ran quickly and noiselessly along the passage and down the stairs. In a very brief space she returned with the key, which she placed in his hand. "Is there anything else I can do?" she asked. "Nothing, except to tell me where you got the key. I want to put it back again without anybody knowing it has been used." "It hangs on the kitchen dresser, the second hook. You cannot mistake it, because there is a padlock key and one of my father's fishing lines hanging on the same hook." "Then that is all you can do. I will let you know if I want to see you at any time." "Thank you. Good night." She was gone without another word. Colwyn stood at his door watching her until she disappeared into the passage which led to her own room. Then he turned into his bedroom and shut the door behind him. He walked to the window and threw it open. The sea mist, driving over the silent marshes like a cloud, touched his face coldly as he stood there meditating on the strange turn of events which had brought him back to the inn to pursue his investigations into the murder at the point where he had left them more than a fortnight before. In that brief period how much had happened! Penreath had been tried and sentenced to death for a crime which Colwyn now believed he had not committed. Chance, no, destiny, by placing in his hand a significant clue, had directed his footsteps thither, and left it for his intelligence to atone for his past blunder before it was too late. It was with a feeling that the hand of destiny was upon him that Colwyn turned from the window and regarded the little room with keen curiosity. Its drab interior held a secret which was a challenge to his intelligence to discover. What had happened in that room the night Ronald slept there? He noted the articles of furniture one by one. Nothing seemed changed since he had last been in the room, the day after the murder was committed. There was a washstand near the window, chest of drawers, a dressing table, and a large wardrobe at the side of the bed. Colwyn looked at this last piece of furniture with the same interest he felt when he saw it the first time. It was far too big and cumbrous a wardrobe for so small a room, about 8 feet high and 5 feet in width, and it was placed in the most inconvenient part of the room, by the side of the bed, not far from the wall which abutted on the passage. He opened its double doors and looked within. The wardrobe was empty. Colwyn made a methodical search of the room in the hope of discovering something which would throw light on the events of the night of the murder. Doubtless the room had not been occupied since Penreath had slept there, and he might have left something behind him, perhaps some forgotten scrap of paper which might help to throw light on this strange and sinister mystery. In the detection of crime, seeming trifles often lead to important discoveries, as nobody was better aware than Colwyn. But though he searched the room with painstaking care, he found nothing. It was while he was thus engaged that a faint rustle aroused his attention, and looking towards the corner of the room whence it proceeded, He saw a large rat crouching by the skirting board, watching him with malevolent eyes. Colwyn looked round for a weapon with which to hit it. The creature seemed to divine his intentions, for it scuttled squeaking across the room and disappeared behind the wardrobe. Colwyn approached the wardrobe and pushed it back. As he did so, he had a curious sensation which he could hardly define. It was as though an unseen presence had entered the room and was silently watching him. His actions seemed not of his own volition. It was as though some force stronger than himself was urging him on. And, withal, he had the uncanny feeling that the whole incident of the rat and the wardrobe, and his share in it, was merely a repetition of something which had happened in the room before. The wardrobe moved much more easily than he had expected, considering its weight and size. There was no rat behind it, but a hole under the skirting showed where the animal had made its escape. But it was the space where the wardrobe had stood that claimed Colwyn's attention. The reason why it had been placed in its previous position was made plain. The damp had penetrated the wall on that side, and had so rotted the wallpaper that a large portion of it had fallen away. In the bare portion of the wall thus revealed, about 2 feet square, was a wooden trapdoor, fastened by a button. Colwyn unfastened the button and opened the door. A black hole gaped at him. The light of the candle showed that the wall was hollow, and the trap opened into the hollow space. There was nothing unusual in such a door in an old house. Colwyn had seen similar doors in other houses, built with old-fashioned thick walls. It was the primitive ventilation of a past generation. The doors, when opened, permitted a free current of air to percolate through the building, and get to the foundations. But a further examination of the hole revealed something which Colwyn had never seen before, a corresponding door on the other side of the wall. The other door opened into the bedroom which had been occupied by Mr. Glenthorpe. Colwyn pushed it with his hand, but it did not yield. It was doubtless fastened with a button on the outside, like the other. Colwyn, scrutinizing the second door closely, noticed that the wood was worm-eaten and shrunken. For that reason it fitted but loosely into the aperture of the wall, and on the one side there was a wide crack which arrested Colwyn's attention. It ran the whole length of the door, along the top, that is, horizontally, and was perhaps 1/4 of an inch wide. With the tightened nerves which presage an important discovery, Colwyn felt for his pocket-knife, opened the largest blade, and thrust it into the crack. It penetrated up to the handle. He ran the knife along the whole length of the crack without difficulty. There was no doubt that it opened into the next room. Colwyn closed the trapdoor carefully, and started to push the wardrobe back into its previous position. As he did so, his eye fell upon several tiny scraps of paper lying in the vacant space. He stooped and picked them up. They were the torn fragments of a pocket-book leaf which had been written upon. Colwyn endeavoured to place the fragments together and read the writing, but some of the pieces were missing, and he could only decipher 2 disjointed words, "Constance" and "forgive." Slowly, almost mechanically, the detective felt for his pipe, lit it, and stood for a long time at the open window, gazing with set eyes into the brooding darkness, wrapped in profound thought, thinking of his discoveries and what they portended. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn was astir with the first glimmering of a grey dawn. He wanted to test the police theory that the murder was committed by climbing from one bedroom to the other, but he did not desire to be discovered in the experiment by any of the inmates of the inn. The window of his bedroom was so small that it was difficult to get through, and there was a drop of more than 8 feet from the ledge to the hillside. After 1 or 2 attempts, Colwyn got out feet foremost, and when half-way through, wriggled his body round until he was able to grasp the window ledge and drop to the ground. The fall caused his heels to sink deeply into the clay of the hillside, which was moist and sticky after the rain. Colwyn closely examined the impression his heels had made, and then walked along until he stood underneath the window of the next room. It was an easy matter to climb through this window, which was larger and closer to the ground, 5 feet from the hillside at the most. Colwyn sprang on to the ledge, and tried the window with his hand. It was unlocked. He pushed up the lower pane, and entered the room. From the window he walked straight to the bedside, noting as he walked that his footsteps left on the carpet crumbs of the red earth from outside, similar to those which had been found in the room the morning after the murder. He next examined the broken incandescent burner in the chandelier in the middle of the room, and took careful measurements of the distances between the gas jet, the bedside, and the door, observing as he did so that the gaslight was almost in line with the foot of the bed. That was a point he had marked previously when Superintendent Galloway had suggested that the incandescent burner was broken by the murderer striking it with the corpse he was carrying. Colwyn had found it difficult to accept that point of view at the time, but now, in the light of recent discoveries and the new theory of the crime which was gradually taking shape in his mind, it seemed almost incredible that the murderer, staggering under the weight of his ghastly burden, should have taken anything but the shortest track to the door. After examining the bed with an attentive eye, Colwyn next looked for the small door in the wall. It was not apparent. The wallpaper appeared to cover the whole of the wall on that side of the room in unbroken continuity, but a closer inspection revealed a slight fissure or crack, barely noticeable in the dark green wallpaper, extending an inch or so beyond a small picture suspended near the door of the room. When the picture was taken down, the crack was more apparent, for it ran nearly the whole length of the space. The door had been papered over when the room was last papered, which was a long time ago, judging by the dingy condition of the wallpaper, and the crack had been caused by the shrinking of the woodwork of the door, as Colwyn had noticed the previous night. Colwyn let himself out of the room with the key Peggy had given him, locked the door behind him, and took the key down to the kitchen. It was still very early, and nobody was stirring. Having hung the key on the hook of the dresser, he returned to his room. At breakfast time that morning, Charles informed him, in his husky whisper, that he had to go over to Heathfield that day to ascertain why the brewer had not sent a consignment of beer, which was several days overdue. Charles's chief regret was that for some hours his guest would be left to the tender mercies of Anne, and he let it be understood that he had the poorest opinion of women as waitresses, but he promised to return in time to minister to Colwyn's comforts at dinner. Somewhat amused, Colwyn told the fat man not to hurry back on his account, as Anne could look after him very well. As Colwyn was smoking a cigar in front of the inn after the breakfast, he saw Charles setting out on his journey, and watched his short fat form toil up the rise and disappear on the other side. Immediately afterwards the gaunt figure of the innkeeper emerged from the inn, prepared for a fishing excursion. He hesitated a moment on seeing Colwyn, then walked towards him and informed him that he was going to have a morning's fishing in a river stream a couple of miles away, having heard good accounts in the bar overnight of the fish there since the recent rain. "Who will look after the inn with both you and Charles away?" asked Colwyn with a smile. The innkeeper, carefully bestowing a fishing line in the capacious side pocket of his faded tweed coat, replied that as the inn was out of beer, and not likely to have any that day, there was not much lost by leaving it. That seemed to exhaust the possibilities of the conversation, but the innkeeper lingered, looking at his guest as though he had something on his mind. "I do not know if you care for fishing, sir," he remarked after a rather lengthy pause. "If you do, I should be happy at any time to show you a little sport. The fishing is very good about this district, as good as anywhere in Norfolk." Colwyn was quick to divine what was passing in the innkeeper's mind. He had been brooding over the incident in the bar parlour of the previous night, and hoped by this awkward courtesy to remove the impression of his overnight rudeness from his visitor's mind. As Colwyn was equally desirous of allaying his fears, he thanked him for his offer and stood chatting with him for some moments. His pleasant and natural manner had the effect of putting the innkeeper at his ease, and there was an obvious air of relief in his bearing as he wished the detective good morning and departed on his fishing expedition. Colwyn spent the morning in a solitary walk along the marshes, thinking over the events of the night and the morning. He returned to the inn for an early lunch, which was served by Anne, who gossiped to him freely of the small events which had constituted the daily life of the village since his previous visit. The principal of these, it seemed, had been the reappearance, after a long period of inaction, of the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit, an apparition which haunted the hut circles on the rise. Colwyn, recalling that Dooney and Backloss imagined that they had encountered a spectre the night they saw Penreath on the edge of the wood, asked Anne who the White Lady was supposed to be. Anne was reticent at first. She admitted that she was a firm believer in the local tradition, which she had imbibed with her mother's milk, but it was held to be unlucky to talk about the White Lady. However, her feminine desire to impart information soon overcome her fears, and she launched forth into full particulars of the legend. It appeared that for generations past the deep pit on the rise in which Mr. Glenthorpe's body had been thrown had been the haunt of a spirit known as the White Lady, who from time to time issued from the depths of the pit clad in a white trailing garment, to wander along the hut circles on the rise, shrieking and sobbing piteously. Whose ghost she was, and why she shrieked, Anne was unable to say. Her appearances were infrequent, with sometimes as long as a year between them, and the timely warning she gave of her coming by shrieking from the depths of the pit before making her appearance, enabled folk to keep indoors and avoid her when she was walking. As long as she wasn't seen by anybody, not much harm was done, but the sight of her was fatal to the beholder, who was sure to come to a swift and violent end. Anne related divers accredited instances of calamity which had followed swiftly upon an encounter with the White Lady, including that of her own sister's husband, who had seen her one night going home, and the very next day had been kicked by a horse and killed on the spot. Anne's grandmother, when a young girl, had heard her shrieking one night when she was going home, but had had the presence of mind to fall flat on her face until the shrieking had ceased, by which means she avoided seeing her, and had died comfortably in her bed at 81 in consequence. Colwyn gathered from the countrywoman's story that the prevailing impression in the village was that Mr. Glenthorpe's murder was due to the interposition of the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit. The White Lady, after a long silence, had been heard to shriek once 2 nights before the murder, but the warning had not deterred Mr. Glenthorpe from taking his nightly walk on the rise, although Anne, out of her liking and respect for the old gentleman, had even ventured to forget her place and beg and implore him not to go. But he had laughed at her, and said that if he met the White Lady he would stop and have a chat with her about her ancestors. Those were his very words, and they made her blood run cold at the time, though she little thought how soon he would be repenting of his foolhardiness in his coffin. If he had only listened to her he might have been alive that blessed day, for she hadn't the slightest doubt he met the White Lady that night in his walk, and his doom was brought about in consequence. Anne concluded by solemnly urging Colwyn, as long as he remained at the inn, to keep indoors at night, as he valued his life, for ever since the murder the White Lady had been particularly active, shrieking nearly every night, as though seeking another victim, and the whole village was frightened to stir out in consequence. Anne had reluctantly to admit that she had never actually heard her shrieking herself. She was a heavy sleeper at any time, but there were those who had, plenty of them. Besides, hadn't he heard that Charles, while shutting up the inn the very night poor Mr. Glenthorpe's body had been taken away, had seen something white on the rise? On Colwyn replying that he had not heard this, Anne assured him the whole village believed that Charles had seen the White Lady, and regarded him as good as dead, and many were the speculations as to the manner in which his inevitable fate would fall. The relation of the legend of the White Lady lasted to the conclusion of lunch, and then Colwyn sauntered outside with a cigar, in order to make another examination of the ground the murderer had covered in going to the pit. The body had been carried out the back way, across the green which separated the inn from the village, and up the rise to the pit. The green was now partly under water, and the track of the footprints leading to the rise had been obliterated by the heavy rains which had fallen since, but the soft surface retained the impression of Colwyn's footsteps, with the same distinctness with which it had held, and afterwards revealed, the track of the man who had carried the corpse to the pit. Colwyn examined the pit closely. The edges were wet and slippery, and in places the earth had been washed away. The sides for some distance down were lined with a thick growth of shrubs and birch. Colwyn knelt down on the edge and peered into the interior of the pit. He tested the strength of the climbing and creeping plants which twisted in snake-like growth in the interior. It seemed to him that it would be a comparatively easy matter to descend into the pit by their support, so far as they went. But how far did they go? While he was thus occupied, he heard the sound of footsteps crashing through the undergrowth of the little wood on the other side of the pit. A moment later a man, carrying a rabbit and followed by a mongrel dog, came into view. It was Dooney. He stared hard at Colwyn and then advanced towards him with a grin of recognition. "You be looking to see how old master was all doing the pit?" he asked. "I was wondering how far the pit ran straight down," replied Colwyn. "It seems to take a slight slope a little way down, does it?" "I don't know nothing about the pit, and I don't want to," replied Mr. Dooney, backing away with a slightly pale face. "Don't you meddle with 'un, master. It's a queer place, this'n." "Why, what's the matter with it?" "Did you never hear this pit's haunted? Like enough nobody tell you. Folk hereabout aren't over fond of talking of the White Lady of Shrieking Pit, for fear it should bring 'un bad luck." "I've been hearing a little about her to-day. Is she any relation of Black Shuck, the ghost dog you were telling me about?"
It's no laughing matter, master. You mind the day that me and Billy Backlog came and told you about us seeing that chap on the edge of yon wood that night? Well, just before we seed un, we heard the rummiest kind of noise, summat atween a moan and a shriek, coming from this here pit. I reckon from what's happened to that chap Ronald since, that it were the White Lady of the pit we heard. It's lucky for us we didn't see un."
"I remember at the time you mentioned something about it."
"Aye, she be a terrible bad sperrit," said Mr. Doonie, wagging his head unctuously. "She comes out of this yer pit, where t' old man was chucked, and wanders about the wood at the rise, a-yelling something awful. It's nowt to hear her. We all heerd her, for that matter, but to see her is to meet a bloody and violent end within the month. That's why they call this here pit Shrieking Pit. I'm thinking that old Mr. Glenthorpe, who was allus fond of walking up this way at night, met her one night, and that'll account for his own bloody end. And it's my belief that she appeared to the young chap who was hiding in the woods that night we saw un, and look what's happened to un. He got to be hanged, which is a violent end, though perhaps not bloody."
"If that's the local belief, I wonder anybody went down to the pit to recover Mr. Glenthorpe's body."
"Nobody would have gone down but Hereward. I wouldn't have gone down for untold gold, but Hereward comes from Broads, and don't know nothing about this part of the marshes. Besides, he ain't no Christian, don't care for no ghost nor spirit. I've often heard un say so."
"Is it true that the White Lady has been seen since Mr. Glenthorpe was murdered?"
"She's been heerd, sure enough. Billy Backlog, who lives closest to the rise, was telling us in the Anchor Bar that she woke him up 2 nights out of the murder, a-yowling like an old tomcat. But Billy know it warn't a cat. It were far more fearsome, with gasps at the end. The deaf fat chap at Benson's arst him what time this might be. Billy said he disremembered the time. Maybe it were 10 or a bit past. Then the fat chap said it were just about that time the same night, as he were shutting up, he saw something white float up to the top of the pit. He thought that time it might be mist, though there warn't much mist on the marshes that night, but now he says he's sure it were the White Lady from the Shrieking Pit that he saw. Then God Almighty help you, poor fat chap, says Billy, looking at him solemn like. The hearing of her is nothing. It's the seeing of her that's the trouble. The poor fat chap had been nigh scared out of his wits ever since, and nobody in the village would go near pit at night times. No, not for a fortin. I ain't sure as it's safe to be here even in the daytimes, though I never heard of her coming out in the light."
Mr. Doonie turned resolutely away from the pit, and called to his dog, who was sitting near the edge, regarding his master with blinking eyes and a lolling tongue.
"I'll be going, in case that Queensmead sees me from the village. I caught this coney fair and square and open, but it'd be hard to make Queensmead believe it. Well, I'll be going. Good morning, master."
He trudged away across the rise, with his dog following at his heels. Colwyn was about to turn away also, when his eye was caught by a scrap of stained and discoloured paper lying near the edge of the pit, where the rain had washed away some of the earth. He stooped and picked it up. It was a slip of white paper, about 5 inches long and perhaps 3 inches in width, quite blank, but with a very apparent watermark, consisting of a number of parallel waving lines, close together, running across the surface. Although the watermark was an unusual one, it seemed strangely familiar to Colwyn, who tried to recall where he had seen it before. But memory is a tricky thing. Although Colwyn's memory instantly recognised the watermark on the paper, he could not for the moment recollect where he had seen it, though it seemed as familiar to him as the face of some old acquaintance whose name he had temporarily forgotten. Colwyn ultimately gave up the effort for the time being, and placed the piece of paper in his pocket-book, knowing that his memory would, sooner or later, perform unconsciously the task it refused to undertake when asked. Colwyn spent the afternoon in another solitary walk, and darkness had set in before he returned to the village. As he reached the inn he glanced towards the hut circles, and was startled to see something white move slowly along by the edge of the Shrieking Pit and vanish in the wood. There was something so weird and ghostly in the spectacle that Colwyn was momentarily astounded by it. Then his eye fell on the sea mist which covered the marshes in a white shroud, and he smiled slightly. It was not the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit he had seen, but a spiral of mist floating across the rise. The sight brought back to his mind the stories he had heard that day, and when he was seated at dinner a little later, he casually asked Charles if he believed in ghosts. The fat man, with a sudden uplifting of his black eyes, as though to ascertain whether Colwyn was speaking seriously, replied that he did not. "I'm surprised to hear of your scepticism, Charles, for I'm told that the apparition from the pit, the White Lady as she is called, has favoured you with a special appearance," said Colwyn, in a bantering tone.
"I see what you mean now, sir. I didn't understand you at first. It was like this. Some of the villagers were talking about this ghost in the bar a few nights back, and one or two of the villagers, who all firmly believed in it, declared that they had heard her wandering about the previous night, moaning and shrieking, as is supposed to be her custom. I, more by way of a joke than anything else, told them I had seen something white on the rise the previous night when I was shutting up the inn, but the whole villagers got it into their heads that I saw the White Lady, and they think because I've seen her I'm a doomed man. The country folk round about here are an ignorant and superstitious lot, sir."
"And did you actually see anything, Charles, on the night you speak of?"
"I saw something, sir, something long and white, like a moving white pillar, if I may so express myself. While I looked it vanished into the woods."
"It was probably mist. I saw something similar this evening."
"Very likely, sir. I do not think it was a ghost."
Colwyn did not pursue the subject further, though he was struck by the wide difference between Charles's account of the incident and that given to him by Dooney at the pit that afternoon. When Charles had cleared the table, Colwyn sat smoking and thinking until late. After he was sure that the rest of the inmates of the inn had retired, he went to the kitchen and took the key of Mr. Glenthorpe's room from the hook of the dresser. When he reached his own bedroom, his first act was to push back the wardrobe and open the trapdoor he had discovered the previous night. He looked at his watch and found that the hour was a little after 11. He decided to wait for half an hour before carrying out the experiment he contemplated. By midnight he would be fairly safe from fear of discovery. He lay down on his bed to pass the intervening time, but he was so tired that he fell asleep almost immediately. He awakened with a start and sat up, staring into the black darkness. For a moment or two he did not realise his surroundings. Then the sound of stealthy footsteps passing his door brought him back to instant wakefulness. The footsteps halted. Outside his door, it seemed to Colwyn. There followed the sound of a hand fumbling with a lock, followed by the shooting of a bolt and the creaking of a door. The truth flashed upon the detective. Somebody was entering the next room. As he listened, there was the scrape of a match, and a moment later a narrow shaft of light streamed through the open wall door into his room. Colwyn got noiselessly off his bed and looked through the crack in the inner small door into the other room. The picture on the other side of the wall narrowed his range of vision, but through the inch or so of crack extending beyond the picture he was able to see clearly that portion of the adjoining bedroom in which the bed stood. Near the bed, examining with the light of a candle the contents of the writing table which stood alongside it, was Benson, the innkeeper. He was searching for something, rummaging through the drawers of the table, taking out papers and envelopes, and tearing them open with a furious, desperate energy, pausing every now and again to look hurriedly over his shoulder as though he expected to see some apparition start up from the shadowy corners. The search was apparently fruitless, for presently he crammed the papers back into the drawers with the same feverish haste, and walking rapidly across the room, passed out of the view of the watcher on the other side, for the picture which hung on the inside wall prevented Colwyn seeing beyond the foot of the bed. Although the innkeeper could not now be seen, the sound of his stealthy quick movements, and the flickering lights cast by the candle he carried, suggested plainly enough that he was continuing his search in that portion of the room which was not visible through the crack. In a few minutes he came back into Colwyn's range of vision, looking dusty and dishevelled, with drops of perspiration starting from his face. With a savage gesture which was akin to despair, he wiped the perspiration from his face and tossed back his long hair from his forehead. It was the first time Colwyn had seen his forehead uncovered, and a thrill ran through him as he noticed a deep bruise high up on the left temple. The next moment the innkeeper walked swiftly out of the room, and Colwyn heard him close the door softly behind him. Colwyn waited a while. When everything seemed quiet, he cautiously opened his door in the dark and tried the door in the adjoining room. It was locked. The innkeeper then had another key which fitted the murdered man's door. And what was he searching for? Money? The treasury notes which Mr. Glenthorpe had drawn out of the bank the day he was murdered, which had never been found? Money? Notes? By one of those hidden and unaccountable processes of the human brain, the association of ideas recalled to Colwyn's mind where he had previously seen the peculiar watermark of waving lines visible on the piece of paper he had picked up at the brink of the pit that afternoon. It was the government watermark of the first issue of War Treasury notes. Colwyn lit his bedroom candle and examined the piece of paper in his pocket book with a new and keen interest. There was no doubt about it. The mark on the dirty blank paper was undoubtedly the Treasury watermark. But how came such a mark, designed exclusively for the protection of the Treasury against banknote forgeries, to appear on a dirty scrap of paper? As he stood there, turning the bit of paper over and over in his hand, puzzling over the problem, the solution flashed into his mind, a solution so simple, yet withal so remarkable, that he hesitated to believe it possible. But a further examination of the paper removed his doubts. Chance had placed in his hand another clue, and the most important he had yet discovered, to help him in the elucidation of the mystery of the murder of Roger Glenthorpe. But to verify that clue it would be necessary for him to descend the pit. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An orange crescent of a waning moon was sinking into a black sky, as Colwyn let himself quietly out of the door and took his way up to the rise. But the darkness of the night was fading fast before the grey dawn of the coming day, and in the marshes below the birds were beginning to stir and call among the reeds. Colwyn waited for the first light of dawn before attempting the descent of the pit. His plan was to climb down by the creepers as far as they went, and descend the remainder of the distance by the rope, which he would fasten to one of the shrubs growing in the interior. He realised that his chances of success depended on the slope of the pit and the depth to which the shrubs grew, but the attempt was well worth making. Assistance would have made the task much easier, but publicity was the thing Colwyn desired most to avoid at that stage of his investigations. There would be time enough to consider the question of seeking help if he failed in his individual effort. He made his plans carefully before commencing the descent. He first tested a rope he had found in the lumber room of the inn. It was thin but strong, and capable of bearing the weight of a heavier man than himself. The rope was not more than 15 feet in length, but if the hardy climbing plants which lined the sides of the pit were capable of supporting him 10 or 12 feet down, that length should be sufficient for his purpose. Having tested the rope and coiled it, he slipped it into the right-hand pocket of his coat, with one end hanging out. Next he opened his knife and placed it with a candle and a box of matches in his other pocket. Then, turning on his electric torch, he lowered himself cautiously into the pit by the creepers which fringed the surface. There was no difficulty about the descent for the first 8 or 10 feet. Then the shrubs that had afforded foothold for his feet suddenly ceased, and the foot that he had thrust down for another perch touched nothing but the slippery side of the pit. Clinging firmly with his left hand to the network of vegetation which grew above his head, Colwyn flashed his electric torch into the blackness of the pit beneath him. 1 or 2 long tendrils of the climbing plants which grew higher up dangled like pendulous snakes, but the vegetable growth ceased at that point. Beneath him the naked sides of the pit gleamed sleek and wet in the rays of the torch. Pulling himself up a little way to gain a securer footing, Colwyn took the coil of rope from his pocket, and selecting a strong withe which hung near him, sought to fasten the end of the rope to it. It took him some time to do this with the hand he had at liberty, but at length he accomplished it to his satisfaction, and then he allowed the coils of the rope to fall into the pit. He next essayed to test the strength of the support by pulling at it. To his disappointment, his first vigorous tug snapped the withe to which the rope was attached. He tied the rope to a stronger growth, but with no better result. The growths seemed brittle, and incapable of bearing a great strain when tested separately. It was the twisted network of the withes and twigs which gave the climbing plants inside the pit sufficient toughness to support his weight. Taken singly, they had very little strength. Colwyn reluctantly realised that it would be folly to endeavour to attempt the further descent of the pit by their frail support, and he decided to relinquish the attempt. As he was about to ascend, the light of the torch brought into view that part of the pit to which he was clinging, and he noticed that the testing of the withes had torn away a portion of the leafy screen, revealing the black and slimy surface of the pit's side. Colwyn was amazed to see a small peg, with a fishing line attached to it, sticking in the bare earth thus exposed. Somebody had been down the pit and placed it there, recently, judging by the appearance of the peg, which was clean and newly cut. What was at the other end of the line, which dangled in the darkness of the pit? A better hiding place for anything valuable could not have been devised. The thin fishing line was indiscernible against the slimy side of the pit, and Colwyn realised that he would never have discovered it had it not been for the lucky accident which had exposed the peg to which the line was anchored. A place of concealment chosen at the expense of so much trouble and risk indicated something well worth concealing, and it was with a strong premonition of what was suspended down the pit that the detective, taking a firmer hold of the twining tendrils above his head, began to haul up the line. The weight at the end was slight. The line came up readily enough, foot after foot running through his hand, and then, finally, a small oblong packet, firmly fastened and knotted to the end of the line. Colwyn examined the packet by the light of the torch. It was a man's pocket book, of black morocco leather, a large and serviceable article, thick and heavy. The detective did not need the information conveyed by the initials R.G. stamped in silver lettering on one side to enlighten him as to the owner of the pocket book and what it contained. Removing the peg from the earth, Colwyn was about to place the pocket book and the line in his pocket, but on second thoughts he restored the peg to its former position, and endeavoured to untie the knots by which the pocket book was fastened to the line. It was difficult to do this with one hand, but by placing the pocket book in his pocket, and picking at the knots one by one, he at length unfastened it from the line. He tied his own pocket book to the end of the line, and dropped it back into the pit. He next replaced the greenery torn from the spot where the peg rested. When he had restored, as far as he could, the original appearance of the hiding place, he ascended swiftly to the surface. The first act on reaching fresh air was to examine the contents of the pocket book. As he anticipated, it was crammed full of notes of the first Treasury issue. He did not take them out to count them. A rook, watching him curiously from the edge of the wood, warned him of the danger of human eyes. Here, then, was the end of his investigations, and a discovery which would necessitate his departure from the inn sooner than he had anticipated. Nothing remained for him to do but to acquaint the authorities with the fresh facts he had brought to light, indicate the man to whom those facts pointed, and endeavour to see righted the monstrous act of injustice which had condemned an innocent man to the ignominy of a shameful death. The sooner that task was commenced, the better. The law was swift to grasp and slow to release, and many were the formalities to be gone through before the conviction of a wrongly convicted man could be quashed, especially in a grave charge like murder. Only on the most convincing fresh evidence could the jury's verdict be upset, and none knew better than Colwyn that such evidence had not yet been obtained. But the additional facts discovered during his second visit to the inn, if not in themselves sufficient to upset the verdict against Penreath, nevertheless threw an entirely new light on the crime, which, if speedily followed up, would prove Penreath's innocence by revealing the actual murderer. The only question was whether the police would use the clues he was going to place in their hands in the manner he wished them to be used. If they didn't, but Colwyn refused to contemplate that possibility. His mind reverted to the Chief Constable of Norfolk. He felt he was on firm ground in believing that Mr. Cromering would act promptly once he was certain that there had been a miscarriage of justice in the Glenthorpe case. It would be necessary to arrange his departure from the inn in such a manner as not to arouse suspicion, and also to have the pit watched in case any attempt was made to recover the money he had found that morning. Colwyn, after some consideration, decided to invoke the aid of Police Constable Queensmead. His brief association with Queensmead had convinced him that the village constable was discreet and intelligent. It was still very early as he descended to the village and sought the constable's house. His knock at the door was not immediately answered, but after the lapse of a minute or two the door was unbolted, and the constable's face appeared. When he saw who his visitor was, he asked to be excused while he put on some clothes. He was back speedily, and ushered Colwyn into the room in which he did his official business. "Queensmead," said the detective earnestly, "I have to go to Norwich, and I want you to do something for me in my absence. I am going to tell you something in strict confidence. Fresh facts have come to light in the Glenthorpe case. You remember Mr. Glenthorpe's money, which was supposed to have been stolen by Penreath, but which was never recovered? I found it this morning, down the pit where the body was thrown." "How did you get down the pit?" asked Queensmead. "I climbed down the creepers as far as they went. I had a rope for the rest of the descent, but it wasn't needed, for I found Mr. Glenthorpe's pocket book suspended by a cord about 10 feet down. Here it is." Queensmead scrutinised the pocket book and its contents, and on handing it back, remarked, "You think Penreath returned and concealed himself in the wood to recover these notes?" Colwyn was struck by the penetration of this remark. "No, quite to the contrary," he replied. "Your deduction is drawn from an isolated fact. It has to be taken in conjunction with other fresh facts which have come to light, facts which put an entirely fresh complexion on the case, and tend to exculpate Penreath." "I would rather not know what they are, then," replied Queensmead quietly. "It is better I should not know too much. You see, it might be awkward, in more ways than one, if things are turning out as you say. What is it you want me to do?" "I want you to watch the pit on the rise while I am away, chiefly at night. It is of paramount importance that the man whom I believe to be the thief and murderer should not be allowed to escape in my absence. I do not think that he has any suspicions so far, and it is practically certain nobody saw me descend the pit. But if he should by any chance go down the pit for this money, and find it gone, he would know that he had been discovered, and instantly seek safety in flight. That must be prevented." "How?" "You must arrest him." "I do not see how that can be done," replied Queensmead. "I cannot take it upon myself to arrest a man for simply descending the pit. It's not against the law." "In order to get over that difficulty, I left my own pocket book tied to the cord in the pit," replied Colwyn. "It's a black leather one, like Mr. Glenthorpe's. If the thief goes down, he is hardly likely to discover the difference until he gets to the surface. You can arrest him for the theft of my pocket book, which contains a little money. You can make a formal entry of my complaint of my loss." "Well, I've heard that you were a cool customer, Mr. Colwyn, and now I believe it," replied Queensmead, laughing outright. "Fancy thinking out a plan like that down the pit. But as you made the complaint, it is my duty to enter it, and keep a look out for your lost pocket book. I'll watch the pit, and if anybody goes down, I'll arrest him." "If the attempt is made it will not be in daytime, it will be in the night. You may be sure of that. I want you to watch the pit at night. The life of an innocent man may depend on your vigilance. It will only be for 2 nights, or 3 at the most. I shall certainly return within 3 days." "You may depend on me," replied the constable. "I will go to the pit as soon as it grows dark, and watch from the edge of the wood till daylight." "Thank you," said Colwyn. "I felt sure you would do it when you knew what was at stake. I have an idea that your vigil will not be disturbed, but I want to be on the safe side. I suppose you are not afraid of the ghost?" "You have heard of the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit?" said Queensmead, looking at the other curiously. "I have heard of her, but I have not heard her, or seen her. Have you?" "I cannot say I have, but I live at the wrong end of the village, and I never go out at night. But there are plenty of villagers, principally customers of the Anchor, who are prepared to take their Bible oath that they have heard her, if not seen her. The White Lady has terrorised the whole village since the murder." There was something in the tone of the last 3 words which attracted the detective's attention. "There was not much talk of the ghost before the murder, then?" he asked. "Very little. I have been stationed here for 2 years, and hardly knew of its existence. Of course, it's a deep-rooted local tradition, and every villager has heard the story in childhood, and most of them believe it. Many of them actually think that they have heard moans and shrieks coming from the rise during this last week or so. It's a lonely sort of place, with very little to talk about. Doesn't take much to get a story like that going round." "Then you think there is some connection between the reappearance of the ghost and the hiding of the money in the pit it is supposed to haunt?" "It's not my business to draw inferences of that kind, sir. I leave that to my betters, if they think fit to do so. I am only the village constable." "But you've already inferred that the legend has been spread around again by means of gossip at the Anchor. Was it started there?" "It was, and it wasn't. A fool of a fellow named Backlog burst into the tap room one night and said he had heard the White Lady shrieking, and Charles, that's the waiter, declared that he had seen something white the same night. That was the start of the business." "So I've heard. But what has kept it going ever since?" "Well, from what I hear, I never go to the inn myself, but a local policeman learns all the gossip in a small place like this. The subject is brought up in the bar room every evening, either by the innkeeper or Charles, and discussed till closing time, when the silly villagers go home huddled together like a flock of sheep, not daring to look round for fear of seeing the White Lady." "Do Benson and Charles both believe in the ghost?" "It seems as if they do." The constable's voice was non-committal. As Colwyn rose to go, Queensmead looked at him with a trace of hesitation in his manner. "Perhaps you'd answer me a question, sir," he said in a low tone, as though afraid of being overheard. "That greenery that grows inside the pit, by which you climbed down, will it support a heavy weight?"
"It will hold a far heavier man than you, if you are thinking of making the descent," said Colwyn laughingly.
"It's a case of unity is strength. The tendrils of the climbing plants are so twisted together that they are as tough as ropes." "Thank you. What time will you reach here when you return?" "Probably not before dusk, but certainly by then. In the meantime, of course, you will not breathe a word of this to anybody." "I am not likely to do that. I shall keep a close watch on the pit till I see you again." "That's right. Good day." "Good day, sir." It still wanted a few minutes to 7 when Colwyn returned to the inn. The front door was as he had left it, closed but unlocked. The house was silent. Nobody was yet stirring. He locked the door after him and proceeded to his room, pleased to think that he had not been seen going or coming. His first act on reaching his room was to lock the door and count the money in the pocket book. The money was all in single Treasury notes, with one £5 note. The case contained nothing else except a faded newspaper clipping on fossil sponges. Colwyn replaced the notes and put the case in an inside breast pocket. He next performed the best kind of toilet the primitive resources of the inn permitted, and occupied himself for an hour or so in completing his notes of his investigations. While he was breakfasting, he saw the innkeeper passing the half-open door, and he called him into the room and told him to let him have his bill without delay, as he was returning to Durrington that morning. The innkeeper made no comment on hearing his guest's intention, and Charles brought in the bill a little later. Colwyn, as he paid it, casually asked Charles if he happened to know the time of the morning trains from Heathfield.
"There's one to Durrington at 11 o'clock, sir," said the waiter,
consulting a greasy timetable.
"There's one at 9:30, but it's a good long walk to the station, and you could not catch it because there's no way of getting there except by walking, as you know, sir."
"The 11 o'clock train will suit me," said Colwyn, consulting his watch.
"Shall I go and get your bag, sir?"
"No, thanks, I've not packed it yet." Colwyn went upstairs shortly afterwards, determined to pack his bag and leave the place as soon as possible. As he was about to enter his room, he saw Peggy appear at the end of the passage. She looked at him with a timid, wistful smile, and made a step toward him as though she would speak to him. Colwyn pretended not to see her, and hurried into his room and shut the door. How could he tell her what she had so innocently done in recalling him to the inn? How inform her what the cost of saving her lover would be to her? Somebody else must break the news to her, when it came to that. He packed his things quickly, anxious only to leave a place which had grown repugnant to him, and to drop the dissimulation which had become hateful. Never had he so acutely realized how little a man is master of his actions when entangled in the strange current of destiny which men label chance. When he emerged from the room with his bag, Peggy was no longer visible. The innkeeper was standing at the passage as he went downstairs, and Colwyn nodded to him as he passed. He breathed easier in the fresh morning air, and set out briskly for the station. He reached Heathfield an hour later, and found he had nearly half an hour to wait for his train. The first 10 minutes of that time he utilised dispatching 2 telegrams. One was to the Chief Constable of Norfolk at Norwich, and the other to Mr. Oakham in London. In the latter telegram he indicated that fresh discoveries had come to light in Penreath's case, and he asked the solicitor to go as soon as possible to Norwich, where he would await him at his hotel. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Shrieking Pit, by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn reached Durrington by midday, and proceeded to the hotel for his letters and lunch. After a cold meal, served by a shivering waiter in the chilly dining-room, he went to the garage where he had left his car and set out for Norwich. He arrived at the cathedral city late in the afternoon, and drove to the hotel where Mr. Oakham had stayed. While engaging a room, he told the clerk that he expected Mr. Oakham from London, and asked to be informed immediately he arrived. After making these arrangements, the detective left the hotel and went to the city library, where he spent the next couple of hours making notes from legal statutes and the Criminal Appeal Act. When he returned to the hotel for dinner, the clerk informed him that Mr. Oakham had arrived a short time previously, and had requested that Mr. Colwyn would join him at dinner. Colwyn proceeded to the dining room, and saw Mr. Oakham dining in solitary state at a large table, reading a London evening newspaper between the courses. He looked up as Colwyn approached, and rose and shook hands. "This is an unexpected pleasure," said the detective. "I hardly thought you would get here before the morning."
"I had arranged to visit Norwich to-morrow, but in view of the urgent nature of your telegram, I decided to catch the afternoon train instead," replied the solicitor. "Will you dine with me, Mr. Colwyn, and we can talk business afterwards?"
Colwyn complied, and when the meal was finished Mr. Oakham turned to him with an eagerness which he did not attempt to conceal, and said,
"Now for your news, Mr. Colwyn. But first, where shall we talk?"
"As well here as anywhere. There is nobody within hearing." The solicitor followed his glance round the almost empty dining room, and nodded acquiescence. Drawing his chair a little nearer the detective, he begged him to begin. "I have not very much to tell you at present, but since the conviction of your client, James Ronald Penreath, I have been back to the inn where the murder was committed, and I have discovered fresh evidence which strengthens considerably my original belief that Penreath is an innocent man. But I have reached a stage in my investigations when I need your assistance in completing my task before I go to the authorities with my discoveries. It is hardly necessary for me to tell a man of your experience that it is one of the most difficult things in the world to upset a jury's verdict in a case of murder."
"What have you discovered?"
"This, for one thing." Colwyn produced the pocket book, and displayed the contents on the table. "This is the murdered man's pocket book, containing the missing notes which Penreath is supposed to have murdered him for. The prosecution dropped the charge of robbery, but the theft formed an important part of the Crown theory of the crime as establishing motive."
"Where did you find this pocket book?"
"Suspended by a piece of cord, half-way down the pit where the body was flung."
"It's an interesting discovery," replied Mr. Oakham, thoughtfully tapping his nose with his gold-rimmed eyeglasses as he stared at the black pocket-book on the white tablecloth. "Speaking personally, it is proof of what I have thought all along, that a Penreath of Twelvetrees would not commit a robbery. Therefore, on that line of reasoning, one could argue that as Penreath did not commit the robbery, and the Crown hold that the murder was committed for the money, Penreath must be innocent. But the Crown is more likely to hold that as Penreath threw the body in the pit, he concealed the money there afterwards, and was hiding in the wood to recover it when he was arrested. The real point is, Mr. Colwyn, can you prove that it was not Mr. Penreath who placed the money in the pit?"
"I believe I can prove, at all events, that it was not Penreath who threw the body into the pit."
"You can? Then who was it?"
"I am not prepared to answer that question at the moment. During my visit to the inn I made a number of other discoveries besides that of the pocket book, which, though slight in themselves, all fit in with my present theory of the murder. But before disclosing them, I want to complete my investigations by testing my theory to the uttermost. It is just possible that I may be wrong, though I do not think so. When I have taken the additional step which completes my investigations, I will go to the Chief Constable, reconstruct the crime for him as I see it now, and ask him to take action."
"Then why have you sent for me?"
"To help me complete my task. Part of my theory is that Penreath is deliberately keeping silent to shield someone else. The solicitor of a convicted man has access to him, even when he is condemned to death. I want you to take me with you to see Penreath."
"For what purpose?"
"In order to get him to speak."
"It would be quite useless."
The lawyer spoke in some agitation.
"I have seen him twice since the verdict, and implored him to speak if he has anything to say, but he declared that he had nothing to say."
"Nevertheless, I shall succeed where you have failed. Penreath is an innocent man."
"Then why does he not speak out, even now, more so now than ever?"
"He has his reasons, and they seem sufficient for him to keep silent, even under the shadow of the gallows."
"And why do you think he will confide them to you, when he refuses to divulge them to his professional adviser?"
"He will not willingly reveal them to me. My hope of getting his story depends entirely upon my success in springing a surprise upon him. That is one of my reasons for not telling you more just now. The mere fact that you knew would hamper my handling a difficult situation. The slightest involuntary gesture or look might put him on his guard, and the opportunity would be lost. It is not absolutely essential that I should gain Penreath's statement before going to the police, but if his statement coincides with my theory of the crime, it will strengthen my case considerably when I reconstruct the crime for the police."
"Your way of doing business strikes me as strange, Mr. Colwyn," said the solicitor stiffly. "As Mr. Penreath's professional adviser, surely I am entitled to your fullest confidence. You are asking me to behave in a very unprofessional way, and take a leap in the dark. There are proper ways of doing things. I will be frank with you. I have come to Norwich in order to urge Penreath for the last time to permit me to lodge an appeal against his conviction. That interview has been arranged to take place in the morning."
"Has he previously refused to appeal?"
"He has. Twice."
"May I ask on what grounds you are seeking permission to appeal?"
"If he consents, my application to the registrar would be made under Section 4 of the Criminal Appeal Act," was the cautious reply.
"That means you are persisting in your original defence, that Penreath is guilty but insane. Therefore your application for leave to appeal against the sentence on the ground of insanity only enables you to appeal to the court to quash the sentence on the grounds that Penreath is irresponsible for his acts. Even if you succeed in your appeal, he will be kept in gaol as a criminal lunatic. In a word, you intend to persist in a defence which, as I told you before the trial, had very little chance of success. In my opinion, it has no more chance of success before the Court of Appeal. You have not sufficient evidence for a successful defence on the ground of insanity. The judge, in his summing up at the trial, was clearly of the opinion that Sir Henry Durwood was wrong in thinking Penreath insane, and he directed the jury accordingly. In my opinion, the judge was right. I do not think Penreath is insane, or even subject to fits of impulsive insanity. If you ask my opinion, I think he is still suffering from the effects of shell shock, and, like many other brave men who have been similarly affected, he endeavoured to conceal the fact. I have come to the conclusion that Penreath's peculiar conduct at the Durrington Hotel, on which Sir Henry based his theory of furor epilepticus, was nothing more than the combined effect of mental worry and an air raid shock on a previously shattered nervous system. Penreath is a sane man, as sane as you or I, and my late investigations at the scene of the murder have convinced me that he is an innocent man also. The question is, are you going to allow professional etiquette to stand in the way of proving his innocence?"
"But you have not shown me anything to convince me that he is an innocent man. Your statement comes as a great surprise to me, and you cannot expect that I should credit your bare assumption. It would be exceedingly difficult to believe without the most convincing proofs, which you have not brought forward. I prepared the case for the defence at the trial, and I only permitted that defence to be put forward because there was no other course. The evidence was so overwhelming, and Penreath's obstinate silence in the face of it pointed so conclusively to his guilt."
"Nevertheless, you were wrong. The question is, are you going to help me undo that wrong?"
"You have not yet proved to me that it is a wrong," quibbled the solicitor.
"Mr. Oakham, let me make this quite clear to you," said the detective sternly. "I have sent for you out of courtesy, because, as I said before, I like to do things in a regular way. As you force me to speak plainly, there is another reason, which is that I did not wish to make you look small, or injure your professional reputation by acting independently of you. It would be a bad advertisement for Oakham and Pendules if it got abroad, as it surely will if you persist in your attitude, that an innocent client of yours was almost sent to the gallows through your wrong defence at his trial. It is in your hands to prevent such a scandal from becoming public property. But if you are going to stand on professional etiquette, it is just as well you should understand that I am quite prepared to act independently of you. I have sufficient influence to obtain an order from the governor of the gaol for an interview with the condemned man, and I shall do so. I have discovered sufficient additional evidence in this case to save Penreath, and I am going to save him, with or without your assistance. You have had your way. It was a wrong way. Now I am going to have my way. I only ask you to trust me for a few hours. After I have seen Penreath, you are at liberty to accompany me to the Chief Constable, to whom I shall tell everything. That is my last word."
"I will do as you ask, Mr. Colwyn," replied the solicitor, after a short pause. "Not because I am apprehensive of the consequences, but because you have convinced me that it would be foolish and wrong on my part to place any obstacles in the way of establishing my client's innocence, even if it is only the smallest chance. You must forgive my hesitation. I am an old man, and your story has been such a shock that I am unable to realize it yet. But I will not stand on punctilio when it is a question of trying to save a Penreath of Twelvetrees from the gallows. I think I can arrange it with the governor of the gaol to permit you to accompany me when I see Penreath in the morning. That interview is to take place at 12 o'clock. We can go together from here to the gaol, if that will suit you."
"That will suit me excellently. And before that interview takes place, I should be glad if you would tell me the facts of Penreath's engagement to Miss Willoughby."
"I really know very little about it,"
said Mr. Oakham, looking somewhat surprised at the question.
"I have heard, though, that Penreath met Miss Willoughby in London before the war, and became engaged after a very brief acquaintance. Ill-natured people say that the girl's aunt threw her at Penreath's head. The aunt is a Mrs. Brewer, a wealthy manufacturer's widow, a pushing nobody."
"I have met her."
"Oh, I had forgotten. Well, you know that type of woman, with an itch to get into society. Perhaps she thought that the marriage of her niece to a Penreath of Twelvetrees would open doors for her. At any rate, I remember there was a great deal of tittle-tattle at the time to the effect that she manoeuvred desperately hard to bring about the engagement. On the other hand, there can be no harm in stating now that Ronald Penreath's father was almost equally keen on that match for monetary reasons. The Penreaths are far from wealthy. From that point of view the match seemed suitable enough, money on one side and birth and breeding on the other. I am not sure that there was very much love in the case, or that the young people's feelings were deeply involved on either side. There is no reason why I should not mention these things now, for the match has been broken off. It was broken off shortly after Penreath's arrest."
"By the young lady?"
"By the aunt, in her presence. It happened the day after they went to Heathfield to identify Penreath. Mrs. Brewer was furious about the whole business as soon as she ascertained that it wasn't a mistake, as she had hoped at first, and that there was likely to be much unpleasant publicity over it. She said she would never be able to hold up her head in society after the disgrace, and all that sort of thing. It all came about through my asking Miss Willoughby if she would like to see her lover while he was awaiting trial. The girl replied, coldly enough, that it would be time enough to see him after he had cleared himself on the dreadful charge hanging over his head. By the way she spoke, she seemed to think herself a deeply injured person, as perhaps she was. Then the aunt had her say, and insisted that I must tell Penreath the engagement was broken off. I asked Miss Willoughby if that was her wish also, and she replied that it was. I told Penreath the following day, but I do not think that it worried him very much."
"I do not think it would," replied Colwyn, with a smile. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Shrieking Pit, by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn found Mr. Oakham awaiting him in the hotel lobby a little before 11 the following morning, to inform him that the necessary arrangements had been made to enable him to be present at his interview with Penreath. Colwyn forbore to ask him on what pretext he had obtained the gaol governor's consent to his presence, but merely signified that he was ready. Mr. Oakham replied that they had better go at once, and asked the porter to call a taxi. On arriving at the gaol, they passed through the double entrance gates. Mr. Oakham turned to a door on the left just within the gates and entered. The door opened into a plainly furnished office, with walls covered with prison regulations. Behind a counter, at a stand-up desk opposite the door, a tall, burly man in a uniform of blue and silver was busily writing in a large ledger. Ranged in rows on hooks alongside him were bunches of immense keys, and as he turned to attend to Oakham and Colwyn, another bunch of similar keys could be seen dangling at his side. Mr. Oakham explained the purpose of their visit, and produced the order for the interview. The functionary in blue and silver, who was the entrance gaoler, perused it attentively, and pushed over 2 forms for the solicitor and the detective to fill in. It was the last formality that the law insisted on, a grim form of visiting card, whereon the visitor inscribes his name and business, which is sent to the condemned man, who must give his consent to the interview before it is granted. When Mr. Oakham and Colwyn had filled in their forms, the entrance gaoler took them and pulled a rope. Somewhere in a corridor a bell clanged, and a moment afterwards a gaoler opened a small door on the other side of the counter. The entrance gaoler gave him the forms, and he disappeared with them. There ensued a long period of waiting, and nearly half an hour elapsed before he reappeared again, accompanied by a warder. The blue and silver functionary silently lifted the flap of the counter and beckoned Mr. Oakham and Colwyn to accompany the warder through the small door at the other end of the room. They went through, and the bell clanged once more as the door closed behind them. The warder took them along a corridor to a door at the farther end, and ushered them into a room, a large apartment, not unlike a boardroom, furnished with a table and chairs ranged on each side. It was the governor of the gaol's room, where the interview was to take place. Colwyn took one of the chairs at the table, Mr. Oakham took another, and silently they awaited the coming of the condemned man. Another quarter of an hour elapsed before the door at the other end of the room opened, and Penreath appeared between two warders. They conducted him to the table, and placed a chair for him. With a quick glance at his visitors, he sat down, and the warders seated themselves on each side of him. The warder who had brought the visitors in then nodded to Mr. Oakham, as an indication that the interview might begin. In the brief glance that the young man cast at his visitors, Colwyn observed both calmness of mind and self-possession. Although deep shadows under the eyes, and the tenseness of the muscles round the mouth, revealed sleepless nights and mental agony, Penreath's face showed no trace of insanity or the guilty consciousness of evil deeds, but had the serene expression of a man who had fought his battle and won it. Mr. Oakham began the interview with him in a dry, professional way, as though it were an interview between solicitor and client in the sanctity of a private room with no hearers. And, indeed, the prison warders sitting there with the impassive faces of officialdom might have been articles of furniture, so remote were they from displaying the slightest interest in the private matters discussed between the two. No doubt they had been present at many similar scenes, and custom is a deadening factor. Mr. Oakham's object was to urge his client to consent to the lodgment of an appeal against the jury's verdict, and to that end he advanced a multitude of arguments and a variety of reasons. The young man listened patiently, but when the solicitor had concluded, he shook his head with a gesture of finality which indicated an unalterable refusal.
"It's no use, Oakham," he said. "My mind is quite made up. I'm obliged to you for all the trouble you've taken in my case, but I cannot alter my decision. I shall go through with it to the end. In that case, it is no use my urging you further." Mr. Oakham spoke stiffly, and put his eyeglasses in his pocket with an air of vexation. "Mr. Colwyn has something to say to you on the subject. Perhaps you'll listen to him. He believes he can help you."
"He helped to arrest me," said Penreath, with a slight indifferent look at the detective. "But not to convict you," said Colwyn. "I had hoped to help you." "What do you want of me?" Penreath's tone was cold. "In the first place, I have to say that I believe you innocent." The young man lifted his eyebrows slightly, as if to indicate that the other's opinion was a matter of indifference to him, but he remained silent. "I have come to beg of you, even at this late hour, to break your silence and give an account of your actions that night at the inn." "You might have saved yourself the trouble of coming here. I have nothing whatever to say." "That means that you continue in your refusal to speak. Will you answer one or two questions?"
"No."
"Will you not tell me why you kept silence about what you saw in Mr. Glenthorpe's room that night of the murder?"
"Man, how did you find that out?"
Penreath's calm disappeared in a sudden fury of voice and look.
"What do you know?"
"I know whom you are trying to shield," replied the detective, with his eyes fixed on Penreath's face. "You are wrong. She—"
"I beg of you to be silent. Do not mention names, for God's sake."
Penreath's face had grown suddenly white. "It is in your power to ensure my silence."
"How?"
"By speaking yourself."
"That I will never do."
"Then you compel me to go to the authorities and tell them what I have discovered. I will save you in spite of yourself."
"Do you think that I want to be saved like that?"
Struggling desperately for self-control, Penreath turned to Mr. Oakham.
"Why did you bring Mr. Colwyn here?"
he asked the solicitor fiercely.
"To torture me?"
Before Mr. Oakham could reply, Colwyn laughed aloud. A clear, ringing laugh of unmistakable satisfaction. The laugh sounded strangely incongruous in such a place. "Penreath," he said, "you've told me all that I came here to know. You're a splendid young Briton, but finesse is not your strong point. You've acted like a quixotic young idiot in this case, and got yourself into a nice muddle for nothing. The girl is as innocent as you are, and you are a pair of simpletons. Yes, I mean what I say," continued the detective, answering the young man's amazed look with a reassuring smile. "Do you think that I would want to save you at her expense? Now, Perhaps when I have told you what happened that night, you will answer a few questions. Before you went to bed, you sat down and wrote a letter on a leaf torn from your pocket book. That letter was to Miss Willoughby breaking off your engagement. After writing it, you went to bed. At that time it was raining hard. You must have fallen asleep almost immediately and slept for half an hour, perhaps a little more, for when you awoke the rain had ceased. You heard a slight noise in your room, and lit your candle to see what it was. There was a rat in the corner of the room. You got up to throw something at it, but as soon as you moved, the rat darted across the room and disappeared behind the wardrobe at the side of the bed. You pushed back the wardrobe and...
"For God's sake, say no more," said Penreath.
His face was grey, and he was staring at the detective with the eyes of a man who saw his heart's secret, the secret for which he was prepared to die, being dragged out into the light of day.
"How did you learn all this?"
"That does not matter much just now. What you saw through the wall made you determined to leave the house as speedily as possible, and also caused you to destroy the letter you had written to Miss Willoughby. You were wrong in what you did. In the first place, you misinterpreted what you saw through the door in the wall. By thinking Peggy guilty, and leaving the inn early in the morning, you not only wronged her grievously, but brought suspicion on yourself. Peggy's presence in the room was quite by accident. She had gone to ask Mr. Glenthorpe to assist you in your trouble by lending you money, and, finding the door open, she impulsively went in and found him dead, murdered. And at the bedside she picked up the knife you had used at dinner. And this." Colwyn produced Penreath's matchbox from his pocket and laid it on the table in front of him. "Because of the knife and this matchbox, she thought you guilty."
Why, I never left my room after I went into it," exclaimed Penreath. "I left the matchbox in the room where I had dined with Mr. Glenthorpe. When I awoke after falling asleep and heard the noise in the room, just as you describe, I could not find my matchbox when I wanted a match to light my candle. Then I remembered that I had left it in the sitting room on the mantelpiece. I happened to find a loose match in my vest pocket."
"Peggy came to see me at my hotel, after the trial, and told me all she knew," continued Colwyn. "It was well she did, for my second visit to the inn brought to light a number of facts which will enable me to establish your innocence."
"And what about the real murderer?"
asked Penreath, in a hesitating voice, without looking at the detective. "We will not go into that just now, unless you have anything to tell me that will throw further light on the events of the night." Colwyn shot a keen, questioning glance at the young man.
"I will answer any questions you wish to put to me. It is the least I can do after having made such a fool of myself. It was the shock of seeing Peggy in the room that robbed me of my judgment. I should have known her better. But you must remember that I had no idea she was in the house until I looked through the door in the wall, which I had accidentally discovered, and saw her standing at the bedside, with the knife in her hand. I started to follow her home that day because I wished to know more about her. I lost my way in the mist. I met a man on the marshes, who directed me to the village and the inn."
"When she heard your voice and saw you going upstairs, she waited about in the hope of seeing you before she went to bed, as she wished to avoid meeting you in the presence of her father. When she saw Mr. Glenthorpe's door open, she acted on a sudden impulse and went in."
"I have been rightly punished for my stupidity and my folly," said Penreath. "I have wronged her beyond forgiveness."
"You really have not much to blame yourself for, except your obstinate silence. That was really too quixotic, even if things had been as you imagined. No man is justified in sacrificing his life foolishly. And you had much to live for. You had your duty to do in life. Nobody knew that better than you, a soldier who had served his country gallantly and well. In fact, your silence has been to me one of the puzzles of this case, and even now it seems to me that you must have had deeper motive than that of shielding the girl, because you could have asserted your innocence without implicating her."
"You are a very clever man, Colwyn," said the other slowly. "There was another reason for my silence."
"What was it?"
"I am supposed to be an epileptic. I happen to know a little of the course of that frightful disease, and it seemed to me that it was better to die, even at the hands of the hangman, than to live on to be a burden to my friends and relations, particularly when by dying I could shield the girl I loved. That is why I was glad when the plea put up for my defence failed. I preferred to die rather than live branded as a criminal lunatic. So, you see, it was not such a great sacrifice on my part after all."
What brought you back to the wood, where you were arrested?
To see her. I do not know if I wanted to speak to her, but I wanted above all things to see her once again. When I left the inn that morning I had no idea that I might fall under suspicion for having committed the murder, but I was desperately unhappy after what I had seen the night before, and I didn't care what I did or where I went. Instead of walking back to Durrington, I struck across the marshes in the opposite direction. I walked along all day, through a desolate area of marshes, meeting nobody except an old eel fisherman in the morning, and later on a labourer going home from his work. I was very tired when I saw the labourer. I asked him to direct me to some place where I could obtain rest and refreshment. He pointed to a short cut across the marshes, which he said led to a hamlet with an inn. I went across the path he had pointed out, but I lost my way in the gathering darkness. After wandering about the marshes for some time, I saw the light of a cottage window some distance off, and went there to inquire my way. The occupant, an old peasant woman, could not have heard anything about the murder, for she was very kind to me, and gave me tea and food. Afterwards I set out for the inn again, and when I reached the road I sat down by the side of it to rest a while. While I was sitting there 2 men came along. They did not see me in the dark, and I heard them talking about the murder, and from what they said I knew that I was suspected, and that the whole countryside was searching for me. It seemed incredible to me, and my first instinct was to fly. I sat there until the men's voices died away in the distance. Then I turned off the road and hurried across some fields, looking for a place to hide. After walking some distance I came to a large barn standing by itself. The door was open, and I went in. I had no matches, but I felt some hay or straw on the floor. I lay down and pulled some over me and fell fast asleep. I had only intended to rest in the barn for a while, but I was so tired that I slept all night. When I awoke it was broad daylight. I did not know where I was at first, but it all came back to me, and I started up in a fright, determined to leave the barn as quickly as possible, for I knew it was an unsafe hiding place, and likely to be searched at any time. But before I could get away I heard loud voices approaching, and I knew that I should be seen. I looked hastily around for some place of concealment. It was just a big empty shed with 1 or 2 shelves covered with apples, and a lot of straw on the floor. In desperation, as the voices came nearer, I lay down on the floor again and pulled the straw over me until I was completely hidden from view. The door opened and some men looked in. Through the straw that covered me I could see them quite distinctly, 3 fishermen and a farm labourer, though apparently they couldn't see me. From their conversation I gathered that they formed part of a search party looking for me, and had been told off to search the barn. This apparently they were not anxious to do, for they merely peeped in at the door, and one of them, in a rather relieved tone, said I wasn't in there wherever I was. One of the fishermen replied that he expected that I was far enough off by that time. They stood at the door for a few moments talking about the murder, and then they went away. I stayed in the barn all day, but nobody else came near me. When it was dark I filled my pockets with apples from the shelves and went out. I wandered about all night, and found myself close to a railway station at daybreak. I had been in that part of the country before, so I knew where I was, not far from Heathfield, with Flegne about 3 miles away across the fields. The country was nearly all open, and consequently unsafe. As I walked through a field, I spied a little hut almost hidden from view in a clump of trees. The door was open, and I could see it was empty. I went in, lay down, and fell fast asleep. When I awoke it was getting dusk. I was very stiff and cold, so I started out walking again to get myself warm. It was then, I remember well, that the longing came over me to see Peggy again. I cursed myself for my weakness, knowing what I knew, or thought I knew. God forgive me. I found myself making my way back to Flegne as fast as my legs would carry me, which wasn't very fast, because I was weak from want of food, and so footsore that I could hardly stumble along. But I got over the 3 miles somehow, and reached the wood, where I crawled into some undergrowth and lay there all night, sometimes dozing, sometimes wide awake, and sometimes a bit light-headed, I think. It was there you found me next day, and I was glad you did. I was about finished when I saw you looking through the bushes, and only too glad to come out. I didn't care what happened to me then. And now I have told you all." The young man, as he finished his story, buried his face in his hands, as though overcome by the recollection of the mental anguish he had been through, and what he had endured. "Not quite all, I think," said Colwyn after a pause.
"I have told you everything that counts," said Penreath, without looking up. "You have not," replied the detective firmly. "You have not told me all you saw when you were looking through the door between the two rooms the night of the murder." Penreath raised his head and regarded the other with startled eyes. "What do you mean?" he said in a whisper. "I mean that you have kept back that you saw the body removed," he said grimly. "Are you a man or a wizard?" cried Penreath fiercely. "God, how did you find that out?" "By guesswork, if you like," responded the other coolly. "Listen to me. There has been too much concealment about this case already, so let us have no more of it. It was because of what you saw afterwards that your suspicions were doubly fastened on the girl. Is that not so?" "I thought as much," he continued, as the other nodded without speaking. "How long after Peggy left the room was it before the body was removed?" "Not very long," replied Penreath. "After she went out of the room I sat on the bedside. I did not close the small door I had discovered, or replace the wardrobe. I was too overwhelmed. In a little while, perhaps 10 minutes, I saw a light shine through the hole again. I went to it and looked through, God knows why, and I saw somebody walking stealthily into the room, carrying a candle. He went to the bedside, and, with a groan, lifted the body onto his shoulders and carried it out of the room. I crept to my door and looked out and saw him descending the stairs. God in heaven, what a horror! What a horror! I waited to see no more. I shut the door in the wall and pulled the wardrobe back into its place, and determined to leave the accursed inn as soon as it was daylight. In my cell at nights, when I hear the footsteps of the warder sounding along the corridor and dying away in the distance, it reminds me of how I stood at that door that night, listening to the sound of the footsteps stumbling down the staircase." "You heard the footsteps distinctly, then?" said the detective. "Distinctly and clearly. The staircase is a stone one, as you know." "Did you put your boots out to be cleaned before you went to bed?" "Yes." "And were they there when you looked out of the door?" "I do not remember. But I know that they were there in the morning, dirty and covered with clay. I took them in and was about to put them on when the servant knocked at the door with a cup of morning tea. I answered the door with my boots in my hand. She offered to clean them for me and was taking them away, but I called her back and said I would not wait for them. I was too anxious to get away from the place." "Do you remember when you lost the rubber heel of one of them?" "It must have been when I was walking the previous day. They were only put on the day before. I happened to mention to a bootmaker at Durrington that my left heel had become jarred with walking. He recommended me to try rubber heels to lessen the strain, and he put them on for me. I had never worn them before, and found them very uncomfortable when I was walking along the marshes. They seemed to hold and stick in the wet ground." "And now there are one or two other points I want you to make clear. Why did you register in the name of James Ronald at the Durrington Hotel?" "That was merely a whim. I was disgusted with London and society after my return from the front. Those who have been through this terrible war learn to see most things at their true worth, and the frivolity, the snobbishness, and the shams of London society at such a time sickened and disgusted me. They tried to lionize me in drawing rooms and make me talk for their entertainment. They put my photograph in the illustrated papers and interviewed me and all that kind of thing. What had I done? Nothing. Not a tithe of what thousands of better men are doing every day out there. So I went away from it all. I had no intention, when I went into the hotel, of not registering my full name, though. That came about in a peculiar way. It was the first registration form I had seen. It was the first hotel I had stayed in after nearly 18 months at the front, and I put down my two Christian names, James Ronald, in the wrong space, the space for the surname, which is the first column. I saw my error as I glanced over the form, but the girl, thinking I had filled it up, took it away from me. It then struck me that it was just as well to let it go. It would prevent my being worried by fools." "And how came it that you ran so short of money that you had to leave the hotel?" "I have practically nothing except what my father allows me, and which is paid quarterly through his bankers in London. I left London with a few pounds in my pocket, and thought no more about money until the hotel proprietor stopped me one morning and asked me politely to discharge my bill, as I was a stranger to him. It was then that I first realised the difference between a name like Penreath of Twelvetrees and plain James Ronald. I was furious, and told him that he should have the money in 2 days, as soon as I could communicate with my London bankers. I wrote straight away and asked them to send me some money. The money came the morning I was turned out of the hotel. I saw the letter in the rack, addressed to J. R. Penreath, But what good was that to me? I could not claim it because I was booked in the name of James Ronald. I knew nobody in the place to whom I could apply. I had some thoughts of confiding in the hotel proprietor, but one look at his face was sufficient to put that out of the question. So I went in to breakfast, desperately angry at being treated so, and feeling more than a little ill. You know what happened at the breakfast table. I began to feel pretty seedy, and left my place to get to the fresh air, when that doctor, Sir Henry Durwood, jumped up and grabbed me. I tried to push him off, but he was too strong for me, and I found myself going. The next thing I knew was that I was lying in my bedroom and hearing somebody talk. After you had left the room, I determined to leave the hotel as quickly as possible. I packed a small handbag and told the hotel-keeper on my way downstairs that he could keep my things until I paid my bill. Then I walked to Leyland Hoop, where I had an appointment with Peggy, as you know. I seem to have acted as a pretty considerable arse all round, said the young man, with a rueful smile. But I had a bad gruelling from shell-shock. I wouldn't mention this, but it's really affected my head, you know, and I don't think I'm always quite such a fool as this story makes me appear to be. And your nerves were a bit rattled by the Zeppelin raid at Durrington, were they not? Said Colwyn sympathetically. You seem to know everything, said the young man, flushing. I'm ashamed to say that they were. You have no cause to be ashamed, replied Colwyn gently. The bravest men suffer that way after shell-shock. It's not a thing that a man likes to talk about, said Penreath after a pause. But if you have had the experience of this kind of thing, will you tell me if you have ever seen a man completely recover from shell-shock, I mean? I should say you will be quite yourself again shortly. There cannot be very much the matter with your nerves to have stood the experience of the last few weeks. After we get you out of here, and you have had a good rest, you'll be yourself again. And what about this other thing, this furor epilepticus, whatever it is? Asked Penreath anxiously. As you didn't murder anybody, you haven't had the epileptic fury, replied Colwyn, laughing. But Sir Henry Durwood said at the trial that I was an epileptic, persisted the other. He was wrong about the furor epilepticus, so it is just as likely that he was wrong about the epilepsy. His theory was that you were going to attack somebody at the breakfast table at the hotel, and you have just told us that you had no intention of attacking anybody, that your only idea was to get out of the room. You are neither an epileptic nor insane, in my opinion, but at that time you were suffering from the after-effects of shell-shock. Take my advice and forget all about the trial and what you heard there, or, if you must think of it, remember the excellent certificate of sanity and clear-headedness which the doctors for the Crown gave you. When you get free, I'll take you to half a dozen specialists who'll probably confirm the Crown point of view. Penreath laughed for the first time. You made me feel like a new man, he said. How can I thank you for all you've done? The only way you can show your gratitude is by instructing Mr. Oakham to lodge an appeal for you, at once. Have you the necessary forms with you, Mr. Oakham? I have, said the solicitor, finding voice after a long silence. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Oakham did not discuss what had taken place in the prison as he and Colwyn drove to the office of the Chief Constable after the interview. He sat silent in his corner of the taxi, his hands clasped before him and gazing straight in front of him with the look of a man who sees nothing. From time to time his lips moved after the fashion of the old, when immersed in thought, and once he audibly murmured, "The poor lad, the poor lad." Colwyn forbore to speak to him. He realised that he had had a shock, and was best left to himself. By the time the taxi reached the office of the Chief Constable, Mr. Oakham showed symptoms of regaining his self-possession. He felt for his eyeglasses, polished them and placed them on his nose, and glanced at his watch. It was in something like his usual tones that he asked Colwyn, as they alighted from the cab, whether he had an appointment with the Chief Constable. "I wired to you both at the same time," replied the detective. "I asked him to keep this afternoon free," he explained with a smile. A police constable in the outer office took their names. He speedily returned with the message that the Chief Constable would be glad to see them, and would they step this way, please. Following in his wake, they were conducted along a passage into a large, comfortably furnished room where Mr. Crumring was writing at a small table placed near a large fire. He looked up as the visitors entered, put down his pen, and came forward to greet them.
"I am pleased to see you again, Mr. Colwyn, and you also, Mr. Oakham. Please draw your chairs near the fire, gentlemen. There's a decided nip in the air. I got your telegram, Mr. Colwyn, and I am at your disposal with plenty of time. Your telegram rather surprised me. What has happened in the Glenthorpe case?"
"Fresh facts have come to light. Facts that tend to prove the innocence of Penreath, who was accused and convicted for the murder."
"Dear me, this is a very grave statement. What proofs have you?"
"Sufficient to warrant further steps in the case. It is a long story, but I think when you have heard it you will feel justified in taking prompt action." Before Mr. Cromering could reply, the police constable who had shown in Colwyn and Mr. Oakham entered the room and said that Superintendent Galloway from Durrington was outside.
"Bring him in, Johnson," said Mr. Cromering.
He turned to Colwyn and added,
"When I received your telegram, I telephoned to Galloway and asked him to be here this afternoon. As he worked up the case against Penreath, I thought it better that he should be present and hear what you have to say. You have no objection, I suppose?"
"On the contrary, I shall be very glad for Galloway to hear what I have to say." The police constable returned, ushering in Superintendent Galloway, who looked rather surprised when he saw his superior officer's visitors. He nodded briefly to Colwyn and looked inquiringly at the chief constable.
"Mr. Colwyn has discovered some fresh facts in the Glenthorpe murder, Galloway," explained Mr. Cromering. "I sent for you in order that you might hear what they are."
"What sort of facts?" asked Galloway, with a quick glance at the detective.
"That is what Mr. Colwyn proposes to explain to us."
"I shall have to go back to the beginning of our investigations to do so. To the day when we motored from Durrington to Flegne," said the detective. "We went there with the strong presumption in our minds that Penreath was the criminal, because of suspicious facts previously known about him. He was short of money, he had concealed his right name when registering at the hotel, and his behaviour at the breakfast table the morning of his departure suggested an unbalanced temperament. It is a legal axiom that men's minds are influenced by facts previously known or believed, and we set out to investigate this case under the strong presumption that Penreath and none other was the murderer. The evidence we found during our visit to the inn fitted in with this theory, and inclined the police to shut out the possibility of any alternative theory because of the number of concurrent points which fitted in with the presumption that Penreath was the murderer. There was, first, the fact that the murderer had entered through the window. Penreath had been put to sleep in the room next to the murdered man, in an unoccupied part of the inn, and could easily have got from one window to the other without being seen or heard. Next was the fact that the murder had been committed with a knife with a round end. Penreath had used such a knife when dining with Mr. Glenthorpe, and that knife was afterwards missing. Next we have him hurriedly departing from the inn soon after daybreak, refusing to wait till his boots were cleaned, and paying his bill with a Treasury note. Then came the discovery of the footprints to the pit where the body had been thrown, and those footprints were incontestably made by Penreath's boots. The stolen notes suggested a strong motive in the case of a man badly in need of money, and the payment of his bill with a Treasury note of the first issue suggested, though not very strongly, that he had given the servant one of the stolen notes. These were the main points in the circumstantial evidence against Penreath. The stories of the landlord of the inn, the deaf waiter, and the servant supported that theory in varying degrees, and afforded an additional ground for the credibility of the belief that Penreath was the murderer. The final and most convincing proof, Penreath's silence under the accusation, does not come into the narrative of events at this point because he had not been arrested. It was when we visited the murdered man's bedroom that the first doubts came to my mind as to the conclusiveness of the circumstantial evidence against Penreath. The theory was that Penreath, after murdering Mr. Glenthorpe, put the body on his shoulder and carried it downstairs and up the rise to the pit. The murderer entered through the window. The bits of red mud adhering to the carpet proved that conclusively enough. But if Penreath was the murderer, where had he got the umbrella with which he shielded himself from the storm? The fact that the murderer carried an umbrella is proved by the discovery of a small patch of umbrella silk which had got caught on a nail by the window. Again, why should a man getting from one window to another bother about using an umbrella for a journey of a few feet only? He would know that he could not use it when carrying the body to the pit, for that task would require both his hands. And what had Penreath done with the umbrella afterwards? The clue of the umbrella silk and the pool of water near the window where the murderer placed the umbrella after getting into the room definitely fixed the time of the murder between 11 and 11:30 p.m, because the violent rainstorm on that night ceased at the latter hour. If Penreath was the murderer, he waited until the storm ceased before removing the body. There were no footprints outside the window where the murderer got in, because they were obliterated by the rain. On the other hand, the footsteps to the pit where the body was thrown were clear and distinct, proving conclusively that no rain fell after the murderer left the house with his burden. It seemed to me unlikely that a man after committing a murder would coolly sit down beside his victim and wait for the rain to cease before disposing of the body. His natural instinct would be to hide the evidence of his crime as quickly as possible. These points, however, were of secondary importance, merely tending to shake slightly what lawyers term the probability of the case against Penreath. But a point of more importance was my discovery that the candle grease dropped on the carpet was of two different kinds, wax and tallow, suggesting that two different persons were in the room on the night of the murder. Mr. Glenthorpe did not use a candle, but a reading lamp. Neither did Mr. Glenthorpe use the gas globe in the middle of the room. Yet that gas tap was turned on slightly when we examined the room, and the globe and the incandescent burner smashed. Who turned on the tap, and who smashed the globe? Penreath is not tall enough to have struck it with his head. Superintendent Galloway's theory was that it might have been done by the murderer when throwing the body of his victim over his shoulder. An ideal case of circumstantial evidence may be weakened, but not destroyed, by the destruction of one or more of the collateral facts which go to make it up. There are two kinds of circumstantial evidence. In one kind, presumption of guilt depends on a series of links forming a chain. In the other, the circumstances are woven together like the strands of a rope. That is the ideal case of circumstantial evidence, because the rope still holds when some of the strands are severed. The case against Penreath struck me as resembling a chain, which is no stronger than its weakest link. The strongest link in the chain of circumstances against Penreath was the footprints leading to the pit. They had undoubtedly been made by his boots. But circumstances can lie as well as witnesses, and in both cases the most plausible sometimes prove the greatest liars. Take away the clue of the footprints, and the case against Penreath was snapped in the most vital link. The remaining circumstances in the case against him, though suspicious enough, were open to alternative explanation. The footprints were the damning fact, the link on which the remaining links of the chain were hung. But the elimination of the clue of the footprints did not make the crime any easier of solution. From the moment I set foot in the room it struck me as a deep and baffling mystery, looking at it from the point of view of the police theory or from any other hypothesis. If Penreath had indeed committed the murder, who was the second visitor to the room? And if Penreath had not committed the murder, who had? That night in my room I sought to construct two alternative theories of the murder. In the first place, I examined the case thoroughly from the police point of view, with Penreath as the murderer. In view of what has come to light since the trial, there is no need to take up time with giving you my reasons for doubting whether Penreath has committed the crime. I explained those reasons to Superintendent Galloway at the time, pointing out, as he will doubtless remember, that the police theory struck me as illogical in some aspects, and far from convincing as a whole. There were too many elements of uncertainty in it, too much guesswork, too much jumping to conclusions. Take one point alone, on which I laid stress at the time. The police theory originally started from the point of Penreath's peculiar behaviour at the Durrington Hotel, which, from their point of view, suggested homicidal mania. To my mind, there was no evidence to prove this, although that theory was actually put forth by the defence at Penreath's trial. I witnessed the scene at the breakfast table, and in my opinion Sir Henry Durwood acted hastily and wrongly in rushing forward and seizing Penreath. There was nothing in his behaviour that warranted it. He was a little excited, and nothing more, and from what I have heard since, he had reason to be excited. Neither at the breakfast table nor in his room subsequently did his actions strike me as the actions of a man of insane, neurotic, or violent temperament. He was simply suffering from nerves. It is important to remember, in recalling the events which led up to this case, that Penreath was invalided out of the army suffering from shell shock, and that 2 nights before the scene at the hotel there was an air raid at Durrington. Shell shock victims are always prejudicially affected by air raids. Even if the police theory had been correct on this point, it seemed inconceivable to me that a man affected with homicidal tendencies would have displayed such cold-blooded caution and cunning in carrying out a murder for gain as the murderer at the Golden Anchor did. The Crown dropped this point at the trial. I merely mention it now in support of my contention that the case of circumstantial evidence against Penreath was by no means a strong one, because it originally depended in part on inferred facts which the premises did not warrant. Next, the discoveries made in the room where the murder was committed, and certain other indications found outside, did not fit in with the police case against Penreath. Superintendent Galloway's reconstruction of the crime, after he had seen the body and examined the inn premises, did not account for the existence of all the facts. There were circumstances and clues which were not consistent with the police theory of the murder. The probability of the inference that Penreath was the murderer was not increased by the discoveries we made. I am aware that absolute proof is not essential to conviction in a case of circumstantial evidence, but, on the other hand, to ignore facts which do not accord with a theory is to go to the other extreme, for by so doing you are in danger of excluding the possibility of any alternative theory. On the other hand, when I sought to account for the crime by any other hypothesis, I found myself puzzled at every turn. The presence of two persons in the room was the baffling factor. The murderer had entered through the window in the storm, lighted the tallow candle which he brought with him, walked straight to the bed and committed the murder. Then he had waited till the rain ceased before carrying the body downstairs to the pit. But what about the second person, the person who had carried the wax candle and dropped spots of grease underneath the broken gas globe? He had come in at a different time, and why? Why had he sought to light the gas when he carried a candle? Why had he, as I subsequently ascertained, left the room and gone downstairs to turn on the gas at the meter? Eliminating Penreath for the time being, I tried next to fit in the clues I had discovered with two alternative theories. Had the murder been committed from outside by a villager, or by somebody in the inn? There were possibilities about the former theory which I pointed out to Superintendent Galloway, who subsequently investigated them, and declared that there was no ground for the theory that the murder had been committed from the outside. The theory that the murder had been committed by somebody inside the inn turned my attention to the inmates of the inn. Excluding Penreath for the time being, there were 5 inmates inside the walls the night the murder was committed: the innkeeper, his daughter, his mother, the waiter, and Anne, the servant. The girl could hardly have committed the murder, and could certainly not have carried away the body. The old mad woman might have committed the murder if she could have got out of her room, but she could not have carried the body to the pit. Neither could the servant. By this process of elimination there remained the landlord and the deaf waiter. For a reason which it is not necessary to explain now, my thoughts turned to the waiter when I first saw the body of the murdered man. The possibility that he was the murderer was strengthened by the slight clue of the line in the clay which I found underneath the murdered man's bedroom window. That window is about 5 feet from the ground outside, and the waiter, who is short and stout, could not have climbed through the window without something to stand on. But the waiter could not possibly have carried the body to the pit. His right arm is malformed, and only a very strong man with 2 strong arms could have performed that feat. There remained the innkeeper. He was the only person on the inn premises that night, except Penreath, who could have carried the corpse downstairs and thrown it into the pit. Although thin, I should say he is a man of great physical strength. It is astonishing to think, in looking back over all the circumstances of this extraordinary case, that some suspicion was not diverted to him in the first instance. He was very hard pressed for money, and he knew for days beforehand that Mr. Glenthorpe was going to draw £300 from the bank, a circumstance that Penreath could not possibly have known when he sought chance shelter at the inn that night. He was the only person in the place tall enough to have smashed the gas globe and incandescent burner in Mr. Glenthorpe's room by striking his head against it. He knew the run of the place and the way to the pit intimately, far better than a stranger like Penreath could. I was struck with that fact when we were examining the footprints. The undeviating course from the inn to the mouth of the pit suggested an intimate acquaintance with the way. The man who carried the body to the pit in the darkness knew every inch of the ground. It is easy to be wise after the event, but my thoughts and suspicions were centring more and more around the innkeeper when Penreath was arrested. His attitude altered the whole aspect of the case. His hesitating answers to me in the wood, his fatalistic acceptance of the charge against him, seemed to me equivalent to a confession of guilt, so I abandoned my investigations and returned to Durrington. I was wrong. It was a mistake for which I find it difficult to forgive myself. Penreath's hesitation, his silence, what were they in the balance of probabilities in such a strange, deep crime as this murder? In view of the discoveries I had already made, discoveries which pointed to a most baffling mystery, I should not have allowed myself to be swerved from my course by Penreath's silence in the face of accusation, inexplicable though it appeared at the time. You know what happened subsequently. Penreath, persisting in his silence, was tried, convicted, and sentenced to death, because of that silence, which compelled the defence to rely on a defence of insanity which they could not sustain. I went back to the inn a second time, not of my own volition, but because of a story told me by the innkeeper's daughter, Peggy, at Durrington 4 days ago. The night before the inquest, Peggy paid a visit to the room in which the murdered man lay. I did not see her go in, but I saw her come out. She went downstairs and hurried across the marshes and threw something into the sea from the top of the breakwater. The following day, after Penreath's arrest, I questioned her. She gave me an explanation which was hardly plausible, but Penreath's silence, coming after the accumulation of circumstances against him, had caused me to look at the case from a different angle, and I did not cross-examine her. The object of her visit to me after the trial was to admit that she had not told me the truth previously. Her amended story was obviously the true one. She and Penreath had met by chance on the seashore near Leyland Hoop 2 or 3 weeks before, and had met secretly afterward. The subsequent actions of these two foolish young people prove, convincingly enough, that they had fallen passionately in love with each other. Peggy, however, had never told Penreath her name or where she lived, because she knew her position was different from his, she says, and she could not understand how he came to be at the inn that night. Naturally, she was very much perturbed at his unexpected appearance. She waited for an opportunity to speak to him after hearing his voice, but was compelled to attend on her mad grandmother until it was very late. Before going to bed, she went down the passage to see if by any chance he had not retired. There was a light in Mr. Glenthorpe's room, and, acting on a sudden girlish impulse, she ran along the passage to Mr. Glenthorpe's door, intending to confide her troubles in one who had always been very good and kind to her. The door was partly open, and as she got no reply to her knock, she entered. Mr. Glenthorpe was lying on his bed, murdered, and on the floor, at the side of the bed, she found the knife and this silver and enamel matchbox. She hid the knife behind the picture on the wall. She did a very plucky thing the following night by going into the dead man's room and removing the knife in order to prevent the police finding it, for by that time she was aware that the knife formed an important piece of evidence in the case against her lover. It was the knife she threw into the sea, but she kept the matchbox, which she recognised as Penreath's. When she came to me, she did not intend to tell me anything about the matchbox if she could help it. She was frank enough up to a point, but beyond that point she did not want to go. After Penreath's conviction, she began, woman-like, to wonder if she had not been too hasty in assuming his guilt. And as the time slipped by and brought the day of his doom nearer, she grew desperate, and as a last resort she came to me. It was a good thing she did so, for her story, though apparently making the case against Penreath blacker still, incidentally brought to light a clue which threw a new light on the case, and decided me to return to Flegne. That clue is contained in the matchbox. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Colwyn opened the silver and enamel box and emptied the matches on the table. I showed this matchbox to Charles on my return to the inn, and he told me that Penreath used it in the upstairs sitting-room the night he dined there with Mr. Glenthorpe. Therefore, it is a reasonable deduction to assume that he had no other matches in his possession the night of the murder. This fact is highly significant because the matches in Penreath's silver box are, as you see, blue-headed wax matches, whereas the matches struck in Mr. Glenthorpe's room on the night of the murder were of an entirely different description, wooden matches with pink heads, of British manufacture, so-called war matches with cork pine sticks. The sticks of these matches break rather easily unless they are held near the head. 2 broken fragments of this description of match with unlighted heads were found in Mr. Glenthorpe's room the morning after the murder. Superintendent Galloway picked up one by the foot of the bed, and I picked up the other under the broken gas globe. The recovery of Penreath's matchbox in the murdered man's room suggested several things. In the first place, if he had no other matches in his possession except those in his silver and enamel box, he was neither the murderer nor the second person who visited the room that night. But if my deduction about the matches was correct, how was it that his matchbox was found in the murdered man's room?
The inference is that Penreath left his matchbox in the dining room after lighting his candle before going to bed, and the murderer found it and took it to Mr. Glenthorpe's bedroom to point suspicion towards Penreath. This fact opened up a new possibility about the crime, the possibility that Penreath was the victim of a conspiracy. When we were examining the footprints which led to the pit, the possibility of somebody else having worn Penreath's boots occurred to me, because I have seen that trick worked before, but the servant's story suggested that Penreath did not put his boots outside his door to be cleaned, but came to the door with them in his hand in the morning. But Penreath told me this morning that he put out his boots overnight to be cleaned, but had taken them back into his room before Anne brought up his tea. The murderer, therefore, had ample opportunity to use them for his purpose of carrying the body to the pit, and to put them back afterwards outside Penreath's door. But Peggy's belated admissions did more than suggest that Penreath was the victim of a sinister plot. They narrowed down the range of persons by whom it could have been contrived. The plotter was not only an inmate of the inn, but somebody who had seen the matchbox and knew that it belonged to Penreath. I returned to Flegne to resume the investigations I had broken off nearly 3 weeks before, and from that point my discoveries were very rapid, all tending to throw suspicion on Benson. The first indication was the outcome of a remark of mine about his height, and the broken gaslight in Mr. Glenthorpe's bedroom. It was purely a chance shot, but it threw him into a pitiable state of excitement. I let him think, however, that it was nothing more than a chance remark. That night I was put to sleep in Penreath's room, and there I made 2 discoveries. The first was the existence of a small door behind the wardrobe, opening on a corresponding door on the other side, which in its turn opens into Mr. Glenthorpe's room. Thus it would be possible for a person in the room Penreath occupied, discovering these doors as I did, to see into the next bedroom, under certain conditions. My second discovery was the outcome of my first discovery. I picked up underneath the wardrobe a fragment of an appealing letter, which Penreath had commenced to write to his fiancée, and had subsequently torn up. It was a long time before I grasped the full significance of these 2 discoveries. Why should a man, after writing a letter of appeal to his fiancée, decide not to send it and destroy it? The most probable reason was that something had happened to cause him to change his mind. What could have happened to change the conditions so quickly? The hidden doors in the wall, which looked into the next room, supplied an answer to the question. Penreath had looked through and seen what? My first thought was that he had seen the murder committed, but that theory did not account for the destruction of the letter, and his silence when arrested, unless indeed the girl had committed the murder. The girl! Peggy! It came to me like a flash. The solution of the strangest aspect of this puzzling case, the reason why Penreath maintained his dogged silence under an accusation of murder. It came to me, the clue for which I had been groping, with the recollection of a phrase of the girl's story to me, her second story, in which she not only told me of her efforts to shield Penreath, but revealed frankly to me her relations with Penreath, innocent enough, but commenced in chance fashion, and continued by clandestine meetings in lonely spots. I remembered when she told me about it all that I was impressed by Penreath's absolute straightforwardness in his dealings with this girl. He was open and sincere with her throughout, gave her his real name, and told her much about himself, his family, his prospects, and even his financial embarrassment. He went further than that. He told her that he was engaged to be married, and that if he could get free he would marry her. A young man who talks in this strain is very much in love. The artless story of Peggy revealed that Penreath was as much in love with the girl as she was with him. If he could get free. That was the phrase that gave me the key to the mystery. He had set out to get free by writing to Miss Willoughby, breaking off his engagement. Later he had torn up the letter because through the door in the wall he had seen Peggy standing by the bedside of the murdered man, and had come to the conclusion that she had murdered him. If you think it a little strange that Penreath should have jumped to this conclusion about the woman he loved, you must remember the circumstances were unusual. Peggy had surrounded herself with mystery. She refused to tell her lover where she lived. She would not even tell him her name. When he looked into the room, he did not even know she was in the house, because she had kept out of his way during the previous evening, waiting for an opportunity to see him alone. Consequently, he experienced a great shock at the sight of her, and the mystery with which she had always veiled her identity and movements recurred to him with a terrible and sinister significance, as he saw her again under such damning conditions, standing by the bedside of the dead man, with a knife in her hand. Penreath's subsequent actions, his destruction of the letter he had written to Miss Willoughby, his hurried departure from the inn, and his silence in the face of accusation, are all explained by the fact that he saw the girl Peggy in the next room, and believed that she had committed this terrible crime. I now come to the clues which point directly to Benson's complicity in the murder. I have already told you of his alarm at my chance remark about his height and the smashed gas globe. You also know that he was in need of money. The next point is rather a curious one. When Benson was telling us his story the day after the murder, I observed that he kept smoothing his long hair down on his forehead. There was something in the action that suggested more than a mannerism. The night after I discovered the door in the wall, I left it open in order to watch the next room. During the night Benson entered and searched the dead man's chamber. I did not know what he was looking for. He did not find it, whatever it was. But during the search he grew hot, and threw back his hair from his forehead, revealing a freshly healed scar on his temple. The reason he had worn his hair low was explained. He wanted to hide from us the fact that it was he who had smashed the gas globe in Mr. Glenthorpe's room and had cut his head by the accident. But his visit to the dead man's room revealed more than a scar on his forehead. How did Benson get into the room? The room had been kept locked since the murder. That night I had taken the key from a hook on the kitchen dresser in order to examine the room when the inmates of the place had retired. Benson, therefore, had let himself in with another key. This was our first knowledge of another key. Hitherto we had believed that the only key was the one found in the outside of the door the morning after the murder. The police theory is partly based on that supposition. Benson's possession of a second key, and his silence concerning it, point strongly to his complicity in the crime. He knew that Mr. Glenthorpe was accustomed to lock his door and carry the key about with him, so he obtained another key in order to have access to the room whenever he desired. There would have been nothing in this if he had told his household about it. A second key would have been useful to the servant when she wanted to arrange Mr. Glenthorpe's room, but Benson kept the existence of the second key a close secret. He said nothing about it when we questioned him concerning the key in the door. An innocent man would have immediately informed us that there was a second key to the room. Benson kept silence because he had something to hide. I now come to the events of the next morning. My investigation of the rise and the pit during the afternoon had led to a discovery which subsequently suggested to my mind that the missing money had been hidden in the pit. I determined to try and descend it. I arose before daybreak, as I did not wish any of the inmates of the inn to see me. Before going to the pit, I got out of the window and into the window of the next room, as Penreath is supposed to have done. That experiment brought to light another small point in Penreath's favour. The drop from the first window is an awkward one, more than 8 feet, and my heels made a deep indentation in the soft red clay underneath the window. If Penreath had dropped from the window, even in his stocking feet, the marks of his heels ought to have been visible. There was not enough rain after the murder was committed to obliterate them entirely. There were no such marks under his window when we examined the ground the morning after the murder. I next proceeded to the rise and lowered myself down the pit by the creepers inside. About 10 feet down the vegetable growth ceased, and the further descent was impossible without ropes. But at the limit of the distance to which a man can climb down unaided, I saw a peg sticking into the side of the pit, with a fishing line suspended from it. I drew up the line and found attached to it the murdered man's pocket-book, containing the £300 he had drawn out of the bank at Heathfield the day he was murdered. Let me now try to reconstruct the crime in the light of the fresh information we have gained. Benson was in desperate straits for money, and he knew that Mr. Glenthorpe had drawn £300 from the bank that morning, all in small notes, which could not be traced. The fact that he obtained a second key to the room suggests that he had been meditating the act for some time past. It will be found, I think, when all the facts are brought to light, that he obtained the second key when he learned that Mr. Glenthorpe intended to take a large sum of money out of the bank. Penreath's chance arrival at the inn on the day that the money was drawn out probably set him thinking of the possibility of murdering and robbing Mr. Glenthorpe in circumstances that would divert suspicion to the stranger. Penreath unconsciously helped him by leaving his matchbox in the room where he had dined with Mr. Glenthorpe. Benson found the matchbox on looking into the room to see that everything was all right when his guests had retired, and determined to commit the murder that night, and leave it by the murdered man's bedside, as a clue to direct attention to Penreath. His next idea, to murder Mr. Glenthorpe with the knife which Penreath had used at dinner, probably occurred to him as he considered the possibilities of the matchbox. It is difficult to decide why Benson chose to enter the room from the window instead of by the door when he had a second key of the room. He may have attempted to open the door with the key and found that Mr. Glenthorpe had locked the door and left the key on the inside, or he may have thought that, as Penreath was sleeping in the next room, he ran too great a risk of discovery by entering from the door, and so decided to enter by the window. We must presume that Benson subsequently found Mr. Glenthorpe's key, either inside the door or under his pillow, and kept it. He entered the window, stabbed Mr. Glenthorpe, and placed the matchbox and the knife at the side of the bed. His next act would be to search for the money. Finding it difficult to search by the light of the tallow candle, he decided to go downstairs and turn on the gas. During his absence, Peggy entered the room, saw the dead body, and picked up the knife and the matchbox. Then she picked up the candlestick by the bed and fled in terror. Benson, after turning on the gas at the meter, returned to find the room in darkness. Thinking that the wind had blown out the candle, he walked to the gas with the intention of lighting it. In doing so, he knocked his head against the globe, cutting his forehead and smashing the incandescent burner. Benson, when he found that the candlestick had disappeared, must, in his fright, have rushed downstairs for another. He could not light the gas because he had smashed the burner. In no other way can I account for the second lot of candle grease that I found in the room underneath the gaslight, which made me believe at first that the room had been visited by two persons on the night of the murder. There were two persons, Benson and his daughter, but Peggy did not bring a candlestick into the room. It looks to me as though Benson, on returning with the second candle, attempted to light the gas with it and failed. That action would account for the gas tap being turned on, and the spilt grease directly underneath. He then searched the room till he found the pocket-book containing the money. The subsequent removal of the body to the pit strikes me as an afterthought. The complete plan was too diabolically ingenious and complete to have formed in the murderer's mind at the outset. The man who put the matchbox and knife by the bedside of the murdered man in order to divert suspicion to Penreath had no thought at that stage of removing the body. That idea came afterwards, probably when he went upstairs the second time with the lighted candle, and saw Penreath's boots outside the door. I cannot help thinking that the clue of the footprints, which was such a damning point in the case against Penreath, was quite an accidental one so far as the murderer was concerned. The thought that the boots would leave footprints which would subsequently be identified as Penreath's was altogether too subtle to have occurred to a man like Benson. That is the touch of a master criminal, of a much higher order of criminal brain than Benson's. It is my belief that he originally intended to leave the murdered man in his room, thinking that the matchbox and knife would point suspicion to Penreath. But after killing Mr. Glenthorpe, he was overcome with a fear that his guilt would be discovered, in spite of his precautions to throw suspicions on another man, and he decided to throw the body into the pit in the hope that the crime would never be found out. The fact that he had entered the room in his stocking feet supports this theory, because he would be well aware that he would not be able to carry the body over several hundred yards of rough ground in his bare feet. He took Penreath's boots, which were close at hand, in preference to the danger and delay which he would have incurred in going to his own room some distance away for his own boots. Having put on the boots, he took the body on his shoulders and conveyed it to the pit. There are 2 or 3 points in this case which I am unable to clear up to my complete satisfaction. Why did Benson leave the key in the outside of the door? Was it merely one of those mistakes, those oversights, which all murderers are liable to commit, or did he do it deliberately in the hope of conveying the impression that Mr. Glenthorpe had gone out and left the key in the outside of the door? In the next place, I cannot account for the mark of the box underneath the window. There is a third point, the direction of the wound in the murdered man's body, which gave me some ideas at the time that I am now compelled to dismiss as erroneous. But these are points that I hope will be cleared up by Benson's arrest and confession, for I am convinced by my observation of the man that he will confess. There are 1 or 2 more points. Benson is an ardent fisherman, who spends all his spare time fishing on the marshes. The stolen pocket-book was suspended in the pit by a piece of fishing line, but I attach more importance to the second point, which is that since the murder has been committed, the nightly conversation at the inn tap-room has centred around a local ghost, known as the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit, who is supposed from time immemorial to have haunted the pit where the body was thrown, and to bring death to anybody who encounters her at night. This spectre, which is profoundly believed in by the villagers, had not been seen for at least 2 years before the murder, but she made a reappearance a night or 2 after the crime, and is supposed to have been seen frequently ever since. It looks to me as though Benson set the story going again, in order to keep the credulous villagers away from the pit where the money was concealed. This morning, in company with Mr. Oakham, I saw Penreath in the gaol, and by a ruse induced him to break his stubborn silence. His story, which it is not necessary for me to give you in detail, testifies to his innocence, and supports my own theory of the crime. He did not see the murder committed, but he saw the girl go into the room, and subsequently he saw her father enter and remove the body. It was the latter spectacle that robbed him of any lingering doubts he may have had of the girl's guilt, and forced him to the conclusion that she and her father were accomplices in the crime, but he loved her so much that he determined to keep silence and shield her. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
"This is a remarkable story, Mr. Colwyn," said the Chief Constable, breaking the rather lengthy silence which followed the conclusion of the detective's reconstruction of the crime. "It has been quite entrancing to listen to your syllogistical skill. You would have made an excellent Crown Prosecutor."
The Chief Constable's official mind could conceive no higher compliment.
"Your statements seem almost too incredible for belief, but undoubtedly you have made out a case for the further investigation of this crime. What do you think, Galloway?"
"The question, to my mind, is what Mr. Colwyn's discoveries really represent," replied Galloway. "He has built up a very ingenious and plausible reconstruction, but let us discard mere theory and stick to the facts. What do they amount to? Apart from Penreath's statement in the gaol that he saw the body carried downstairs—"
"You can leave that out of the question," said the detective curtly. "My reconstruction of the crime is independent of Penreath's testimony, which is open to the objection that it should have been made before."
"Exactly what I was going to point out," rejoined Galloway bluntly. "Well then, let us examine the fresh facts. There are 5 as I see them. The recovery of Penreath's matchbox, the discovery of the door between the 2 rooms, the wound on the innkeeper's forehead, the additional key, and the finding of the pocket book in the pit. Exclude the idea of conspiracy, and the recovery of the matchbox becomes an additional point against Penreath, because it strikes me as guesswork to assume that he had no other matches in his possession except that particular box and the loose one he found in his vest pocket. Smokers frequently carry 2 or 3 boxes of matches. The discovery of the hidden door is interesting, but it has no direct bearing on this crime. The wound on the innkeeper's head looks suspicious, but there is no proof that it was caused by his knocking his head against the gas globe in the murdered man's room on the night of the murder. As Mr. Colwyn himself has pointed out, there is not much in Benson having the second key of Glenthorpe's room. Many hotel keepers and innkeepers duplicate keys of bedrooms. The significance of this discovery is that Benson kept silence about the existence of this key. Undoubtedly he should have told us about it, but I am not prepared to accept, offhand, that his silence was the silence of a guilty man. He may have kept silence regarding it through a foolish fear of directing suspicion to himself. That theory seems to me quite as probable as Mr. Colwyn's theory. There remains the recovery of the money and the pit. In considering that point, I find it impossible to overlook that Penreath returned to the wood after making his escape. That suggests to my mind that he hid the money in the pit himself, and took the risk of returning in order to regain possession of it."
"You are worthier of the Chief Constable's compliment than I, my dear Galloway," said Colwyn genially. "Your gift of overcoming points which tell against you by ignoring them, and your careful avoidance of telltale inferences, would make you an ideal Crown Prosecutor."
"I don't believe in inferences in crime," replied Galloway, flushing under the detective's sarcasm. "I am a plain man, and I like to stick to facts."
"What was the whole of your case against Penreath but a series of inferences?" retorted Colwyn. "Circumstantial evidence, and the circumstances on which you depended in this case, were never fully established. Furthermore, your facts were not consistent with your original hypothesis, and had to be altered when the case went to trial. Now that I have discovered other facts and inferences which are consistent with another hypothesis, you strive to shut your eyes to them, or draw wrong conclusions from them. Your suggestion that Penreath must have hidden the money in the pit because he was arrested near it is a choice example of false deduction, based on the wrong premise that Penreath hid the money there on the night of the murder. He could not have done so because he had no rope, And how was he, a stranger to the place, to know that the inside of the pit was covered with creeping plants of sufficient strength to bear a man's weight? The choice of the pit as a hiding place for the money argues an intimate local knowledge.
"You have not yet told us how you came to deduce the money was in the pit," said Mr. Cromering, who had been examining the pocket book and money.
"While I was examining the mouth of the pit the previous afternoon, I found this piece of paper at the brink, trodden into the clay. Later on I recognised the particular watermark of waving lines as the Government watermark in the first issue of Treasury War Notes. From that I deduced that the money was hidden in the pit. It was all in Treasury Notes, as you see."
"I'm afraid I don't quite follow you now," said the Chief Constable, with a puzzled glance at the piece of dirty paper in his hand. "This piece of paper is not a Treasury note."
"Not now, perhaps, but it was once," said the detective with a smile. "It puzzled me at first. I could not account for the Treasury watermark, designed to prevent forgery of the notes, appearing on a piece of blank paper. Then it came to me. The first issue of Treasury notes were very badly printed. Ordinary black ink was used, which would disappear if the note was immersed in water. It was an official at Somerset House who told me this. He informed me that they had several cases of munition workers who, after being paid in Treasury notes, had put them into the pockets of their overalls and forgotten about them until the overalls came back from the wash, with every vestige of printing washed out from the notes, leaving nothing but the watermarks. It occurred to me that the same thing had happened in this case. The murderer, when about to descend to the pit to conceal the money, had accidentally dropped a note and trodden it underfoot, and it had lain out in the open, exposed to heavy rains and dew, until every scrap of printing was obliterated."
"By Jove, that's very clever indeed," exclaimed Galloway.
He picked up a magnifying glass which was lying on the table, and closely examined the dirty piece of white paper which Colwyn had found at the mouth of the pit.
"It was once a Treasury note, sure enough. The watermark is unmistakable. You scored a point there that I couldn't have made, and I'm man enough to own up to it. You see more deeply into things than I do, Mr. Colwyn, and I'm willing to admit that you've made some new and interesting discoveries about this case, although, in my opinion, you are inclined to read too much into them. But I certainly think they ought to be investigated further. If Penreath's statement to you this morning is true, Benson is the murderer, and there has been a miscarriage of justice. But what makes me doubt the truth of it is Penreath's refusal to speak before. I mistrust confessions made out at the last moment, and his explanation that he kept silence to save the girl strikes me as rather thin. It is too quixotic."
"There is more than that in it," replied Colwyn. "He had a double motive. Penreath heard Sir Henry Durwood depose at the trial that he believed him to be suffering from epilepsy."
"How does that constitute a second motive?"
"In this way. Penreath has a highly strung, introspective temperament. He went to the front from a high sense of duty, but he was temperamentally unfit for the ghastly work of modern warfare, and broke down under the strain. Men like Penreath feel it keenly when they are discharged through shell shock. They feel that the carefully hidden weaknesses of their temperaments have been dragged out into the light of day, and imagine that they have been branded as cowards in the eyes of their fellow men. I suspect that the real reason why Penreath left London and sought refuge in Norfolk under another name was because he had been discharged from the army through shell shock. He wanted to get away from London and hide himself from those who knew him. To his wounded spirit the condolences of his friends would be akin to taunts and sneers. When Sir Henry Durwood questioned him he was careful to conceal the fact that he had been a victim of shell shock. As a matter of fact, Penreath's behaviour in the breakfast room that morning was nothing more than the effects of the air raid on his disordered nerves, but he would sooner have died than admit that to strangers. After listening to the evidence for the defence at the trial, he came to the conclusion that he was an epileptic as well as a neurasthenic. He might well believe that life held little for him in these circumstances, and that conviction would strengthen him in his determination to sacrifice his life as a thing of little value for the girl he loved.
"If that is true, he must be a very manly young fellow," said the Chief Constable.
"Supposing it is true, what is to be done?" asked Galloway earnestly. "Penreath has been tried and convicted for the murder."
"The conviction will be upset on appeal," replied the detective decisively.
"But I do not see that carries us much farther forward as regards Benson," persisted Galloway. "If he is the murderer, as you say, he will clear out as soon as he hears that Penreath is appealing."
"He will not be able to clear out if you arrest him."
"On what grounds? I cannot arrest him for a murder for which another man has been sentenced to death."
"True, but you can arrest him as an accessory after the fact, on the ground that he carried the body downstairs and threw it into the pit."
And suppose he denies having done so? Look here, Mr. Colwyn, I want to help you all I can, but if I have made one mistake, I do not want to make a second one. Frankly, I do not know what to think of your story. It may be true, or it may not, but speaking from a police point of view, we have mighty little to go on if we arrest Benson. If he likes to bluff us, we may find ourselves in an awkward position. Nobody saw him commit the murder."
"I realise the truth of what you say because I thought it all over before coming to see you," replied Colwyn. "If Benson denies the truth of the points I have discovered against him, or gives them a different interpretation, it may be difficult to prove them. But he will not. He will confess all he knows."
"What makes you think so?"
"Because his nerve has gone. If I had confronted him that night when I saw him in the room, I would have got the whole truth from him."
"Why did you not do so?"
"Because I had not the power to detain him. I am merely a private detective, and I can neither arrest a man nor threaten him with arrest. That is why I have come to you. You, with the powers of the law behind you, can frighten Benson into a confession much more effectually than I could."
"I don't half like it," grumbled Galloway. "There's a risk about it."
"It's a risk that must be taken, nevertheless."
It was Mr. Cromering who intervened in the discussion between the two, and he spoke with unusual decision.
"I agree with Mr. Colwyn that this is the best course to pursue. I will go with you and take full responsibility, Galloway."
"There's no need for that," said Galloway quickly. "I'm quite willing to go."
"I will accompany you and Mr. Colwyn. It has been a remarkable case throughout, and I want to see the end, if this is the end. I feel keenly interested in this young man's fate." "I should like to go also, but an engagement prevents me," said Mr. Oakham. "I'm quite content to leave Penreath's interests in Mr. Colwyn's capable hands."
He rose as he spoke and held out his hand to the detective.
"We have all been in error, but you have saved us from having an irreparable wrong on our consciences. I cannot forgive myself for my blindness. Perhaps you will acquaint me with the result of your visit when you return. I shall be anxious to know."
"I will not fail to do so," replied Colwyn, grasping the solicitor's hand. "We had better catch the 5 o'clock train to Heathfield and walk across to Flegne," he added, turning to the others. "It will be as quick as motoring across, and the sound of the car might put Benson on his guard. We want to take him unawares."
"He'll have got wind of something already if he finds the pocket book gone," said Galloway. "He may have bolted while we have been talking things over here."
"I've seen to that," replied the detective. "I tied my own pocket book to the fishing line in the pit, and left Queensmead watching the pit. If Benson tries to escape with my pocket book, Queensmead will arrest him for robbery. I've made a complaint of the loss."
"You haven't left much to chance," replied Galloway, with a grim smile.
End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of The Shrieking Pit, by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was characteristic of Mr. Cromering to beguile the long walk in the dark from Heathfield Station by discussing Colwyn's theory that Benson had circulated the reappearance of the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit in order to keep the villagers away from the place where the stolen money was hidden. Mr. Cromering had been much impressed, he said so, with the logical skill and masterly deductive powers by which Colwyn had reconstructed the hidden events of the night of the murder, like an Owen reconstructing the extinct moa from a single bone, but he was loath to accept that part of the theory which seemed to throw doubt on the authenticity of a famous venerable Norfolk legend which had at least 200 years of tradition behind it. Mr. Cromering, without going so far as to affirm his personal belief in the story, declared that there were several instances extant of enlightened and educated people who had seen the ghost, and had suffered an untimely end in consequence. He cited the case of a visiting magistrate who had been visiting in the district some 20 years ago and knew nothing about the legend. He was riding through Flegne one night and heard dismal shrieks from the wood on the rise. Thinking somebody was in need of help, he dismounted from his horse and went up to the rise to investigate. As he neared the pit, the White Lady appeared from the pit and looked at him with inexpressibly sad eyes, drew her hand thrice across her throat, and disappeared again in the pit. The magistrate was greatly startled at what he had seen, and related the experience to his host when he got home. The latter did not tell him of the tragic significance which was attached to the apparition, but the magistrate cut his throat 3 days after his return to London.
"Surely that was more than a mere coincidence," concluded Mr. Cromering.
"I do not wish to undermine the local belief in the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit," said Colwyn, with a smile which the darkness hid. "All I say is that her frequent reappearances since the money was hidden in the pit were exceedingly useful for the man who hid the money." I can assure you that none of the villagers would go near the pit for twice the amount. There are plenty of them who will go to their graves convinced that they have heard her nightly shrieks since the murder was committed."
"It is difficult to believe that they are all mistaken," said Mr. Cromering slowly.
"I do not think they are mistaken, at least not all of them. Some have probably heard shrieks."
"Then how do you account for the shrieks?"
asked the Chief Constable eagerly. "I think they have heard Benson's mother shrieking in her paroxysms of madness."
"By Jove, that's a shrewd notion," chuckled Superintendent Galloway. "You don't miss much, Mr. Colwyn. Whether you're right or not, there's not the slightest doubt that the whole village is in terror of the ghost, and avoids the Shrieking Pit like the pestilence. I was talking to a Flegne farmer the other day, and he assured me, with a pale face, that he had heard the White Lady shrieking 3 nights running, and when his men went to the inn after dark, they walked half a mile out their way to avoid passing near the pit. He told me also that the general belief among the villagers is that Mr. Glenthorpe saw the White Lady a night or so before he was murdered."
"I heard that story also," responded Colwyn. "He was in the habit of walking up to the rise after dark. He appears to have been keenly interested in his scientific work."
"He was absorbed in it to the exclusion of everything else," said the Chief Constable with a sigh. "His death is a great loss to British science, and Norfolk research in particular. I was very much interested in that newspaper clipping which was found in his pocket book with the money. It was a London review on a brochure he had published on sponge spicules he had found in a flint at Flegne, and was his last contribution to science, published 2 days before he was struck down. What a loss!"
Their conversation had brought them to the top of the rise. Beneath them lay the little hamlet on the edge of the marshes, wrapped in a white blanket of mist. Colwyn asked his companions to remain where they were, while he went to see if Queensmead was on the watch. He walked quickly across the hut circles until he reached the pit. There his keen eyes detected a dark figure standing motionless in the shadow of the wood.
"Is that you, Queensmead?" he said in a low voice. "Yes, Mr. Colwyn."
The figure advanced out of the shadow. "Is everything all right?"
"Quite all right, sir. I watched from this spot from dark till dawn since you've been away. There's not been a soul near the pit. I've not been disturbed, not even by the White Lady."
"You have done excellently. The Chief Constable and Superintendent Galloway have come over with me, and we are going to the inn now. You'd better keep watch here for half an hour longer, so as to be on the safe side. If anybody comes to the pit during that time, you must detain him and call for assistance. I will come and relieve you myself."
"Very good, sir. You can depend on me,"
said Queensmead quietly, as he returned to his post. Colwyn rejoined his companions and told them what had passed. "I want to be on the safe side in case Benson tries to bolt when he sees us," he explained. "He's hardly likely to go without making an effort to get the money. Now, let us go to the inn."
"One moment," said the Chief Constable. "How do you propose to proceed when we get there?"
"Get Benson by himself and frighten him into a confession," was the terse reply. "I want your authority to threaten him with arrest. In fact, I should prefer that you or Superintendent Galloway undertook to do that. It would come with more force."
"Let it be Galloway," responded the Chief Constable. "You will act just as if I were not present, Galloway, and it is my wish that you do whatever Mr. Colwyn asks you."
"Thank you," replied the detective. "Let us go now. There is no time to be lost. Somebody may have seen me speaking to Queensmead." They descended the rise, and, reaching the flat, discerned the gaunt walls of the old inn looming spectrally from the mist. A light glimmered in the bar, and loud voices were heard within. Colwyn felt for the door. It was shut and fastened. He knocked sharply. The voices within ceased as though by magic, and presently there was the sound of somebody coming along the passage. Then the door was opened, and the white face of Charles appeared in the doorway, framed in the yellow light of a candle which he held above his head as he peered forth into the mist. His black eyes roved from Colwyn to the forms behind him.
"I am sorry you were kept waiting, sir," he said in his strange whisper, which seemed to have a tremor in it. "But the customers will have the door locked at night now. They are frightened of this ghost. This White Lady. She's been heard shrieking."
"Never mind that now," replied Colwyn. He had determined how to act, and stepped quickly inside. "Where's Benson?"
"He is sitting upstairs with his mother, sir. Shall I tell him you want him?"
"No, I'll go myself. Take these gentlemen into the bar parlour, and return to the bar." Colwyn made his way upstairs in the dark. He passed the rooms where Mr. Glenthorpe had been murdered, and Penreath had slept, and the room from which he had watched Peggy's nocturnal visit to the death chamber. That wing of the inn was as empty and as silent as it had been the night of the murder. but a lighted candle placed on an old hall stand, which Colwyn remembered having seen that night in the lumber room, flickered in the wavering shadows. A futile human effort to ward off the lurking terrors of darkness by the friendly feeble companionship of a light which could be extinguished even more quickly than a life. Colwyn took the candle to light him down the second passage to the mad woman's room. As he reached it, the door opened, and Peggy stepped forth. She recoiled at the sight of the detective. "You!" she breathed. "Oh, why—" "I have come to see your father," said Colwyn. It went to his heart to see the entreaty in her eyes, the pitiful droop of her lips, and the thinness of her face. The door was opened widely, and the innkeeper appeared on the threshold beside his daughter. Behind him Colwyn could see the old mad woman in her bed in the corner of the room, mumbling to herself and fondling her doll. The innkeeper fastened his bird-like eyes on the detective's face.
"What are you doing here?"
he said, and there was no mistaking the note of terror in his voice.
"What is it you want?"
"I want to speak to you downstairs," said the detective. The innkeeper looked swiftly to the right and left with the instinct of a trapped animal seeking an avenue of escape. Then his eyes returned to the detective's face with the resigned glance of a man who had made up his mind.
"I will come down with you," he said. "Peggy, you must look after your grandmother till I return."
The girl went back into the room and shut the door behind her, without a word or glance. Once more Colwyn felt admiration for her as a rare type of womanhood. Truly she had self-control, this girl. He and the innkeeper took their way along the passages, and descended the stairs without exchanging a word. When they got to the foot of the stairs, Benson half hesitated, and turned to Colwyn as if for direction. The latter nodded towards the door of the bar parlour, and motioned the innkeeper to enter. Following closely behind, he saw the innkeeper start with surprise at the sight of the two inmates of the room. Mr. Cromering was seated at the table, but Superintendent Galloway was standing up with his back to the fireplace. There was a moment's tense silence before the latter spoke.
"We have sent for you to ask you a few questions, Benson."
"I was under the impression, that is, I was led to believe that it was Mr. Colwyn who wanted to see me."
"Never mind what you thought," retorted Galloway impatiently. "You know perfectly well what has brought us here. I'm going to ask you some questions about the murder which was committed in this inn less than 3 weeks ago."
"I know nothing about it, sir, beyond what I told you before."
"You will be well advised in your own interest not to lie, Benson. Why did you not tell us you had a second key to Mr. Glenthorpe's room?"
There was a perceptible pause before the reply came.
"I didn't think it mattered, sir."
"Then you admit you have a second key?"
"Yes, sir."
"Very well." Superintendent Galloway took out a pocket book and made a note of the reply. "Now, where did you conceal the money?"
"What money, sir?"
"Don't equivocate, man." Superintendent Galloway produced the pocket book Colwyn had recovered from the pit, and held it at arm's length in front of the innkeeper. "I mean the £300 in Treasury notes in this pocket book, which Mr. Glenthorpe drew from the bank, and which you took from his room the night he was murdered."
"I know nothing about it."
To Colwyn, at least, it seemed that the expression on the innkeeper's face as he glanced at the pocket book might have been mistaken by an unprejudiced observer for genuine surprise.
"I suppose you never saw it before, eh?" sneered Galloway.
"I never did."
"Nor hid it in the pit?"
"No, sir."
Galloway paused in his questioning in secret perplexity. Benson's answers to his last 3 questions were given so firmly and unhesitatingly that some of his former doubts of Colwyn's theory returned to him with redoubled force. But it was in his most truculent and overbearing manner that he next remarked:
"Do you also deny that you carried Mr. Glenthorpe's body from his room and threw it down the pit?"
The spasm of sudden terror which contorted the innkeeper's face was a revelation to the 3 men who were watching him closely.
"I don't know anything about it,"
he quavered weakly.
"That won't go down, Benson."
Galloway was quick to follow up his stroke, shaking his head fiercely like a dog worrying a rat.
"You were seen carrying the body downstairs the night of the murder. You might as well own up to it, first as last. Lies will not help you. We know too much for you to wriggle out of it. And never mind smoothing your head down like that. We know all about that scar on your forehead and how you got it."
A wooden clock standing on the mantelpiece measured off half a minute in heavy ticks. Then the innkeeper, in a voice which was little more than a whisper, spoke.
It is true. I carried the body downstairs."
"Why did you not tell us this before?"
"It would not have made any difference."
"What?" Superintendent Galloway's indignation and amazement threatened to choke his utterance. "You keep silence till an innocent man is almost hanged for your misdeeds, and now have the brazen effrontery to say it makes no difference."
"Is Mr. Penreath innocent?"
"Nobody should know that better than you."
"Then who murdered Mr. Glenthorpe?"
"Let us have no more of this fooling, Benson." Superintendent Galloway's voice was very stern. "You have already admitted that you carried Mr. Glenthorpe's body downstairs."
"Oh!" the wretched man cried out wildly, like one who sees an engulfing wave too late.
"I see what you mean. You think I murdered him? But I did not. I did not. Before God, I am innocent."
His voice rang out loudly.
"We don't want to listen to this talk," interrupted Galloway roughly. "You are under arrest, Benson, for complicity in this murder, and the less you say the better for yourself."
"But I tell you I am innocent."
The innkeeper brought his skeleton hands together in a gesture which was almost tragic in its despair.
"I carried the body downstairs, but I did not murder him. Let me explain. Let me tell you."
"My advice to you is to keep silence, man. Keep your story for the trial," replied the police official. "You better get ready to go to the Wheatfield with me. I'll go upstairs with you and give you 5 minutes to get ready."
"Let him tell his story before you take him away, Galloway," said Colwyn, who had been keenly watching the innkeeper's face during the dialogue between him and his accuser. "I want to hear it."
"I do not see what good it will do," grumbled Superintendent Galloway. "However, as you want to hear it, let him go ahead. But let me first warn you, Benson, that anything you say now may be used in evidence against you afterwards."
"I do not care for that. I am not afraid of the truth being known," replied the innkeeper.
He turned from the uncompromising face of the police officer to Colwyn, as though he divined in him a more unprejudiced listener.
"I did not murder Mr. Glenthorpe, but I went to his room with the intention of robbing him the night he was murdered," he commenced. "I was in desperate straits for money. The brewer had threatened to turn me out of the inn because I couldn't pay my way. I knew Mr. Glenthorpe had taken money out of the bank that morning, and in an evil moment temptation overcame me, and I determined to rob him. I told myself that he was a wealthy man and would never feel the loss of the money, but if I was turned out of the inn, my daughter and my old mother would starve. My plan was to go to his room after everybody was asleep, let myself in with my key, and secure the pocket-book containing the money. I knew that Mr. Glenthorpe was a sound sleeper, and I was aware that he generally locked his door and slept with the key under his pillow. I went to my room early that night, and waited a long time before making the attempt. It came on to rain about 11 o'clock, and I waited some time longer before leaving my room. I walked in my stocking feet so as to make no sound, and I carried a candle, but it was not lighted. When I got to the door, I stood and listened a while outside, thinking I might judge by Mr. Glenthorpe's breathing whether he was asleep, but I could hear nothing. I unlocked the door quietly, and felt my way towards the bed in the dark, hoping to find his coat and the money in it without running the risk of striking a light. But I could not lay my hands on the coat in the dark, so I struck a match to light the candle. I had made up my mind that if Mr. Glenthorpe should wake up and see me at his bedside, I would tell him the truth and ask him to lend me some money. By the light of the candle I saw Mr. Glenthorpe lying on his back, with his arms thrown out from his body. He was uncovered, and the bedclothes were lying in a tumbled heap at the foot of the bed. I stood looking at him for a minute, not knowing what to do. I did not realize at the time that he was dead, because the wind blowing in at the open window caused the candle to flicker, and I could not see very clearly. I thought he must be in a fit, and I wondered what I could do to help him. As the candle still kept flickering in the wind, I picked up the candlestick and walked to the gas jet in the centre of the room, turned on the tap, and tried to light it with the candle. It would not light, and then I remembered that I had told Anne to turn it off at the meter before going to bed. I walked back to the bedside, put the candle down on the table, and had a closer look at Mr. Glenthorpe. As he was still in the same attitude, I put my hand on his heart to see if it was beating. I felt something warm and wet, and when I drew back my hand I saw that it was covered in blood. When I realized he was dead, murdered, I lost my nerve and rushed from the room, leaving the candle burning at the bedside. My one thought was to get downstairs and wash the blood off my hand. It was not until I had reached the kitchen that I remembered that I had left the candle burning upstairs. I considered whether I should return for it at once or wash my hands first. I decided on the latter course and went into the kitchen.
I had just lit the candle, when I heard a door open behind me, and turning round I saw Charles coming out of his room in his shirt and trousers, with a candle in his hand. He said he had seen the light under his door, and wondering who had come into the kitchen, had got up to see. Then his face changed when he saw my hands, and he asked me how the blood came to be on them. I tried to put him off at first by telling him I had knocked my hand upstairs. He didn't say any more, but stood there watching me wash my hands, and when I had finished he said that if I was going upstairs he would come with me, as he remembered he had left his corkscrew in Mr. Glenthorpe's sitting room, and would want it in the morning. I could see that he suspected me, and that, if he went upstairs, he would see the light burning in Mr. Glenthorpe's bedroom and might go in, so in desperation I confessed to him that I had gone into Mr. Glenthorpe's room and found him dead. I asked Charles what I should do. He heard me very quietly, but when he learnt that I had left my candle burning in Mr. Glenthorpe's room, he said the first thing was to go and get that, and then we could discuss what had better be done. I realised that was good advice, and went upstairs to get the candlestick, but when I got to the door I was amazed to find the room in darkness. The door was on the jar, just as I remembered leaving it, but there was not a glimmer of light. I was in a terrible fright, but as I stood there in the dark, listening intently, the sound of the wind roaring round the house reminded me how the candle had flickered in the wind while I was in the room before, and I concluded that it must have blown out the light. So I went into the room, feeling my way along the walls with my hands. When I got near the bed I struck a match and looked for the candlestick, but it was gone. Then I knew somebody had been in the room, and I made my way downstairs again as fast as I could, and told Charles, and asked him what he thought of it. Charles said it was clear that the murderer, whoever he was, had revisited the room since I had been there, and finding the candle had carried it off with him. I asked Charles for what purpose. Charles turned it over in his mind for a moment, and then said that it seemed to him that he might have done it to secure himself, in case he was caught, by being able to prove that somebody else had been in Mr. Glenthorpe's room that night. I saw the force of that and was greatly alarmed, and asked Charles what he thought I had better do. Charles, after thinking it over for a while, said in my own interests I would be well advised if I carried the body away and concealed it somewhere where it was not likely to be found. He pointed out that if the facts came to light it would be very awkward for me. On my own admission I had gone into Mr. Glenthorpe's room in the middle of the night, and had come away leaving him dead in bed with his blood on my hands, and my bedroom candlestick alight at his bedside. Charles pointed out that these facts were sure to come to light if the body was left where it was, but if the body was removed and safely hidden, it might be thought that Mr. Glenthorpe had simply disappeared. I was struck by the force of these arguments, and we next discussed where the body should be hidden. We both thought of the pit, but I didn't like that idea at first because I thought the police would be sure to search the pit when they learnt of Mr. Glenthorpe's disappearance, because his excavations were near the pit. Charles, on the other hand, thought it was the safest place, much safer than the sea, which was sure to cast up the body. He said it would never occur the police to search the pit until the body had lain there so long that it would be impossible to say how he had come by his death. Perhaps it would never be searched, in which case the body would never be recovered. We decided on the pit, and Charles said he would keep watch downstairs, while I went up and got the body. But first I went and opened the back door, and went to the side of the inn to see if anybody was about. The rain had ceased. It was a dark and stormy night, and everybody had long since gone to bed. The rough stones outside cut my feet, and recalled to my mind that I was without boots. I knew I could not carry the body all the way up the rise without boots, and I was about to go to my room to get them when I remembered that I had seen Penreath's boots outside his bedroom door. I decided to wear them, and avoid the risk of going back to my own room for my own boots. I have a small foot, and I had no doubt that they would fit me. Charles suggested that I should go into the room in the dark, so as to lessen the risk of being seen, and the light of the candle when I got inside. I took the candle, but I said I would turn on the gas at the meter in case the wind blew out the candle. I will keep nothing back now. The real reason was that I wanted the better light to make quite sure if the money was gone. I thought perhaps the murderer might have overlooked it, and I hoped to find it because I needed it so badly. When I got upstairs I stopped outside Mr. Penreath's room, picked up his boots and put them on. I went into the room in the dark, intending to strike a match and light the gas and search for the money. I miscalculated the distance and bumped into the gas globe in the dark, cutting my head badly. When I struck a match I found that I couldn't light the gas because the incandescent burner had been broken by the blow, so I lit the candle. I shuddered at the ordeal of carrying the body downstairs, and only nerved myself to the task by reflecting on the risk to myself if I allowed it to remain where it was. As I stood by the bedside, I noticed Mr. Glenthorpe's key of the room lying by the pillow, and I picked it up and put it in my pocket. I then lifted the body on my shoulders, carried it downstairs, steadying it with one hand and carrying the candle in the other. Charles was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs and took the candle from me and lighted me to the back door. A late moon was just beginning to show above the horizon when I got outside, and by its light I had no difficulty in finding my way up the rise and to the pit. It was a terrible task, and I was glad when I had accomplished it. I returned to the back door where Charles was awaiting me. We then fastened the back door, and he went to his room off the kitchen, and I went upstairs to my room. As I passed Mr. Glenthorpe's room I saw the door was open, and I pulled it quickly to, but I forgot to take out the key I had left in the door when I first entered the room. I remembered the key in the morning when Anne told me Mr. Glenthorpe's room was empty, but I dared not remove it then because I knew Anne must have seen it. And later on, when you were questioning me about the key and the door, I was afraid to tell you about the second key because I knew you would question me. When I learned from Anne that Mr. Penreath had left early in the morning and wouldn't stay for breakfast, I felt sure it was he who had committed the murder. It was a little later that Charles took me aside in the bar and told me that he had walked up to the rise early that morning to see if everything was all right, and that I had left traces of my footprints across the clay to the mouth of the pit. I was very much upset when I heard this, for I knew the body was sure to be found. But Charles said that as things turned out, it was a very lucky accident. Charles said there was no doubt Mr. Penreath was the murderer. He had not only cleared out, but the knife he had used at dinner had disappeared. Charles said he had not missed the knife the night before, but he had discovered the loss when counting the cutlery that morning. If the police found out that it was his boots which made the prints leading to the pit, it would only be another point against him, and as he was sure to be hanged in any case, the best thing I could do was to go and inform Constable Queensmead of Mr. Glenthorpe's disappearance and Mr. Penreath's departure, but to keep silence about my own share in carrying the body to the pit. Even if the murderer denied removing the body, nobody would believe him. I thought the advice good, and I followed it. I don't know whether I could have kept it up if I had been cross-questioned, but from first to last nobody seemed to have the least suspicion of me. The only time I was really afraid was when one of you gentlemen asked me about the key in the outside of the door, but you passed it over and went on to something else. And now you know the whole truth. But I should like to say that I kept silence about carrying the body away because I didn't think I was injuring anybody. I believed Mr. Penreath to be guilty. Now you tell me he is innocent. If I had had any idea of that, I would have told the truth at once, even though you had hanged me for it.
End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
"You're a nice scoundrel, Benson," said Superintendent Galloway, nodding his head at the innkeeper with a kind of ferocious banter. "You're really a first-class villain, upon my soul. But this precious story with which you've tried to bamboozle us is not complete. Would it be putting too much strain on your inventive faculties to ask you, while you're about it, to give us your version of how the money which was stolen from Mr. Glenthorpe came to be hidden in the pit in which you flung his body?" "But I didn't know the money was hidden in the pit," said the wretched man, glancing uneasily at the pocket-book, which was still lying on the table. "I never saw the money, though I've confessed to you that I would have taken it if I had seen it. That's the truth, sir. Every word I've told you tonight is true. Charles will bear me out." "I've no doubt he will. I'll have something to say to that scoundrel later on. There's a pair of you. I've no doubt he caught you in the act of carrying away the body of your victim, and that you bribed him to keep silence. You planned together to let an innocent man go to the gallows, in order to save your own skins. Now, my man—"
"Wait a moment, Galloway." It was Colwyn who spoke. The innkeeper's story had been to him like a finger of light in a murky depth, revealing unseen and unimagined abominations, but supplying him with those missing pieces of the puzzle for which he had long and vainly searched. During the brief colloquy between Galloway and the innkeeper, his brain had been busy fitting together the whole intricate design of knavery. "I want to ask a question," he continued, in answer to the other's glance of inquiry. "What time was it you went to Mr. Glenthorpe's room, the first time, I mean, Benson? Can you fix it definitely?"
"Yes, sir. I kept looking at my watch in my room, waiting for the time to pass. It was 11:20 the last time I looked, and I left my room about 5 minutes later."
"Was it raining then?"
"Yes, sir, but not so hard as previously, and it stopped altogether before I entered the room, though the wind was blowing."
"That is as I thought. Benson's story is true, Galloway."
"What?"
The police officer's vociferous exclamation was in striking contrast to the detective's quiet tones.
"How do you make that out?"
"He couldn't have committed the murder. Mr. Glenthorpe was killed during the storm, between 11 and half past. Benson says he didn't enter the room till nearly 11:30.
"If that's all you're going on."
"It isn't." There was a trace of irritation in the detective's voice. "But Benson's story fills in the gaps of my reconstruction in a remarkable way, so completely that he couldn't have invented it to save his life, because he does not know all we know. In this extraordinarily complicated case the times are everything. My original theory was right. There were 2 persons in the room the night of the murder. 3 really, but Peggy doesn't affect the reconstruction one way or the other. The murderer, who carried an umbrella to shield himself from the rain, entered the room about 11:20. He murdered Mr. Glenthorpe, took the money, and escaped the same way as he entered, by the window. Benson entered by the door at 11:30, certainly not later, and after standing at the bedside for 2 or 3 minutes rushed downstairs, as he related, leaving his candle burning at the bedside. During his absence downstairs his daughter entered the room. Benson returned for the candle and found it gone. Had he returned a minute or 2 earlier he would have seen his daughter carrying it away, because in her story to me she said she thought she heard somebody creeping up the stairs as she left the room. I thought at the time that she imagined this, but now I have very little doubt that it was her father she heard, going upstairs again to get the candle. Finally, Benson, after planning it with Charles, removed the body to the pit some time after midnight."
"This is mere guesswork. Let us stick to the facts. On Benson's own confession, he entered the room nefariously and removed the dead man's body."
"Yes, but it was a dead body when he got there. Just dead. Mr. Glenthorpe was alive and well not 10 minutes before."
"Oh, come on, Mr. Colwyn, this is going too far," Galloway expostulated. "Again, I say, let us have no guesswork."
"This is not guesswork. There can be no doubt that the murderer left the room by the window just before Benson entered it by the door."
"How do you know that?" asked Galloway.
"Because he was watching Benson from the window." Galloway looked startled.
"You go too deep for me," he said. "Was it Penreath who got out of the window?"
"No, Penreath, like Benson, was the victim of a deep and subtle villain."
"Then who was it?"
Before Colwyn could reply, a shriek rang out, a single hoarse and horrible cry, which went reverberating and echoing over the marshes, rising to a piercing intensity at its highest note, and then ceasing suddenly. In the hush that ensued, the chief constable looked nervously at Colwyn. "It came from the rise," he said in a voice barely raised above a whisper. "Do you think—" Colwyn read the unspoken thought in his mind. "I'll go and see what it was," he said briefly. He opened the door and went out. In the passage he encountered Anne, shaking and trembling, with a face blanched with terror. "It came from the pit, sir, the Shrieking pit," she whispered. "It's the White Lady. Don't leave me. I'm like to drop. God's mercy, what's that?" she cried, finding her voice in a fresh access of terror as a heavy knock smote the door. "For God's sake, don't 'ee go, sir. Don't 'ee go, as you value your life. It's the White Lady at the door, come to take her at all again from this unhappy house. You'd be mad to face her, sir. It's certain death." But Colwyn loosened himself quickly from her detaining grasp and strode to the door. As he passed the bar he caught a glimpse of a ring of cowering, frightened faces within, huddled together like sheep and staring with saucer eyes. The mist spanned the doorway like a sheet.
"Who's there?" he cried.
"It's me, sir." Constable Queensmead stepped out of the mist into the passage, looking white and shaken.
"Something's happened up at the pit. While I was watching from the corner of the wood, I saw somebody appear out of the mist and come creeping up the rise towards the pit. I waited till he got to the brink, and when he made to climb down, I knew he were the man you were after.
So I went over to the pit. He had disappeared inside, but I could hear the creepers rustling as he went down. After a bit I heard him coming up again, tugging and straining at the creepers and gasping for breath. When he was fairly out, I turned my torch on him and told him to stand still. It's difficult to say exactly how it happened, sir, but when he saw he was trapped, he made a kind of spring backwards, slipped on the wet clay, lost his balance, and fell back into the pit. I sprang forward and tried to save him, but it was too late. He caught at the creepers as he fell, hung for a second, and then fell back with a loud cry. Who was it, Queensmead? Charles the waiter, sir. We must get him out at once, said Colwyn. We shall need a rope and some men. Can you get some ropes, Queensmead? There's some men in the bar. We'll get them to help. I don't think they're likely to come, sir. They're all too frightened of the Shrieking Pit and the ghost. I'll go and talk to them. Meanwhile, you go and get ropes. Colwyn returned to the bar parlour, and after explaining to Mr. Cromering and Galloway what had happened, went into the bar. Men, said Colwyn, Charles has fallen into the pit on the rise, and I need the help of some of you to get him out. Queensmead has gone for ropes. Who will come with me? There was no response. The villagers looked at each other in silence and moved uneasily. Then a man in jersey and sea boots spoke. None of us dare go up the pit, master. Why not? Life be sweet, master. It be sudden and bloody end to meet the White Lady at the pit. Look what's happened to Charles, who went out of this bar not 10 minutes agone. Who knows who she may take next? Very well, then stay where you are. You are a lot of cowards, said Colwyn, turning away. The faces of the men showed that the epithet rankled, as Colwyn intended that it should. There was a brief pause, and then another fisherman stepped forward and said, I'm an awful man, but nobbut I'm going to say I'm afraid. I'll go with you, master. If you're game, Tom, I'll go too, said another. By the time Queensmead returned with the ropes, there was no lack of willing helpers, and the party immediately set forth. When they arrived at the pit, Colwyn said it would be best for 2 men to descend by separate ropes, so as to be able to carry Charles to the surface in a blanket if he were injured, and not killed. Colwyn had brought a blanket from the inn for the purpose. I'll go down for one, said the seaman who had acted as spokesman in the bar. I'm used to tying knots and slinging a hammock, so maybe I can make it a bit easier for the poor chap if he's not killed outright. And I'll go with you, said Colwyn. Mr. Cromering drew the detective aside. My good friend, he said, do you think it's wise for you to descend? This man Charles, if he is still alive, may be actuated by feelings of revenge towards you, and seek to do you an injury. I'm not afraid of that, returned Colwyn. I laid the trap for him, and it's my duty to go down and bring him up. Colwyn left the chief constable and returned to the pit. The next moment he and the seaman commenced the descent. They carried electric torches and took with them a blanket and a third rope. They were carefully lowered until the torches they carried twinkled more faintly, and finally vanished in the gloom. A little while afterwards the strain on the ropes slackened. The rescuers had reached the bottom of the pit. A period of waiting ensued for those on top, till a jerk of the ropes indicated the signal for drawing up again. The men on the surface pulled steadily. Soon the torches were once more visible down the pit, and then the lanterns on the surface revealed Colwyn and the fisherman, supporting between them a limp bundle wrapped in the blanket, and tied to the third rope. As they reached the air they were helped out, and the burden they carried was laid on the ground near the mouth of the pit. The blanket fell away, exposing the face of Charles, waxen and still in the rays of the light which fell upon it. "Dead?" whispered Mr. Cromering. "Dying," returned Colwyn. "His back is broken." The dying man unclosed his eyelids, and his dark eyes, keen and brilliant as ever, roved restlessly over the group who were standing around him. They rested on Colwyn, and he lifted a feeble hand and beckoned to him. The detective knelt beside him, and rested his head on his arm. The white lips formed one word. "Closer." Colwyn bent his head nearer, and those standing by could see the dying man whispering into the detective's ear. He spoke with an effort for some minutes, and hurriedly, like one who knew that his time was short. Then he stopped suddenly, and his head fell back grotesquely, like a broken doll's. Colwyn felt his heart, and rose to his feet. "He is dead," he said. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "There are several things that I do not understand," said Superintendent Galloway to Colwyn a little later.
How were you able to decide so quickly that Benson had told the truth when he declared that he had not committed the murder, after he had made the damning admission that he had removed the body?"
"Partly because it was extremely unlikely that Benson could have invented a story which fitted so nicely with the facts. The slightest mistake in his times would have proved him to be a liar. But I had more than that to go upon. I said this afternoon that my reconstruction was not wholly satisfactory, because there were several loose ends in it. At that time I believed he was the murderer, and I was anxious to frighten the truth out of him, in order to see where my reconstruction was at fault. His story proved that my original conception of the crime was the correct one, and my mistake was in departing from it, and ignoring some of my original clues, in order to square the new facts with a fresh theory. I should never have lost sight of my first conviction that there were two persons in Mr. Glenthorpe's room the night he was murdered. When Benson told his story, I asked myself, could Charles's conduct be dictated by the desire to have a hold over Benson, with a view to blackmail later on? But he was not likely to risk his own neck by becoming an accomplice in the concealment of the murdered man's body. Charles, if he were innocent himself, must have thought that Benson was the murderer. It was impossible that he could have come to any other conclusion. He discovers a man washing blood off his hands at midnight, and this man admits to him that he has just come from a room which he had no right to enter, and found a dead man there. Why had Charles believed, or pretended to believe, Benson's story? It came to me suddenly, with the recollection of the line under the murdered man's window, one of the clues which I had discarded, and the whole of this baffling sinister mystery became clear in my mind. The murder was committed by Charles, who got out of the window by which he had entered just before Benson came into the room. Charles saw a light in the room he had left, and returned to the window to investigate. Crouching outside the window, he saw Benson in the room, examining the body, and it came into his mind as he watched that his employer had conceived the same idea as himself, had seized on the presence of a stranger staying in the inn in order to rob Mr. Glenthorpe, hoping that the crime would be attributed to the man who slept in the next room. Charles was quick to see how Benson's presence in the room might be turned to his own advantage. Charles had taken precautions, in committing the murder, to leave clues in the room which should direct suspicion to Penreath, but the innkeeper's visit to the room suggested to him an even better plan for securing his own safety. When Benson left the room, Charles got through the window again, and followed him downstairs. Charles's story, told to me when he was dying, filled in the gaps which I have omitted. He said that he watched the whole of Benson's movements from the window. He saw him searching for the money, saw him feel the body, and saw the blood on his hands. When Benson turned to leave the room, he forgot the candle, and it was then that the idea of following him leapt into Charles's mind. He divined that Benson would go downstairs and wash the blood off his hands. Charles's idea was to go after him and surprise him in the act. He followed him swiftly, and was never more than a few feet behind. While Benson was striking a match and lighting the kitchen candle, Charles slipped into his own room, lit his own candle, and then emerged from his door as though he had been disturbed in his sleep. The rest of his plan was easily carried out through the fears of Benson, who agreed, in his own interests, to conceal the body of the man whom the other had murdered. The clue by which Penreath was virtually convicted, the track of boot marks to the pit, was an accidental one so far as Charles was concerned. It is strange to think that chance, which removed the clues Charles deliberately placed in the room, should have achieved Charles's aim by directing suspicion to Penreath in a different, yet more convincing manner. The murderer's revelation clears up those points which I was unable to settle this afternoon. He entered Mr. Glenthorpe's room during the heaviest part of the storm. He carried a box under his arm, because he was too short to get into the window without something to stand on. He shielded himself from the rain with an umbrella, which got caught on the nail by the window, and he lit a tallow candle which he had bought from the bar. Another clue, which I originally discovered and laid aside, is also explained. The wound in Mr. Glenthorpe's body struck me as an unusual one. You heard Sir Henry Durwood say, in answer to my questions, that the blow was a slanting one, struck from the left side, entering almost parallel with the ribs, yet piercing the heart on the right side. The manner in which Mr. Glenthorpe's arms were thrown out, his legs drawn up, proved that he was lying on his back when murdered. For that reason the direction of the blow suggested Charles as the murderer.
"I am afraid I do not follow you there," said Mr. Cromering.
Charles has a malformed right hand. His left hand was his only serviceable one. The blow that killed Mr. Glenthorpe struck me at the time as a left-handed blow. The natural direction of a right-handed blow, with the body in such a position, would be from right to left, not from left to right. But, after considering this point carefully, I came to the conclusion that the blow might have been struck by a right-handed man. I was wrong.
"I do not think you have much cause to blame yourself," said the chief constable. "You were right in your original conception of the crime, and right in your later reconstruction in every particular, except—"
"Except that I picked the wrong man," said Colwyn, with a slightly bitter laugh. "My consolation is that Benson's confession brought the truth to light, as I expected it would."
"It took you to see the truth," said Galloway. "I should never have picked it. I suppose there's never been a case like it."
"There is nothing new, not even in the annals of crime," returned Colwyn. "But this was certainly a baffling and unusual case. The murderer was such a deep and subtle scoundrel that I feel a respect for his intelligence, perverted though it was. His master stroke was the disposal of the body. That shielded him from suspicion as completely as an alibi. I put aside my first suspicion of him largely because I realised that it was impossible for a man with a deformed arm to carry away the body. Such a sardonic situation as a murderer persuading another man that he was likely to be suspected of the murder unless he removed the body was one that never occurred to me. That, at all events, is something new in my experience."
"It is a wonder that Charles, with his deformed arm, was able to go down the pit and conceal the money," said the chief constable.
"He did not go down very far. It's not a difficult matter to climb down the creepers inside with the support of one hand, and he was able to use the other sufficiently to thrust the small peg into the soft earth. He first hid the money in the breakwater wall, being too careful and clever to hide it in the pit until after the inquest. When he had concealed it in the pit, he revived the story of the White Lady of the Shrieking Pit, so as to keep the credulous villagers away from the spot. He need not have taken that precaution, because the hiding-place was an excellent one, and it was only by chance that I discovered the money when I descended the pit. But he left nothing to chance. The use of the umbrella on the night of the murder proves that. Murderers do not usually carry umbrellas, but he did, because he feared that if his clothes got wet they might be seen in his room the following day, and direct suspicion to him. He chose to commit the crime when the storm was at its height, because he thought he was safest from the likelihood of discovery then. The callous scoundrel told me with his last breath that he was waiting until Penreath was safely hanged before disappearing with the money. When he opened the door to us tonight, he knew that he was at the end of his tether, and he decided to try to bolt. He realised that Benson would tell the truth when he was questioned, and though the innkeeper's story did not implicate him directly, he did our common intelligence the justice to believe that, through his dupe's confession, we should arrive at the truth. End of The Shrieking Pit by Arthur Rees.